Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is, how long is it until we see the Antichrist, the mark of the beast, and the image of the beast? I think I'm going to be able to give you some kind of an idea. No one knows for sure, but I think I'm going to be able to give you some idea, and sad to say, not long. Okay. First thing I want to talk about is how long to the image of the beast. Because if we know when either the mark or the Antichrist or the image is coming, since they all come about on or about the same time, then we'll be able to get that idea. And the one thing that we can see right now, we can't see the Antichrist coming. We can see the system for the mark of the beast being set up, a digital system. But one thing we can see, I'm about to show you, is the image of the beast. Now, I want to show you a clip. It's only about 3 minutes long. This is from the January 7th interview where, well, it was really a press conference with Trump and his guy that's given $20 billion into, and I'm about 3 minutes. Now, here's what I want you to listen for. I want you to listen for him talking about data centers, which I think are the image of the beast centers. Now, let me specifically point out some things, then I'm going to play it. So this is Trump talking. He's introducing this guy. He says he's a founder and chairman of DAMAC Properties. Hussein is a very respected gentleman, and I'm thrilled to announce today that DAMAC will be investing at least $20 billion, that's with a B, over a very short period of time in the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. Sounds good so far, but I'm going to show you that might, and it's probably not good. To support massive new, there it is, data centers. He is very big into data centers. AI, again, I'm not convinced it's artificial intelligence. I'm convinced it is alien intelligence, or specifically intelligence for the devil and his crowd. AI. That's going to be a very hot item in the coming years. There you go. As we can watch either the Antichrist, the mark of the beast, or the image of the beast coming on the line, we can tell just about how far away it is. So this is actually real important. If you're a prophecy student, if you understand those three events take place very close to each other. Now let's go on. So he says AI, that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years. The first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, and I will complete the rest of the sentence, but eventually it's going around the world. He goes on to say, I will build a plant with the building. Now, this is Trump talking. He says he wants them to build a plant. What plant? An electricity plant with the building, so that the structure, build the plant because you're going to grid. In other words, they're going to be using a lot of electricity for these. They estimate that these data centers will double. What? Double the amount of electricity that America needs. What's in the data center? The answer is you. All of us. Everything is recorded. So he says, build a plant because you're going to the grid. The grids are old. I say build your electric facility along with your plant, and you could even have extra electricity output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output electricity, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant. So he's talking about a lot of additional electric plants going in. I want you to hear him say it.
And we're honored to welcome one of the most respected business leaders in the Middle East, indeed the world. He's a founder and chairman of DAMAC Properties, Hussein Sajwani, very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that DAMAC will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election. I can tell you a lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from $100 to $200 billion. And we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly, and some don't. And they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sun Belt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with AI. In particular, the first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in U.S. to a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world, in Asia, Europe, and Middle East. And we're very, very excited now with his leadership and his open strategy and policy to encourage businesses to come to U.S. For the last 4 years, we've been waiting for this moment. And we're planning to invest $20 billion and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man knows what he's doing.
So I would suggest if you've not called 800-200 gold, then you should do so. Because as this new system comes online, no one will be able to buy or sell. If you have your money in an unsafe place, and that's probably anything but gold or silver, then, in my opinion, I think it's very risky. Also, we know that suitcase nukes are coming. I mean, I have, 38 different prophecies now? So if you've not heard this, I'll let you pause and read it, but I recommend you get 10 bottles. And also just told we just got a new large stock in, so yes, we do have them ready to ship out. Why? Well, because if you look at the date on the left side, it says 12/9/24. This is the federal government. This is where they put out things that they want to buy for people that might want to sell it. And they're asking for potassium iodide tablets. That's these guys here. They're asking for them in 20 tablet bubble packs, but they had a deadline. They wanted them all to be in their possession by December 21, 24. Why? Do you suppose they know something we don't know? Do you suppose that they know that a nuclear event is just around the corner? I think they do. And they're asking for 224,601 packages of 20 tablet blister packs, so you'd be smart to get these. And I don't recommend you get one because look, if something like this happens, excuse me, when it happens, probably all of your neighborhood is going to need them. Really, 10 bottles is not enough. I mean, look at your neighborhood and buy accordingly. Yeah, but do I have to have a bottle for every person? Well, look, it's $20 to save a life. Would you give $20 to save a life? Now, if you can't, I understand. But if you can, there it is. Also, you better have some food, because I just heard another prophecy that I'm possibly going to be putting on, and he's talking about why the food is about to be going away. Promo code prophecy. Also recommend you get yourself at least this one in the center. It says burn bucket. At least get one of those. Get some medical supplies. Again, I heard medical. All right, on to their program. So we're talking about data centers or they're really going to be image of the beast centers. I think they're going to be image of the beast centers, and I'm going to show you why. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to let you be prepared. Ask yourself this. Why did God recently give me 2 dreams? One was to start going to talk to pastors, and the other one was to rent a building for the Crusades, an office center for the Crusades. I think he's saying, Stan, if you want to be ahead of the curve, if you want those sports stadiums to fill up with people, if you want to bring in the thousands upon thousands I've told you twice that I'm going to give you, if you want that, then you need to get going now, and I'm getting going. More about that soon. Now, before I get there, let me explain something. I know we've read this many times, but let me show you something. Sometimes it can pass by us, and we don't really see it. We don't really have the revelation on it. Now, again, I memorized the book of Revelation, and in the process, the spirit of revelation came on me, and I see things deeper in the scriptures than I did before I memorized it. So probably be true in your case too. Anyway, let's go on. So Revelation 13:13, he, who's it talking about? It's talking about the Antichrist. So the Antichrist doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth and sight of men. The first thing I want to say is that means that they have advanced technology. No, we're not talking about just technology that they have right now, technology that they're going to reveal, technology we don't know about. Second thing is, I want you to see that he's using this to deceive. It goes on, he deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles. Well, the way we would say today is he's going to use high technology to deceive the world. Why? Because he wants to set on the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. He wants to be the Father, and he wants all people, nation, languages to serve and obey him. But it's not going to happen. Most of them will, sad to say. Anyway, let's go on. Means in the side of miracles we had power to do in the side of the beast or the Antichrist. Now let's go on down. Verse 15. And he had power to give life in the image of the beast. Now, what is the image of the beast? Daniel 2:43 says he will mingle his seed. So that tells me that it is flesh. But the image of the beast should both speak and cause, okay? Speak and cause. That means he issues orders. And I think it is a flesh that is probably half flesh, half Lucifer, or half human, half Lucifer, but it's also tied into the quantum computer that all the cell phones, the everything is all tied into, so that no man might buy or sell save he had the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name, or you're hooked into that system. Remember I told you, they're coming out. The report is that 7 billion cell phones have already been made, but they're not for games. They're not for phone calls. They're for tying you into the new digital financial system. Now, let's go on. Let me make another point here. To the left is what we believe, something like that is going to be the mark of the beast. Might not be exactly, but once you see that, then you're going to know. You're going to spot it right off. And the same thing to the number of the beast. Now, if you stay to the end, I hope and I think I'll have time to show you something new that I promise you have not seen regarding the number of the beast. And this book is the second book I wrote, Miss the Mark, and this shows you what the mark of the beast looks like. It has these in the book. Okay, so you can see them. Hand them off to somebody, and even if they're not Christians, they'll probably get saved. 1 for 20, 10 for 35, 20 for 50. Get extras to give them away. Okay, now let me point out the next thing. Revelation 14:9, and the third angel followed. Now this is a warning. This is a warning for those people, and I believe that this warning happens the day after the rapture, which is not pre-trib. This is the day after we go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, which is about 4 months. I'll show you. It's about 4 months before Jesus returns. This is the big warning to those people that are left behind, that weren't ready. They didn't get to go to the marriage supper. We get about 4 months before Armageddon. Third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, that's a warning. If any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out, look at those words, without mixture. It means you're going to get the roughest, toughest judgment, punishment of anything on earth. What is that punishment? Without mixture under the cup of his indignation, here is the punishment. Tormented with fire and brimstone, and to skip on down, the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night who worship the beast, the image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Means that after Jesus returns, you don't get soul death. You take that mark, the image, or the name, number, or the mark, or worship the beast, any one of those four things, and you're tossed into the lake that burns with fire and brimstone with the beast and the false prophet. Lucifer's added 1,000 years later, and you can never, there's no hope of escape. It's total 100% torment for all existence, and you can't die. You can't repent. You can't get out of it. Here's the patience. Now, that word patience means don't quit. In Revelation, patience means don't quit Jesus. Here's the patience of the saints. Why? Because any saints that are left at this point, that didn't get to go to the marriage supper of the Lamb about 4 months before the Armageddon, it's a warning. Don't take this mark. Don't take this image. Don't worship the beast. Don't do it. If you do it, look, you can cut your hand off, you can chisel it off your forehead, but you are going to go to the pit of fire and brimstone for all eternity. Period. No repenting of that. Jesus does not forgive you when you take the mark, worship his image, any of that. Look at the next verse, verse 13. Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord henceforth, yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from the labors and the works do follow them. Meaning, if you got left behind, if you weren't ready to go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, he's saying be patient. Don't take the mark. Here's the warning. Don't take it. Don't do it. And he says, if you don't do it, then all of your blessings will follow you into eternity. Now, let's go on. Now, this is on the back of my book. Here you go. This is the book I really recommend you get, Secret Door to Understand Bible Prophecy. I think this is going to outsell the late, great Planet Earth. I think it'll sell millions of copies because this is the book where God showed me the secret door that links the feasts to the prophecies of Revelation. And for the first time, I say the first time, it gives the correct chronological order of Revelation. And you're looking at it there, and it's here in the back of this book. There's the 7 years. There's the last 7 months in that book. Get it at prophecyclub.com. You really want to get it. Okay, now let me explain. So let's zoom in a little bit, specifically over in the bottom left corner. That's first fruits. That's when the 144,000 are resurrected about 7 months before Jesus returns. Then you see the everlasting gospel in the round oval. That's when the angel flies through the air saying, don't take the mark. Everybody can receive Jesus. It's simple. It's easy. Just worship him who made heaven, the earth, and the seas and the fountains of water. Then Babylon 1 has fallen because as the bombs come down, I believe we go up to the marriage supper of the Lamb. That's not a pre-trib. That's not a mid-trib. That's more like a pre-wrath rapture. About 4 months before Armageddon. Then we go to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Very top, I want you to look at those words. The first resurrection. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such second death hath no power. Meaning, you get to go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, you're already in. You got it. You got your get out of hell free card, I guess you'd say. You got your get into eternity card. But you don't get the glorified body yet. You only get a wedding garment. That's all you get. It's all any of us get. When we go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, it's not about us, it's about Jesus. Then 4 months later, now look out here to the far right side, see that kind of a blue line that comes down? That's when we return with Jesus on white horses to watch him burn the tares and cleanse the earth. All right, now let's go on. One more thing I want to show you. Now let's jump to Revelation 15. I saw another sign of heaven, great and marvelous, are the 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, meaning this is the last 7 days. The audible voice told me the 7 seals play over 7 years. The 7 trumpets play over 7 months. The 7 vials play over 7 days. This is the last 7 days now. Go down to the next verse. I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them got victory over the beast, that's us, Over his image, that's what we're talking about, I'm about to show you today, and over his mark and over the number of his name, stand of the sea of glass, having the harps of God. We want to be part of that group. So I did a search. Search image of the beast. This is what I came up with. None of them is correct. This is more correct. I think the image of the beast is going to be a flesh and blood body that is half man, half beast, or Lucifer, connected to a quantum computer, access to all knowledge, commands all to worship him and the Antichrist. Now, this article is very interesting, and it's May 30th, 2024. A recent empirical review found that many artificial intelligence systems are quickly becoming masters of deception. So just because it's a computer does not mean it's going to tell you the truth. The review meticulously analyzed various AI systems and found that many had developed deceptive capabilities due to their training processes. These systems ranges from game-playing AIs to more general-purpose models used in economic negotiations. Meta's Cicero, this is a different AI, developed the game and maintains alliances with human players. Cicero frequently used deceptive tactics to win. This behavior included fake alliances, backstabbing allies when it benefited its gameplay, meaning, point I'm trying to make is, just because it's a computer doesn't necessarily mean it's going to tell you the truth. Look at the last three words. It is a master of deception. He goes on to say, despite Meta's efforts, Cicero turned out to be an expert liar. It not only betrayed other members, but also engaged in premeditated deception, planning in advance to build a fake alliance with a human player to trick that player into leaving themselves undefended for an attack. Goes on to say AI systems have developed the ability to cheat at different types of games. For instance, Pluribus, a poker playing model created by Meta, demonstrated it could convincingly bluff in Texas Hold'em poker, successfully misleading professional human players about their hand strengths. Another one, AlphaStar, an AI system by Google's DeepMind to play real-time strategy game StarCraft 2, exploited the game's fog of war mechanics to feint attacks and deceive opponents to gain strategic advantages. I'm saying just because it's a computer or half man, half flesh, half computer, whatever it is, don't believe it, because he's going to say, everybody got to worship this guy over here pointing the Antichrist. If AI systems cheat at games, it can lead to breakthroughs in deceptive AI capabilities that can spiral into more advanced forms of AI deception in the future. Finally, some AI systems had already learned methods of deception that extend far beyond the realm of games, meaning don't count. Listen, AI agents had learned to play dead to avoid being detected by a safety test designed to eliminate faster replicating AI variants. Such behavior can create a false sense of security among the developers and regulators, potentially leading to severe consequences if these deception systems are deployed in real-world applications. Skipping taught itself how to trick human reviewers into thinking an intended goal had been accomplished. In other words, they can be liars. Computers can lie? Yes, AI can. That's my point. These systems could be used by malicious actors to commit fraud, manipulate financial markets, or interfere with elections. I'm going to say that again. Interfere with elections. Humans may not be able to control these systems, posing existential threats. Researchers call for robust regulatory. In other words, we got to shut this down. That's what they're saying. We really need to be shutting AI down, but it's not being shut down. AI developers should be legally required to monitor and to really basically don't do it yet. Now, I got something else very interesting. I read this a while back. 2022, Jason Meeks. So in this dream, I had a view from above the most beautiful yacht I'd ever seen setting on a wide river in France. The bottom and sides, mahogany. The top is glass. Anyone inside has a 360 view. I zoom into the yacht, and Emmanuel Macron is showing a young man some paintings on the yacht. Two other high school boys are sitting at another table. He's wooing them like a man woos a girl on a date. I heard a voice say, "This man has no interest in women." The dream cut to a research facility, here's my point, hidden in the French Alps with no roads leading to it. Scientists were researching how to, here it is, mix humans with robots. Not like the Terminator movies with robot inside and skin on the outside. This was much more advanced. I was shown inside their skull. It was truly part human and part machine. The brain was human, but other pieces were wire. Some parts steel inside of bone with blood vessels. There are other parts of human muscle overlapping steel parts. All the parts were melded together in a fashion that made it almost, I'll read it again, almost impossible to tell where human ended and machine began. I hope you're listening. Then I heard the words, "He is trying to make the image of the beast." Now, I'm going to give you a disclaimer before I get to this next part. I'm not saying anything bad about any of these people, companies in this presentation. While some know exactly the evil they're doing, probably most do not know it and are not intentionally doing anything evil. So this was on Google Shorts. I want you to see that because that's what I believe is the number of the beast. Here's another picture I took in a Macy's. What do you see? This is my grandchildren making pictures. Now, are you saying my grandchildren, are they with the mark of the beast? They're worshiping? No. This is what they've seen in all kinds of movies and TV and coloring books. They've seen it all over. It's in their unconscious. See, they're actually drawing 666. And this is what they think. That's what's in their heart. I went to a Japanese restaurant. Look what I found in the plate. Very subtle. Went to a theater. Look what's on the curtains. Went to a fountain to get a drink. Actually, I pulled in to get gas, and this is what I saw they were selling. Then in Richardson, Texas, look at their building. Now, probably they were not thinking Mark of the Beast, but I'm only saying it's in the unconscious of people. When we were in Honduras, look at the cap. This was, I don't even know where it was, another place. I see it every place. This was in a hotel. This was a cross in that wall on a hotel. This is a fly swatter. This is a lady that's holding up her cell phone. And over the side, I should have got that a little inside there. Anyway, this is what it is. It's a 1 ounce fine gold, and as you can see, it's got a big 666 on it. This is another part of a gold bar with 666 all over it. This is a wireless mouse, and I'm out of time. We've got a new sponsor. It's sat123.com. Sat123.com. I'm amazed at what this company offers. They got satellite phones. They've got Wi-Fi hotspots where you can have internet. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is, I saw the mark of the beast, and he's talking about a chip. Now, before we get into it, let me remind you from 6:30 to 7:30 at prophecyclub.com and the other platforms you can join us in our Bible study. Also, effective January 31, we're no longer going to be offering DVDs, but we decided to extend it to February 28th. So if you want a Prophecy Club DVD and actual disc, then you need to go to Prophecy Club Resources. It's an easy way to get to it. Prophecy Club Resources, and place your order. Instead of $30 each, they're all $10 in each until February 28th. And also you can watch them instantly at prophecyclub.com, as long as we have the internet, that is. Also, site-wide free shipping at josephskitchen.com. Site-wide free shipping, josephkitchen.com. Also, if you want to get gold, or if you want to talk to them about making certain that your life savings or a large amount of money is not lost in some big stock market crash, which I just got some additional information on, probably making a program on that here soon, how the stock market is going to crash one day. Okay, anyway, 800, 200 gold. All right, so here it is. This was given November 26, 2024. Thank you for sending it to me. He came out with one, which I'm also going to read, a couple of years ago. I thought I was looking at the same one, but this has new, updated information. So he says, Brandon Biggs, by the way, this is the guy that saw Trump shot in the right ear 3 months before it happened. He had about 50,000 subscribers, and now they're over to 500,000 subscribers because everybody has finally found somebody that something came true on, which we don't want these things to come true. I know that sounds crazy. We want them to be warnings, not prophecies. We want the bad things not to come to our country, okay? I'm not saying it's Neuralink, but I'm saying it's a type of a Neuralink like what Elon Musk is working on. I'm not saying it is Neuralink, but it's that kind of technology. It's very small. They inject it in your hand or your forehead. It automatically links to the 5G towers. Since they were not everywhere when the Antichrist rules over the earth, it also linked to the Starlight satellites. There are literally hundreds of Starlink low Earth orbiting satellites already in the sky, as we've covered in previous programs. But when this takes place, there will be many more. They provide internet signal throughout the whole world. It is controlled by computers. I'll add quantum computers. When this Neuralink connects to the Starlink will make it be able to communicate to the chips from the Neuralink to Starlink, and I'm going to put parentheses to the quantum computers. And they will link together like buddies. So I looked up Neuralink, and it clearly says it's an implantable brain-computer interface. It's not a pipe dream. They're actually working on perfecting it. They're not working on making it. They have it. So what we're talking about is technology that is already here. We're not talking about technology that's a pipe dream 20 or 30 years down the road. It's here. They're just trying to make it probably a little bit smaller and better, do what they want it to do. And by the way, this is another reason I don't trust Elon Musk. So here's the way it works now. This is in the back of the head. That's what it looks like. And if you look at those little strands there, those actually go into the head. Now, I watched a movie. No, I didn't watch it. I started to watch it, but it's just garbage. But they put this right back here, and it had all kinds of wires that went into the brain. And they controlled everything a person thought. They could see everything they saw. They could hear everything they heard. So, again, it's not a pipe dream. It's not a plan. It's here. Let's go on. So when they inject the chip inside your hand or your forehead, it will communicate to the internet through Starlink above the earth. I saw the governments around the world start to use drones. Now, that's a big thing in the news here lately. We talked about that. Start to use drones to search for all humans that did not have the mark of the beast chip in their forehead or hand. You could hear the drones everywhere like swarms of bees. The sky was buzzing with thousands of drones. These drones use infrared to detect heat. If resistors had a big fire, people hidden in the hills, they found them. Smart Christians went underground and kept their heat low so the drones could not use infrared to find them. The drones were not able to detect smoke, only small fires. They could hear a gunshot to kill wildlife. They could detect it from a long distance off. They found the noise. You could not shoot firearms. Many of them were starving. They would get fish whenever they could, but they couldn't light a fire in the open to cook it. They had a small supply, but nowhere close to 7 years of food. This isn't just a couple of weeks living off the grid up in the mountains. This is going to be 7 years of hell. All right, now, that's his opinion, and I disagree with him because he is a pre-tribber, and I think that the rapture, if that's what you want to call it, the time we go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, takes place about 4 months before Armageddon. So we don't have to survive for 7 years. We have to survive, well, I don't plan to survive. I mean, as soon as I give my Lord, my life to my Lord for his glory, I'm ready to go. Probably you are too. I saw her husband, his wife, and their 2 children that were born during the tribulation. They told the mother, if you don't take the mark and the children don't take the mark, we're going to cut those children's heads off. And as any good mother, you would. She was freaking out. Don't cut my baby's heads off. I'll take the mark. I saw her right before my face take the mark of the beast. Then the children took the mark. But the father said, no, I'll never take the mark of the beast. I saw those men take a massive sword and chop his head off right before me. I saw his head roll right before my feet. I could smell the blood from the man. His head was cut off right before me. But the kid's mother had no expression. Now, hang on. Do you remember a song or a movie that came out? This is in the early 70s, probably many of you don't remember. But it was about these pods that came down out of the sky, and they would lay them next to someone. And when they were sleeping, the pod would recreate a clone of that person. And then that person would die, and this vegetable body clone would take over the person. And they had no emotion. As a matter of fact, if you think about different movies that you watched in your lifetime, there were a lot of cases where when they were taken over, they had no emotion. Remember? Okay, think about that. And that's what they, see, again, Lindsey Williams was told that they consider themselves good sportsmen, and they think it's poor sportsmanship to tell the unsuspecting goyon, the unsuspecting masses, what they're going to do. So they warn them. They don't necessarily tell the truth or all of the truth, but they warn them through news, movies, books, music, and things like that. So they sort of tell us, but they don't tell us the truth. And they certainly don't tell us the whole truth. Okay, let's go back to it. They had no emotions at all. You became like a zombie. It makes your mind instantly like a zombie. It's like, hello, hello, there's no one there. The children did not cry. They were not at all upset because their father's head just got cut off. His wife didn't even act like she cared. It was like, she's not there. I saw a man mowing his grass with no expression on his face. He was mowing his grass, but he was gone. It was the weirdest thing, seeing these people that took the mark of the beast were totally wiped out. They were mowing, but they had no expression. Then the scene changed. And I saw a man trying to commit suicide, trying to jump off a bridge, but whenever he did, it created peace in his mind, the chip did. The chip sent a signal to his mind. The chip knew his thoughts, knew he was standing there ready to jump off this major bridge to end his life. Then suddenly the chip caused him to calm down. He just stepped back and walked away. There was no way to even do anything physically to yourself. It would not allow you to have free will anymore. You could not commit suicide. You couldn't get out of this. If you were trying to do anything stupid like riot or steal or do anything like that to your mind would not let you do that. Not to everyone, but on some, it also caused a sore. A massive boil on the skin. It looked like a burn. It popped up like a boil on their hand. And when they first get it, there's a black circle around the sore. On some, it starts oozing, even on the forehead. It's like it had a reaction with some of the people. It's not a grain of rice. It's a little square chip injected into your body. It messes with your mind. It creates a signal to calm you down. It alters your personality. It sends waves to your brain. It causes you to calm down like a zombie state. Every single town had roadblocks, barricades, checkpoints, checking everybody coming in or going out of the town. To get supplies like groceries, medical, go to the doctor, you had to have the chip. Men in these black outfits scanned you. I saw people on foot trying to go in there. I saw a woman who had tried to draw the mark of the beast sore. She was desperate to get food, medical supplies, but they saw she was faking it. There was no mercy. No mercy. Her head was instantly cut off right then, right there. They killed her right there. They cut her head off. It just rolled down the street, and nobody cared. The people were like zombies. They were all standing in line. And I saw big movie screens. Now let's talk about the big movie screens. Ken Peters saw big movie screens. Daniel Davis a missionary out of Costa Rica, also saw big movie screens. When he saw the big movie screens, that's when he saw the gentleman step to the microphone in Dallas, Texas, and say, "Gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The United States, as you have known it, has ceased to exist. All property lines are dissolved, and the U.S. dollar is worthless." Now, that could happen this year. I want to believe that that's associated with the new financial system coming in, but that might be associated with the new world order, the world government, world religion coming in, which may be the same thing. Okay, so back to this. I saw big movie screens, massive movie screens, big as high-rise office buildings. Every Friday, everybody dresses in white garments. They all dress alike in white robes by law. Now, that's kind of like what the Muslims do, okay? On Fridays, all the people are in lines and worship him on Fridays in front of the screen. For some, it's live. Some, it is recorded playback because the whole world can't worship him all in the daytime. It's a huge gathering at Masons and Freemasons temples. I saw them worshiping in Rome at the Vatican. They all have big screens. Big screens in Europe, Paris, Buckingham Palace, it's everywhere. They had huge screens of him everywhere, and all the people were required to worship him on Fridays. He created a flag. I'm about to show you that flag. He created a flag whenever he is ruling as Antichrist all over the world, and he pulls down everybody else's flags, and there's only one world flag for the whole world, and it's his flag. This is what the flag looks like. I'll show you. I had my son create this. These stars represent the 5 pillars of Islam: faith, prayer, fasting, giving, and pilgrimage. That's the 5 pillars of Islam. The palm leaves represented prosperity. By the way, now let me talk about that. I made a DVD talking about Daniel. And I show you in that DVD why I believe the Antichrist is going to come from the geographical region of Turkey or northern Syria, northwest Iraq, and why I believe his parents will be Islamic, but he is not going to worship any God, for he said in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. He's not a homosexual like some people think, where they think he has no regard for women. He has no regard for women because he's going to say, I am God. I don't have any desire for women. I am God, okay? And that fits with most of this. The palm leaves represented prosperity. The swords represented something about sternness and about ruling. Yeah, okay, sword. So I'll tell you what sword. The Islamic sword represents jihad. Now, what is jihad? Jihad is when you have your ankles and your wrists tied behind you and you're on your knees. And a man with a hood stands up with a long, curved sword called a scimitar, and they say, do you accept Allah and his prophet Muhammad? And if you do, congratulations, you are in Islam. And if you don't, your head rolls. That's jihad. They don't give you a choice. That's the 5 pillars of Islam. The palm leaves represented prosperity. The swords represented something about sternness, about ruling. This was all over the globe. The whole world was controlled by the Antichrist. It was a global system he was honoring. I believe Hamas, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS, because it was honoring them because they brought forth the Mahdi. All right, now let's talk the Mahdi. The Mahdi is the Islamic version of Jesus, or the Messiah. They believe, like in 33 AD or something like that, I forget the number, that the Mahdi fell into a well, and I believe it's in Iraq. That's in the DVD too many years ago. And they believe that in the last days, in a time of great conflict, the Mahdi will rise out of the well and come into taking over the world. He will rule the world. Well, that's what the Bible says, that the image that the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit. What would we think if we saw him come out of the bottomless pit? We might say, oh, well, that's the Mahdi coming out of the well, okay? In other words, the Christian Messiah is the Islamic Mahdi. Oh, here's another thing. I was in Kansas City in a pastor's office, and he had this wood carving on his desk. And I said, "What's that?" He said, "Well, when it sets upright, it says," I think he said Adonai. No, Elohim. He said, "But if I turn it over, it's Arabic for Allah." Allah? In other words, it's exactly the opposite. So the one side is Jesus, the other side is Mahdi, or one side is Messiah, the other side is Adi. One side is Adonai, Elohim, and the other side was Allah. Exactly the opposite. Well, that's what the devil does, exactly the opposite. Okay, let's go on. Because it was honoring them because they brought forth the Mahdi. That's what everybody called him, the Mahdi. Everybody was required to worship him on Fridays. I saw these massive looking like army tank cars with men with solid black outfits with black shields totally covering their faces. By the way, this is edited because he stumbles and stammers all over the place and da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so I made it readable. They would drive up in these Hummer-looking cars with blue lights in them, almost like black lights inside of the Hummer cars at night. They would jump out and the Christians ran as fast as they could to try to get away from them. But the men jumped out of the Hummer-type cars with these guns that I've never seen before. They look kind of like a horn. I've been told these stun guns actually exist. They're still in the prototype stages, but they actually exist. It sent out a pulse and knocked the people out, unconscious, for a couple of minutes. In other words, give them time to get over there and handcuff the people. They just pointed the thing in the direction of the person or the group of people and knocked them out, unconscious. There was no running away. It was on the Hummers, and the men had portable stun guns. They could just scan the people as they were running, and the people just fell, passed out. Here's the first version that has a little bit of different things. I think what's happened is he got this back in 2014. He told part of it then, and then he got additional information. I just gave you the additional information. So this is back in 2014, a couple of years before. I don't know if I was in the body or out of the body, but this encounter changed my life forever. The Lord showed me the Antichrist. I didn't see his eyes. I saw his facial features. I saw his clothes and the way he carried himself. I saw him in the meetings in Berlin. He was in Berlin whenever everybody surrendered their kingdoms to him in 1 hour. He was at a big round table, okay? He was ruling as Antichrist over the world, and there's only one world government. This is what the flag looks like. It was on every flagpole throughout the whole world. The 5 stars represent the 5 pillars of Islam: faith, prayer, fasting, almsgiving, pilgrimage. On the side were the palm leaves representing prosperity. On top of the leaves were the scimitar swords, the sword of Islam representing jihad, or how Islam recruits. Become Islamic or lose your head. In the Islamic faith, the swords stand for the strictness in applying justice, beheading. So this is what the flag looked like. Look at this. Try to memorize it. So we're talking about green, white, black. Again, green, white, black. Notice the 5 golden stars around the globe. And then you see the palm leaves with the scimitar swords on top of it. This tells you a little bit more about it. You can pause if you want to, and it'll tell you a little bit more about it. So the whole world was controlled by the Antichrist. The green was honoring Hamas. The white was honoring Al-Qaeda. The black was honoring ISIS. The world called the Antichrist the Mahdi. Everybody is required to wear white and worship him on Fridays. This is going to be on every courthouse in all the world. The mark of the beast is a chip that creates a boil on your hand. It's a lot like a Neuralink. It changes your brain. When the people get the mark of the beast chip, it creates an alternate personality. It alters your personality. It makes you calm. It sends out endomorphins into your brain to make you calm. It was very small, and the instant you get this chip, your body reacts to it. It sends a signal to your brain somehow and calms you down. It makes you like you're on dopamine, like you're all happy. Everyone is like they're zombies. They will use drones by the thousands to search the world, searching for anyone who does not have the chip. If your chip communicates to the drones in the sky, fine, you're okay. If you're without one, they notify the authorities. The drone follows you with all kinds of technology like infrared, and you cannot escape from it. The drone hovers over and follows you until the authorities find you. You either take the chip or get your head cut off immediately. They don't give you a chance to object or complain. You either take the mark or lose your head. No discussion. It's coming. Jesus Christ is coming. The mark of the beast system is coming. He is going to be called the Mahdi. When he got older, when he committed the abomination of desolation, he was proclaiming he was God. He had black hair with salt and pepper hair on the side, wearing a big turban. And I'm not going to say that. Okay. So this is what the Bible says. Now, Ken Peters said he did not see any kind of a chip. Who's Ken Peters? He had a dream 40 years ago. He's gone to be with the Lord now. You can watch his DVD at watchprophecyclub.com. One out of our 300 DVDs we've made, he's probably in the top 5. There's no one that questions he heard from God. And it's called I Saw the Tribulation. I'll repeat. I Saw the Tribulation. You can go watch it right now at watchprophecyclub.com. I Saw the Tribulation at watchprophecyclub.com. When you watch that, I think you will agree, he saw the future. He did not see anything about a chip. Now, I'm not saying there's not a chip. There may be a chip. Frankly, there probably is. It fits into the whole overall scenario quite well. But the Bible does not say there's a chip. But then, how would the Bible say chip? 2,000 years ago, when the word chip and the idea of a chip didn't even exist, okay? So let's read what the Bible actually does say. And then no man might buy or sell save he had the mark, that's one thing, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. And as I saw, as it were, on the sea of glass mingled with fire, and then got victory over the beast. That's the fourth thing. The beast, his image, his mark, and over the number of his name, stand of the sea of glass, having the harps of God. So there's actually 5 things. Bottom left, you see, can't worship the beast, or his image, or take his mark, or receive his name, or his numbers. 5 things. Absolutely cannot do. None of them involve a chip. Stan, do you think it's probably including a chip? Yeah, probably. Probably. But I can't prove the chip. But I can prove from the Bible it says mark. And since the number of his name, and since everybody knows, and it was 603 that's 666, bottom right is probably, at least that's what I think, that the number of the beast looks like. So there you have it. Now, left is the number of his name. On the right is the mark of the beast. That's what it might look like. Might not look exactly like that, but it's going to look pretty close to that. Same thing here. That's the number of his beast, number of his name, So it might look something like that. And if you want more details on that, here's the book you want. You want to go to prophecyclub.com and get my most popular book of all 4, Miss the Mark. And in this book, it has pictures of these. So if you want to show your friends what the mark of the beast, the number of his name look like, get this book. One's 20, but don't do that. Instead, get 10 for 35 or get 20 for $50. That way you can give them away. $2, okay? If you get 20 for 50, it's, what, $2 each. So, did I say that right? Anyway, pretty cheap to get the, and here's the thing. If they'll read a few pages, they'll probably read the whole book. If they read the whole book, they will not take the mark of the beast. That is pretty convincing on that. Get a lot of compliments on that. People really like this book. Miss the Mark at prophecyclub.com. Prophecyclub.com. Yeah, I want to remind you that Joseph's Kitchen still has site-wide free shipping. I don't think they've ever done this, but this is a really big discount on everything. Right now, everything there, you can get free shipping on it. And since a lot of the things that they ship, the wheat and all that sort of stuff, are really heavy. I mean, a lot of times they come on pallets. So to get free shipping, that's a big deal. Joseph's, with an S, kitchen.com. Also, if you watched the program yesterday, I interviewed Jonathan Rose, and he's with Genesis Gold Group or prophecyclubgold.com. Get a hold of him, 800-200-GOLD. Also, if you want some prepper bars, there's the phone number. And if you want to, now for the first time, if you have crypto and you want to put that into an IRA, for the first time, they've just set it up, you can call these guys, or actually you go to the website, blocktrustira.com, blocktrustira.com, and it'll tell you all about it. If you don't even understand crypto, he says that place will help you to understand it. I'd recommend you get potassium iodide at prophecyclub.com. When a nuclear device is detonated, the wind blows the dust, and it's like fine dust, it's like powder, and it settles on everything. You breathe, eat, or absorb radioactive iodine, you pretty much can't avoid it, which kills your thyroid, killing you. But a simple fix is to simply take potassium iodide pills, which then floods your thyroid with good iodine, keeping the radioactive iodine out. You need 1 bottle per person per exposure for everyone from infant to adult, available 10 bottles for a gift of $150, which is what I recommend, or $20 a bottle at prophecyclub.com. Shelf life 5 to 8 years, potentially more if you refrigerate it, or even more if you freeze it. Potassium iodide pills, prophecyclub.com. Right now we have them in stock, but so many people are ordering them, you may have to wait a while to get them.
Hello, my name is Taya Graham, and welcome to our special post-inaugural report. And it's an extension of our reporting for our Inequality Watch show. And today we'll break down what we like to call here at The Real News the second Gilded Age. And that seems perfectly aligned with Trump's ascent to power. Now, the first one occurred nearly 100 years ago, and it didn't end well. And now the chasm between the rich and poor is as extreme as it was in that era. Now, back then, wealthy industrialists like J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller ran the country, while elected officials stood by. Now it's tech bros like Tesla's Elon Musk, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai of Google, all of whom, mind you, had front row seats at President Trump's inauguration. And we thought this was worth discussing in light of his inauguration, which seemed to us like peak Gilded Age. In fact, there were so many billionaires in attendance and so many in his cabinet, I think it's more than 10, right?
Yep.
That we were wondering if it was some sort of like a fire code violation in the Capitol when there's more than 50 billionaires in a room. What do you think?
Well, I think billionaires are accelerants. So, yes, it's possible that they were treated differently in terms of accounting for fire code. Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
But you know what, in all seriousness, it's pretty odd that an administration that purports to be the champion of the working class is pretty much run by union busting, employee downsizing, planet killing, and private equity hoarding vulture capitalists. Now, the reason this seeming
Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is the prophecies say that DJT will return. Now, when I'm talking about DJT, you got to understand that I can't say some of those words on some of the platforms we're on. But that's, in fact, what the prophecies say. The prophecies say he will return. Now, Before I get into the rest of this today, let me just say, so what is wrong with this? You say, well, it's a piece of bread. You're right. It's a piece of bread I took out of this loaf. This loaf is a 1 pound loaf, and there's something missing from this bread. Even though it says it is whole wheat, there's still something missing from this and almost all of the bread you're eating. See, the story was in 1860, the smart humans decided that they were going to outstrip God and that they could figure out a way to where the flour would not spoil, because once you break the wheat berry, then it begins to spoil, and in 7 to 10 days, it's got mold. So they figured out how they could be smarter than God. We're going to take out the outside shell and then the wheat germ. We're only going to use the white powder part of the wheat. And that doesn't spoil. And they're right. You can put it in a bag. 5 years later, it's still there. But then, of course, there's something else they removed. And that is most. Now, not all, but most of the nutrition. So then they had to pass all of these laws saying you got to put niacin, you got to put vitamins, you got to do this, put all of this into the... So why not just use what God made? So the difference between this and what I made is this. That's the difference in my bread, whole wheat bread, versus what you buy in the store. The bigger slice here, this is actually cherry, cinnamon, honey, and vanilla mixed together. And I made this. So when you make your own homemade bread, you can make it flavor any way. You want jalapeno, you got it. You want to have seeds, sesame seeds, however you want to, you can make it. But the big advantage to making your own whole wheat bread is that it's probably the cheapest way to have long-term storage food, because most of your long-term storage food companies cost $9,000 to $10,000 per person per year. But at Joseph's Kitchen, they can show you how to feed your family for about $1,000 per person per year, and it's whole wheat. Okay, so what is whole wheat over the regular wheat? Well, you remember the 7 years of plenty followed by the 7 years of famine of Joseph and the Pharaoh. Well, that meant that the whole world lived off of wheat for 7 years. Now, I don't think that maybe Jesus said, man should not live by bread alone, meaning you should have other things that you should eat. However, about the closest thing out there that'll feed you not only good tasting, but also nutrition for your body is wheat. And so we recommend you go to josephskitchen.com. When you go there, you got to get two things. One is you have to get a machine package. That's the items that you need to actually physically make the bread. It's a wheat grinder where you put the wheat in. 30 seconds later, you have flour. You put it into a bread machine with 6 other ingredients. Push a button, 2 hours, 20 minutes later, you have a nice, hot, steaming loaf of wonderful that you made whole wheat bread. Slice that up. The slicer is even included. The beakers, everything. It's everything you need to make bread. Then you decide how much food you want to have. You want to have food for 6 people 1 year, 4 people 1 year, 2 people 1 year. You place your order, and they have it in stock. Because most of these long-term storage food places, they're out. Some of them are 2 or 3 months. Some of them are even longer behind in filling their orders. But at Joseph's Kitchen, they can ship within 2 or 3 days. And they ship around the world. Go to josephskitchen.com. I'm telling you that the prophecies say there's about to be a food shortage. And if you want to listen to what God's trying to warn us about, then you'll get this long-term storage food. All right, now, back to our topic today. I've got several prophecies here that says that DJT will be returning. Vicky Parnell, 8/31/22, says, I dreamed our U.S. economy collapsed. People were panicking. Others were committing suicide over financial losses by jumping from buildings, by driving vehicles off cliffs, etc. Our nation was in desperation and has stayed this way for some time. Now, that's a key. So do you have preparations so you can stay in the 4 walls of your house for at least a month or maybe 6 months or maybe even a year? Maybe there's some kind of pandemic out there. Maybe there's martial law out there. Maybe you can't get out of your 4 walls while you're home. Be safe. Our nation was in desperation and has stayed this way for some time. The length was days, weeks, and a few months. People were destitute. They were on the streets, no homes, no jobs, because there was nothing to pay anyone with. In other words, the death of the dollar. And we've been talking about that lately, too. Unless you bartered for what you needed. Well, for you to barter, you have to have something to trade. Barter stations were set up, like flea markets. Those who prepared could barter and had many items to barter with. Do you have items to barter with? Others had nothing. The foolish, who knew to prepare but didn't, were in worse dire straits than the ungodly. But they had watched the signs moved to action by the servants of God with their understanding to prepare so your little children would be able to barter with something for their needs. The government was still intact, having hoarded gold and silver, but the presidency, and here it is, presidency had changed hands. And now we were governed by a woman president. Now, stay with me, this is important, who set about to destroy our nation even further by signing one executive order after another. She was undoing as much good and creating chaos as bills and laws were changed, so that no one clearly understood any of the laws and bills. So she just signed an executive order, and the laws are coming out so fast, making our heads swim. Nobody knows what to do. The lawyers that were connected with the government or who had their own ability to stand up and running were furiously trying to determine the rights and laws of the remaining people. Even the law officers who were left. Robbery and murder escalated. Rape and promiscuity increased. America will be a nation in total chaos. While disaster and plagues are hitting us and our world, illnesses, new and old, were running rampant. And then everything froze. And I heard a voice say the words I cannot say. She cannot say the words she heard. Then the dream begins advancing again in slow motion. I see the White House. I see an exchange of power. The woman, K.H., and her aide, her helping her hand, I'll let you read the words there, E.D., I won't say the name, but I see her name above her head. She is an older white woman with brown hair, and they're being removed from the White House. Our nation is in chaos. The citizens pay very little attention to who is in the White House until an announcement goes over the nationwide that a king, let me tell you who I think the king is. I think it's referring to DJT. Remember that Dmitry was told that the fall of America would start with an internal revolution in America, started by the communists. Some of the people will start fighting against the government. The government will be busy with internal problems. Then from the oceans, Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America, Mexico, and 2 other countries will attack and defeat America in 1 day and 1 hour. So great riches will come to naught. There's more, but let's go on here. The citizens pay very little attention to who is in the White House until an announcement goes over nationwide that a king has returned with armed forces in tow. That's the internal revolution, in my opinion. A king has returned with armed forces in tow, and the announcing of all that he has done is publicized. When the public finally realizes what's happened, happiness is felt for the first time for many who are not saved, and even some who are, for the first time since the economy collapsed. Some hailed us king as our savior. Some don't care, while others go deeper into prayer, realizing exactly what this really means. It really means a time of war coming to our nation is now upon us. It means that is the internal revolution that was spoken of or spoken to Dmitry Dudman back in 1984. So when DJT comes back into power, most people will say it's a good thing. And I believe it is a good thing briefly. So in my opinion, this guy is a good guy. Now, he's not Jesus. I'm not saying he's Jesus. But I think he is at least trying to straighten some things out. And I also put this into another program, 120 of 2021. You can go and look that up and listen to that program. Here's another one, 8/5 of 2021. These are other programs that talked about this. So if you want more information on it, you can go there. 8/23/22, the King and Queen, Vicky Goforth Parnell. And this little lady seems to be really hearing from God. She says, a king to fall has fallen. I think it's talking about JB, is either dead at this time or he is really already dead. A lot of people say he's already dead. This is just an actor. A queen shall rise for a moment of time, KH, according to several other prophecies, before the rightful king, DJT, assumes his throne, his seat of power. It's time, a rejoicing for some and an uproar for others. Some of the people start fighting against the government. A moment of false peace before terror begins upon your once great nation and world. All will hear this announcement upon the winds of change. The king is dead. Now, I think it's saying that we don't have long before this JB guy is out of the picture. Now let's go to the most credible source I know, Henry Gruver. I met Henry Gruver back in 1989 in Omaha, Nebraska. I've had him in my home many times. I knew Henry. I knew his wonderful wife. They've both gone to be with the Lord. I can tell you many stories. I know that when Henry Gruver says the Lord spoke, the Lord really spoke. He said, I opened the door to see DJT and his wife, dressed like a king. His wife is carrying his shawl on her left arm, made of gold tweed with big royal jewels in it. Mr. DJT, to what do I owe this honor of your visit? And he said, oh, Henry, never mind. We're family. This is just a family visit. I just came to see you. He sits, and his wife puts his shawl over his shoulders, and it drapes down in front of him and stands beside him. You see, that's respect. He's getting respect from his wife. He's a king. He's not a president. Why? Because a president has limited powers according to what the people give him, what the Congress gives him. But a king, like King Nebuchadnezzar, whom he would, he slew. Whom he would, he kept alive. That's the power of a king. And I hope he has that kind of power, and I hope he sets this nation back in order. And I'd like to think that we have another 40 years once he comes back to set it in order. I said I'd like to. Probably don't think so, but I can tell you what, we better pray. That's the reason I'm calling the Solemn September Assembly September 24th. Yes, 24th. And that's Saturday, 9:30 in the morning. Go to prophecyclub.com, gives you all of the details. 9:30 in the morning it starts. Shofars blow precisely at 9:32 a.m. That's the declaration of war against the devil. We're going to pray for America. We're gathering under one name, Jesus, to do one thing, pray for America. And it's going to go on until 9 o'clock that night. He says his wife puts his shawl on his shoulders and drapes it down over the front of him and stands beside him. It is beautiful, made for royalty. The whole visit was strictly family. He was asking about our different children and how they were doing and how we were, just a visit. Finally, he stands up and says, well, I've got a lot to do. You know, I'll be back. I'll be back. See, it says it twice. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let a thing be established. So in the audible voice of God here says it twice. It's saying you can count on it. After the limo drives off, I wave my arms trying to tell him he left his shawl. I hear this voice speak from behind me saying, he'll be back. That's 3 times. So when Henry says this has happened, I believe it. Vicky Goforth Parnell again. I'm in bed. The screen lights up on my cell phone. I hear the voice of DJT announcing inbound nuclear weapons have been confirmed. He names targeted states. Now, that says, a confirmation, it says that DJT is going to be in power, and that when he is in power, America is attacked. Terry Bennett said, I saw in the governmental arena that we'll go through a dramatic change in our American government. There will be a time of anarchy and chaos, and for a while we'll have a fractional government, which means basically our government come down to the state level because the military steps in and seizes control of our federal government. What do you call that? You call that an internal revolution. Now, when they step in, apparently there's a lot of bad guys that are arrested and rounded up and handed out justice, because it says that basically our government comes down to a state level because the military steps in and arrests a bunch of the bad guys within our government. You'd call it a coup, but in all honesty, it'll be to help our nation. That's why the military will step in. Barry Wunsch, 2021, says, I woke up at 1:30. I saw on the front cover of the newspaper, Victory, DJT, of course it had his real name there, Victory, DJT sweeps the nation. It was a time for the nation to celebrate. Like a time after a war, the celebration comes. I saw masses of people coming out into the streets with American flags celebrating. There was still some work to be done. There was still high tension in the air. I was taken to a fence line outside of the White House and saw a huge crowd gathering. The American people came out onto the streets to see what was going on. And I saw people who had conspired and engineered evil surrounded inside the White House with nowhere to run, nowhere to escape. It was the end for them. I saw military troops supporting for safety enter the White House and other buildings and escort out the evil ones like prisoners of war. Brought out onto the front lawn of the White House, lined up row upon row, in handcuffs and shackles like prisoners of war. Their day was over. The crowd cheered with a great outburst as each group was brought out and put on display. The people in the streets cheered as evil was being dealt with. The patriots were singing anthems and songs of victory in the streets, giving thanks to God. All the corrupted ones were extracted and marched into the streets, surrounded by army, marching them through the streets in humiliation. They were about to face the consequences for all their evil and corruption. They were brought into a portable holding area like a mobile army base for processing to face righteous judges. They were going on trial, facing justice for the highest of consequences, and would get all that they had coming to them for their crimes against humanity. Then I'm taken to the inauguration ceremony for DJT. Surrounded by military, DJT is inaugurated as the, I don't know if I should say that word, as the P of the United States. There was no showboating. This was serious business. The job was finished, and it was time to heal and rebuild. I saw the public opposed to DJT instantly see the truth. They could no longer deny. They could now see the evil that had been done by these corrupt ones, and that spirit of anarchy in them had just been broken. I saw big military cargo planes, open ramps, and special teams from the United States loaded pallets of legal documents, departing to other nations to go and do likewise to foreign dignitaries awaiting their arrival in other nations. Plans were strategically set in place to arrest and bring foreign corrupt leaders to justice. The world will never be the same. I watched them deploy into nation after nation, and they rejoiced in the streets as justice was served and freedom. Freedom, truth, and righteousness flowed like waters. Those who were left standing had a great reward. It was revival time, a time to heal. So great things are coming. Now remember, Dmitri Duda was told in 1984, and I've got it in writing here, the fall of America will start with an internal revolution in America started by the communists. And I think that is started by the communists is most likely what the cheating that went on in November of 2020. You know what I'm saying? Then from the oceans, Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America, Mexico, and two other countries attack and defeat the Russians. Terry Bennett was told, back in 2001, for a while, we will have a fractional government. Military steps in, seizes control of our government. That's two, and I've got another one here. Jack Rigney said in a dream, I saw armored battalion of tanks, Humvees, and roof-mounted machine guns and armored personnel carriers with cannons go to the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the White House. Army personnel disarmed all Secret Servicemen, guards, police guarding those three buildings. Then the Army personnel went back in all three different buildings and took whatever they wanted. He saw the military take temporary control of the nation to arrest the evildoers and the wrongdoers, and that's the way the Constitution would have it done. Under certain circumstances, the military can step in and take temporary control of the nation in order to put things back in order, and that is what I saw. Jason Meeks, 2021. The dream started out. We stopped by an ATM to get some cash for the toll road. I put in a card, got $20 out, into the transaction, but I realized I didn't have enough cash. Put the card back in, only this time the receipt was $42 instead of $1.02 for the ATM. Now, the point being that one of the things you'll spot before this happens is the fall of the dollar. As we drove back home, we stopped by a major bank. The television screens were all showing massive arrests. An alert went out. Look, see, I know what you're saying. How do I know this true? How do I believe this true? You believe it because you believe the Bible. The Bible says in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let a thing be established. What's this? The fourth person that said the same thing? What does it take to convince you that this is God speaking? This is God, my brothers and sisters. This is the way he talks. He gives a little here, a little there, but when you get different people that don't even know each other, have the same message in a dream, you start saying, okay, this is God. So I'm saying to you, say, this is God. As we drove back home, we stopped by a major bank. The television screens were showing massive arrests. An alert went on my cell phone that DJT was assuming control as the new president. I expected people would be rioting and looting, but they were happy, celebrating in the streets, almost like VJ Day in World War II. The same thing the other guy. Now, the other guy lives in Canada. This guy here lives in Virginia, I think it is. In the dream, a man came to me and started crying, saying how his evil bosses had been arrested and rounded up, telling me he was now in charge of the bank. He was a Christian, had been praying for this for years. As people took to the streets in victory and celebration, we joined in. We jumped on the back of a fire truck to catch a ride in the parade because the streets were so full you could not walk. Everything was amazing, rejoicing. Then I heard a huge explosion. A suitcase nuke had been detonated within the city. I didn't see the explosion, but I saw the shockwaves from it. We jumped off the truck, ran into a restaurant looking for protection, meaning that there are evil people in high places that do have suitcase nukes, which, by the way, this is why I'll recommend you go to empshield.com. You get one of these devices here, just red on the red side of the battery, black on the black side of the battery, and the green attaches to the vehicle, the body. And then you peel off the back, stick it under your hood someplace, and it'll protect your car when an EMP from a suitcase nuke goes off. I heard a huge explosion. The suitcase nuke had been detonated within the city. So we jumped and ran into a restaurant for protection. The TV came on and made the sound of an emergency broadcast system like in the 1980s, with that emergency beeping sound that we all remember back in the day, and a voice came across the TV saying that we have tragic news. JB died. Then the vision shifted to KH and NP, plotting how KH would become number 1 and P would become number 2. They could put in place all the bad things they'd planned. Look, this is a whole other person, okay? But she's saying the same thing another person said. This is from Anita Walker. It went silent, and the vision shifted back to the same voice saying, America will not go without a P due to the EF of 2020. DJT is now your number 1 or your president, and the vision ended. I've got to move quickly. MidnightCry.com says, I woke to a dream that I had in the past. I saw a beautiful sky, white clouds all over. Suddenly, the sky went black. Massive pandemonium, chaos, mayhem, dead bodies, blood all over. I heard the words, it will begin the second half of 2022. I said, Lord, I need a confirmation. The very next day, I got the exact same dream, +1. It will begin the second half of 2022. In the second dream, I saw a young man delivering newspapers. They left the newspapers in the bags, and the paper boy would deliver them door to door. But instead of a newspaper, he pulled out a machine gun and started killing people. It was representing civil war. The young man delivering the good news of the newspapers of the media now had turned on his own country and people. Then on December 30th of 2021, the Lord gave me the same dream, he says, that I'd given me on the 26th and 27th. Beautiful blue sky, clouds, it flips and becomes black mayhem, pandemonium, dead bodies. It begins the second half of 2022. God has been very patient with us all day long. He has been stretching forth his hand to a stubborn, rebellious people, saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, but America would not. I'm going to show you something you've never seen or tasted before. I'm doing this impromptu. I just went out to my own bread machine, and I pulled this out. This is a loaf I made Saturday. This is my famous raisin, cinnamon, vanilla. This new loaf, the whole loaf would weigh about 3 pounds. Of course, I've already eaten about half of it. But I want to show you why you have never tasted this. Each one of these slices, you can see how thick it is. One of these slices is a meal. You eat one of these in the morning, one in the afternoon, and not only Are you satisfied? You're really satisfied. You're really happy. Cinnamon, raisin, vanilla, and yes, at josephkitchen.com, you can get the recipe. This is an upgraded recipe that I plan to be putting out here as soon as I get a chance. But if you look close, those are raisins, cinnamon, and vanilla all whipped together. You put that into a toaster, put a little bit of butter on that, and, well, it doesn't last long at church. As a matter of fact, they pass by all of the nice donuts and all of the other sweet garbage to get something that's really good for them. Now, what I would suggest you do is start making your own bread, whether you've already got Joseph's Kitchen or whether you haven't, get it. Now, here's what you do. You go to josephskitchen.com. Two things. One, you order a machine package. That's the mechanicals to make it. In other words, the grinder that takes the wheat berries, turns it into flour, which you put into the bread machine with 6 other ingredients. Push a button. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you have a nice hot loaf of whole wheat bread. Won't look like this because this one has raisin, cinnamon, and honey in it. Anyway, extra honey. And the next thing you want to do is decide how much food you want to have. You want to have 6 people 1 year, 4 people 1 year, 2 people 1 year, or just enough for one person. All of that is at the price of around $1,000 per person. Get you some homemade whole wheat bread. Why have you never tasted this? Because the grocery stores cannot and will never be able to offer this, because in about 7 to 10 days after you break the wheat berry, it starts going bad. Now, I know that I'm going to have to eat this in the next 7 to 10 days, but I also know it's probably not going to last more than 3 or 4 days. As a matter of fact, it's one of the best things I've ever eaten in my life, and I can't guarantee this. I can't say it legally, but let's put it this way. I've been taken off of my I've been taken off of my high blood pressure pills, and the doctor said that I have low cholesterol now, cut my cholesterol pill in half. And the only thing I can say is over the last year, I started eating whole wheat bread. So there it is, whole wheat bread. josephskitchen.com. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com is where I'll send you if you're thinking about getting gold or silver. I think everybody should have at least a fistful of gold and a fistful of silver, because there could be a time when you pull up to get gasoline and they might not want to take your loaf of bread, but you pull out a gold coin or a silver coin, and you're probably able to get anything you want, even if the credit cards are down, even if the dollars are worthless. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is Ashes of the Red Heifer, a sign of the end. Now, this is actually really, really important. I've got some very important information to bring you. I'm going to say that most of the information you're going to be being given on this topic is probably wrong. So I'm going to bring you the truth. Ashes of the Red Heifer. But first, I've got to warn you that there are more signs that there's about to be a stock market crash. Death of the dollar. Probably, if it's not September 23, 4, and 5, it's probably assuredly before the end of the month. Now, God has not told me that. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm saying that that's what a lot of people are saying, and as a watchman, I'm passing it along to you. Headline, UK banks changing account terms, which can now limit your withdrawals. So apparently all a bank has to do is just send out a notice saying that they're changing the bank terms, like we get from time to time. And, of course, nobody reads them. But only this, apparently, is saying that they can now limit how much cash that you bring out. So, being frank about it, I went down to the bank today, and I withdrew enough cash to last us for probably 30 days. Surely the banks won't be closed more than 30 days. As this switchover from the coins and the paper, switching over to whatever it is next, whether it's paper, I doubt it. It's probably going to be a digital system. So anyway, it says banks in the United Kingdom have begun changing the terms of bank accounts to limit or to refuse withdrawals. That's so big, let me read it again. changing the terms of bank account limits to bank accounts to limit or refuse withdrawals that, quote, may affect their financial stability. In other words, if they want to stop you from taking your money out of their bank, they can do it. Account holders at Yorkshire Bank, for instance, received notification that the bank changed account terms to say, we have the right to restrict transactions where we reasonably believe our financial stability may be at risk, such as actual or potential abnormal levels of withdrawals. In other words, if they think that there's about to be a run on the bank, a bunch of people coming after their money, getting it out of the bank, they're going to stop them. If a whole slew of depositors start losing faith in a bank and start taking their money out, then the bank gives itself the right to prevent you from taking your money out of their bank. Further confirmation, we are about to go into a dollar crash, my brothers and sisters, and you have been warned. So the headline from Most Important News says, why are Walmart and other major U.S. retailers canceling billions of dollars of orders as the summer now comes to the end? Well, that's a very big question, because right now, normally, all of the big retailers are placing all of these billion-dollar orders, massive amounts of all kinds of Christmas presents coming in. It's the Christmas rush. They're going to be buying all of the things to stock the Christmas shelves so that they can make, many of the retailers make enough money over the holidays to carry them through the other 11 months of the year. So probably in our lifetimes, we have probably never seen this ever happen. Maybe we didn't see it happen or it didn't happen, but Walmart and other major retailers canceling billions of dollars in orders just before the holiday season. Obviously, these people know something we don't know. And what do they know? Obviously, they know that not as many people are going to be buying things this November, December. Why do they know that? Because the dollar is about to crash. That's why. It goes on to say, do they know something that they aren't telling us? Yes. They're part of the conspiracy. These evil people in high places tell them, a lot of them own large portions of them, so they tell them, look, not going to be as many people buying presents this coming holiday season because they're going to have the money. As you see below, Walmart, Target, and other U.S. major retailers are literally canceling billions of dollars in orders ahead of the coming holiday season. I've never heard of such a thing, and by the way, I have to say I've never heard of it either. Never heard such a thing happening before, and under normal conditions, it wouldn't make any sense at all. The holiday season is typically the busiest time of year for retailers. True. And at this time in 2021, there was actually a great deal of concern that there wouldn't be enough inventory due to the global supply chain problems. But now, everything has changed. All of a sudden, the major retailers are feverishly canceling orders, and this would only make sense if they know that a severe economic downturn is coming. So if you believe that Walmart, Target, and some of these other major retailers know what they're doing, then I suggest you take steps, because now you know what's coming. It goes on to say that they've cleared most of their summer inventory out, and this is allowing us to make significant progress toward rationalizing absolute levels of mix, which will enable our stores to be well positioned ahead of the holiday season. Okay, so they're saying we want our stores to be in a good position for the holiday season, so we're canceling orders. What? They know something. They know that there's not going to be as many dollars buying products, so they canceled orders because they don't want them in their warehouse. And it may mean that it may not just be this year, it may be several years down the road, and they don't want to have all their money tied up in a bunch of Christmas presents in their warehouse that they can't sell. Target said it has reduced its inventory exposure and canceled more than $1.5 billion in orders. Goes on, Kohl's has also pulled back on order receipts. Under Armour said it made some proactive cancellations. FedEx believes a recession is impending for the global economy. Well, if you think these large corporations know what they're doing, then you better start making plans and know what you're doing too. It took me about 20 minutes to make these 2 loaves in my kitchen at an ingredient cost of about $12 each. In a time of food shortage and emergency, I'm going to cut each one of these loaves into 14 slices. Eat a slice in the morning, in the afternoon, I'll be satisfied. You want long-term food storage? You want to cut your food costs? Here it is. Eat 2 whole wheat bread slices daily for about a year for about $800 each. JosephKitchen.com's wheat berries come in a nitrogen-infused 7-gallon pail for long-term storage. Most other emergency food costs about $10,000 per person per year. That's right, about $10,000 per person per year. But at Joseph Kitchen, you could do it for about $1,000 per person per year. Now, to get started at JosephKitchen.com, you're going to need a machines package. That's going to give you the grinder, the bread machine, the knife slicer, all you need to make bread, and then you decide how much food you want to get. You want food 6 people 1 year, 4 people 1 year, 2 people 1 year, or just 1 person for a year, all at JosephKitchen.com. About $1,000 per person per year at JosephKitchen.com. Use the promo code Prophecy Club. Get you a $50 discount. JosephKitchen.com, promo code Prophecy Club for a $50 discount on your first order. Now let's get on to the red heifer. This is really important stuff, and this is Bible prophecy. And I know that some people think that this just makes their eyes cross and their heads spin and they can't understand it. So I'm going to take it slow and simple so you can understand this. Very, very important point. Daniel 9:24 says, 70 weeks are determined upon the people and upon the holy city. Now, what does that mean? In simple language, that means that God has assigned 490 years of judgment to Israel and the people of Israel. That's all it means. To finish what? The transgression, to make an end of sins, to make a reconciliation with iniquity, bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up the vision of prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. That means that to make an end of sins, that means Jesus has returned at the Feast of Trumpets. He's destroyed all of the sin on earth. To make a reconciliation for iniquity, that means to finish the transgression. It means to make correction for the sin of Adam. In other words, within 490 years of these weeks of judgment, all of the sins of Adam will all be washed away. It goes on to say, to bring in an everlasting righteousness, so that he that is unjust, let him be unjust still. He that is filthy, let him be filthy still. He that is righteous, let him be righteous still. He that is holy, let him be holy still, Revelation says. So that means that at that point, no one ever sins again. Wait a minute. What about those people that didn't take the mark of the beast but didn't receive Jesus either? That's right. If they sin one time, a morning star judge shows up, hits them with a morning star, they fall to the ground, a pile of ashes and bones. That happens as of the last Feast of Trumpets, when Jesus returns with the morning star and burns up all of the terrors and all of the fallen ones, the giants, all of the evil. It cleanses the earth. And to seal up the vision of prophecy means that after these 490 years, it fulfills all prophecies concerning the end. And here it is, the last thing, to anoint the most holy. In other words, to crown Jesus, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Now, here's a little bit easier way to see it, but since I've already covered this, you pause and you read through it, because I'm running out of time and this is very complicated, so I'm going to move on. So there's an explanation of what I just said. Now let's go to the next verse, which is not the point, but I'll read it quickly. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem, which was like something like 850 BC or something like that, a long time ago, unto Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks, 62 weeks. What does that mean? It's going to say that essentially, out of those 490 years of judgment, 483 of them have already been served up, leaving 7 years. Hence, the 7-year tribulation. That's all it's saying. I'm just keeping it simple. You can go in all of the dates and everything, get real complicated if you want to, but I know that most people don't want that. You just give me the facts. Okay, so I'm giving you the facts. Essentially, it says that there's 7 years of judgment left upon Israel and upon the Jewish people. We call it the tribulation. So it says, and then the Messiah will be cut off, but not for himself, and the people of the prince, that's the Antichrist, shall come and destroy the city, that would be Jerusalem. So the Antichrist is going to destroy Jerusalem, and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be with a flood. Now, a lot of people think, oh, well, that happened back in 70 AD. Wrong. Go back and check your history. There was no flood in 70 AD when the Romans sacked Jerusalem. That's not talking about that. The flood is not talking about water. He's already destroyed the earth with water. The next time he comes, it's with fire, with the morning star, with the breath of his nostrils. He cleanses the earth. So that's what it's talking about. After this, so the Antichrist shall come, shall destroy Jerusalem and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be with the morning star hitting them, and unto the end, meaning unto the Jesus returning, there's going to be war and desolations that are all been determined, all been assigned. Desolations means when the Antichrist sits on the Ark of the Covenant, proclaims himself God, he makes it filthy. He makes it an abomination. Now, let's go on to the next point. So I already covered this. I'm going to let you read that again so you can catch up. That's all it's saying. Now let's go to the important verse. And he, meaning the Antichrist, shall confirm the covenant. We do not know what covenant. And this is the reason this is one of the hard things to look for to know when the tribulation starts, because they're all the time signing covenants and agreements, and a lot of people think it could be a peace treaty, and it could, but it might not necessarily be a peace treaty either. But the Antichrist will confirm a covenant, and when he confirms the covenant, that starts the stopwatch count down in the 7 years, okay? When that covenant, but the problem is you might not notice that covenant. You might not even know that one was even confirmed. It doesn't say he's the author. It doesn't say it's a peace treaty. It's just that the Antichrist confirms the covenant. Now, that might not even require a signature. Maybe it's just a nod. Maybe it's just a wink. Yeah, I agree with it, okay? Here's the point. And in the midst of the week, in other words, in the middle of that 7-year period, he, the Antichrist, shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease. What sacrifice? They aren't sacrificing animals in Israel right now. No, as a matter of fact, they haven't sacrificed animals in Israel since the Romans sacked them back in 70 AD. So it's been like almost 2,000 years since there's been any animal sacrifice in Israel. So that's a big thing. So what happens, what this is saying, to keep it real simple, the Antichrist, when he comes into being, he will confirm a covenant. My guess is we might not even know that that covenant starts. That's the reason I think, looking at Revelation 6:1, I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard as it were the noise of thunder. Is something much easier to spot, hopefully. Hopefully we get to hear that 1970s horn honk or whatever that noise of thunder might sound like. Hopefully, and based upon what Ken Peters said, everyone will. Now, he should confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, starts the tribulation. Then, in the midst or in the middle of the tribulation, the Antichrist, what it's saying is he goes in and sits on the Ark of the Covenant. 2 Thessalonians 2:4 says, he sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. This is when the image of the beast and the false prophet both point at this guy and say, there he is. That's the man God. That's the Christ. That's the Messiah. Everybody got to worship him. Anybody that doesn't has to be killed. That's also when it is required that everybody take the mark of the beast. I think the mark of the beast will be introduced a long time before then, but I don't think it'll be required until then. In the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and oblation to cease. So they're not sacrificing animals in Israel right now. Now, enter the next explanation. So what the audible voice said to me when I memorized the book of Revelation is the 7 seals play over 7 years. That would stop here. 7 seals play over 7 years. The 7 trumpets play over 7 months. Let me say it again. The 7 trumpets play over 7 months, and the 7 vials play over 7 days. Seals play over 7 years. The 7 trumpets play over 7 months. The 7 vials play over 7 days. Now, with that in mind, here, in the middle of the tribulation is when the Antichrist goes in and sits on the Ark of the Covenant. And he says, I am God. You got to stop that animal sacrifice. So here's the big news today. This comes to us from Most Important News, but there's a lot of people out there reporting this. Is it just a coincidence that the 5 red heifers have arrived in Israel as Jewish leaders prepare for a new Shemitah cycle to begin? The Shemitah cycle begins September the 24th, which is why we're inviting everybody to get on to our Solemn September Assembly, September 24th. Go to prophecyclub.com and tell you all about it. Come and pray with us. You don't have to necessarily pray where you turn on your camera and your lights and your everybody can see. You can pray that way, but you can also just watch and pray along with us, and I encourage you to do that. That's this coming Saturday. Starts at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. At 10:32, the shofars blow, precisely because that's sundown in Israel. That's when the Shemitah cycle starts. That's when Rosh Hashanah, or the Feast of Trumpets, starts. So a trumpet is a declaration of war, and we're declaring war on the devil and his hand over America. And then it stops that evening, and we're asking people to fast during that time. Now, let's continue with the article. A major prophetic event just happened, and hardly anyone in the United States is talking about it. In recent years, a group of Western Christians known as B'nai Israel has been working with officials from the Temple Institute to search for a perfect red heifer. A red heifer, in other words, a female cow, okay? A red heifer is necessary if temple sacrifices are to be reinstituted. Why? Because the red heifer, let me just stop here and explain. What they would do is, and I'm going to read the scripture, but I'll tell you, let me just wait. Let me read, I'll explain as we read the scripture. A red heifer is necessary if temple sacrifices are to be reinstituted, but one hasn't been seen in Israel for more than 2,000 years. For a long time, the search for a perfect red heifer seemed to be going nowhere, but now, all of a sudden, that has changed. On September the 15th, 5 perfect red heifers from the United States landed at Ben Gurion Airport. The following comes from and explains that. Now, all right, let's go to the Bible. So, in Numbers 19, Moses was commanded to take a red heifer without spot, here it is, without spot, wherein there's no blemish. So if there was any cut, broken bone, anything wrong with the heifer, it was no good. The red heifer is a picture of Jesus, okay? So the red heifer without spot, no blemish, and upon which never came any yoke. So it's a perfect sacrifice. And he says you're supposed to take this without the camp. Why was Jesus taken outside the camp and crucified? See? Because Jesus is a picture of the red heifer. The red heifer is a picture of the sacrifice of Jesus. And that's going to be important here in just a second. Then Eleazar the priest shall take the blood of the red heifer. He'll put his finger in the blood and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times. See, Leviticus 16:14 says, once a year on the Day of Atonement, they were to take a goat, and they were to, it's a long story, one goat went free, that represented Barabbas. The other blood of that goat was taken into the Holy of Holies once a year. And the priest was told to dip his finger into the blood and sprinkle it before the mercy seat 7 times, eastward, on the east side. Now, when Ron Wyatt found the Ark of the Covenant, he said he found animal blood on the east side, but on the west side, he found the blood of Jesus. So it's a picture, see? Now, let's go on. So he sprinkled the blood 7 times, which is a sign of purification. Now, let's go on. Here's the big part. Numbers 19, it says, and one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin, her flesh, her blood, with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood, that's another sign of purification, and hyssop. And I'll tell you about hyssop. I don't know what hyssop did, so I got some pure hyssop, what do they call that? Pure hyssop oil. I'm trying to remember the word. Anyway, rub it on my skin. Oh, man, boy, it cleans like a white tornado. It is a cleaner. Hyssop is a cleaner. Cedarwood, hyssop, and scarlet. All those are cleaners. And cast it into the midst of the burning heifer. So we cast it into the midst of the burning heifer. And after the heifer is burned, then they were commanded to take the ashes of the heifer and put them into a kalal, which is a pot that is made out of the dung of the heifer. And then when they needed to purify the water of the Sanhedrin, or the sacrifice, or the altar, or all of the things they have to sacrifice, what they would do is they took that kalal, if you can see what I'm trying to say here, and then they would take just a straw, just a small straw, and they would dip it in there, and whatever ashes stuck to that straw is all that took. And then they sprinkled that on the vats of purification. Remember, Jesus turned water into wine? That's what he turned. He turned the water of purification into wine. So they sprinkled that before the water, the vats of purification. Then they take hyssop, which is a weed that grows naturally in Israel. They dip it in the water, and then they sprinkle that before the Sanhedrin. They sprinkle that on the priest. They sprinkle that on the sacrifice. And all of that ceremonially purifies it. Unless you have the ashes of the red heifer, you can't have a sacrifice, because you don't have a pure sacrifice, you don't have a pure priest, you don't have a pure Sanhedrin. It's the whole thing stems around having a red heifer. Now, here's the problem. You can't just take, like they're talking about, 5 red heifers from some part of the world, fly them in and sacrifice it outside the city, and it count. Why? Because for the red heifer to count, it has to be born in the area, a specific area in Bethlehem, where the animals to be sacrificed in the temple are born. That's the reason Jesus had to be born in Bethlehem. He was then treated like the lambs for sacrifice. He was wrapped in swaddling clothes. They only wrap the lambs that are for sacrifice in swaddling clothes, which is binding them all up so that they can't scratch themselves and make themselves not blemish free. They scratch themselves, there's a blemish. They can't use it, see. So they wrap them in swaddling clothes so that the lamb can't scratch itself. So for these heifers to work, they had to be born in Bethlehem, specifically in the place designed for sacrificial animals to be born. So they weren't born there. They were born in America. So as far as I'm concerned, and my opinion might not count, but as far as the scriptures are concerned, they won't work. Now, if they are bred and they have a calf, and that calf is born in in Bethlehem, and if that calf is born without blemish and has not even one white hair on it, then they can use that. But here's the thing. I don't know if God's going to accept, when the blood of Jesus is out there, I don't know if he's going to accept the blood of a heifer or bulls and goats again. Remember, the Bible says that if you want to do the sacrifices, you are a debtor to do the whole law. So you have to follow all 613 laws, which, of course, the whole point is for them to discover that's impossible. Okay, so now let's get to the point. So the first question is, so do 5 red heifers mean the 7-year tribulation is about to start? No, but it's a very good sign. And it also is here's another thing. Right now, even if they had a red heifer, even if they had the ashes of the red heifer, they still could do sacrifice because they don't have control of the Temple Mount. So that tells you that in order to get control of the Temple Mount, they have to give the Palestinians a state. If America forces them to give a Palestinian state, then God is going to split America with a great meteor and all of that sort of stuff we've talked about. So I think it's a sign. And by the way, another question is, so can the Jews start animal sacrifice using one of these red heifers? Well, of course they can. The question is whether God is going to accept it. But a bigger question is, even if they did it all right, is God still going to accept the sacrifice of a cow or a goat or a bull when his son's blood is standing there ready to wash their sins away? I'd prefer to have Christ's blood because I know that washes my sins away. I don't know if the sacrifice animal is going to wash my sins away. So if Israel starts animal sacrifice, does that start the tribulation? No. Can they start animal sacrifice and it not have anything to do with the start of the tribulation? Yes. Can they start animal sacrifice with one of these heifers? Yes. They could start animal sacrifice anytime they want to. It just might not be accepted by God. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com is where I'll send you if you're thinking about getting gold or silver. I think everybody should have at least a fistful of gold and a fistful of silver, because there could be a time when you pull up to get gasoline and they might not want to take your loaf of bread, but you pull out a gold coin or a silver coin, and you're probably able to get anything you want, even if the credit cards are down, even if the dollars are worthless. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Also, if you are thinking about joining us and being a part of the solution rather than just watching, if you'll go to prophecyclub.com and click on Fast Track, you can fast and pray to help Prophecy Club do what God has called it to do. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is the Russian bear is now pawing the ground. The paw is now striking, if we can just listen to it. So I've got also a little bit of an explanation before we get started today. You see that our account got deleted. I dare not say the word. And I want to explain to you why. So here's what happened. July the 29th, we got a second strike, which happened about 8 days after the first one. And neither one of them were valid, in my opinion. Then we decided, okay, we can't take a chance on losing our channel, so we aren't going to post. So as of July the 29th, we stopped posting on this channel, stopped it. Then our thought was, how can we violate the rules when we weren't even posting? Okay, how could we do something wrong when we did nothing at all? That's kind of like being pulled over and the officer gives you a ticket for running a red light, but your car won't start. You were sitting on the side of the road. How could you get a ticket for running a red light when you weren't moving? How can we get a strike when we weren't even posting? So that's our big, in other words, we were not treating fairly when we hadn't posted in 60 days, as a matter of fact. Not only that, but we went back on about 90% of our videos, going all the way back to January, and put them on private so that people wouldn't be able to view them, so that we would absolutely, positively not take any chance on violating any of the rules. Nevertheless, we still got a strike. So I'm asking you to pray that we get reinstated. And by the way, also, I might add, sad to say, that ever since we got off of that platform, not by our own doing, donations have dropped a lot. So if God has blessed you and you believe in Prophecy Club, you want to help us to warn America, if you could help us, now would be a really, really good time. Please pray for us, but also if God's blessed you financially, now would be a really good time. I also think it's important. Several people have mentioned that this is important that I say this, and I may even start out off every program with this, and that is we have active prophecies. I have 31 active prophecies saying that there are suitcase nukes in America. As a matter of fact, the best information is that there are 35 of them. And for that, we will send you to empshield.com. Promo code prophecy gets you a $50 discount. We have 14 active prophecies that say there's going to be a food shortage. And for that, we'll send you to josephkitchen.com. And you get a $50 discount if you use the promo code Prophecy Club. And we have 11 active prophecies say that the dollar is going to eventually go to zero, being worthless as leaves blowing in the wind. And for that, we'll send you to CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Just say Prophecy Club when you call. It took me about 20 minutes to make these 2 loaves in my kitchen at an ingredient cost of about $12 each. In a time of food shortage and emergency, I'm going to cut each one of these loaves into 14 slices. Eat a slice in the morning, in the afternoon, I'll be satisfied. You want long-term food storage? You want to cut your food costs? Here it is. Eat 2 whole wheat bread slices daily for about a year for about $800 each. JosephKitchen.com's wheat berries come in a nitrogen-infused 7-gallon pail for long-term storage. Most other emergency food costs about $10,000 per person per year. That's right, about $10,000 per person per year. But at Joseph Kitchen, you could do it for about $1,000 per person per year. Now, to get started at josephkitchen.com, you're going to need a machines package. That's going to give you the grinder, the bread machine, the knife slicer, all you need to make bread, and then you decide how much food you want to get. You want food 6 people 1 year, 4 people 1 year, 2 people 1 year, or just 1 person for a year, all at josephkitchen.com. About $1,000 per person per year at josephkitchen.com. Use the promo code Prophecy Club. Get you a $50 discount. josephkitchen.com, promo code Prophecy Club for a $50 discount on your first order. Now, the Russian bear is pawing. I just read this yesterday, so I don't want to have to read it again. The point I want to make is here. So the small bear, the Russian bear, it says that it began to revive itself, and Russia has revived herself over the last 30, 40 years, and soon it became angry. Then it began to grow larger than the forest floor, continued to become angrier, so that, here it is, that it began to paw the ground, so that when it pawed the ground, the earth would shudder. Right now, the Russian bear is so big and so strong, when its paw hits the ground, the earth will shudder. And Jeremiah 51, I forget the scripture, I think about like 51:9 or something like that, says that the earth is moved at the taking of Babylon, meaning when Russia launches all of her nuclear weapons, when they all hit America within 1 hour and take her out, so great riches would come to naught, it will apparently literally change the rotation of the earth, or change the, how do I say that? I guess the rotation, but it may be more than just its position in the solar system. I don't know how that works. God knows. Anyway, now let me get on to this. The point is, this Russian bear is getting very angry, and that's where I want to go with today's program. It's also important for you to know that there are some signs we should be looking for. Yes, right now we are looking that there could be a meteor, and I talked about that yesterday, that could be hitting America, even today. But I'm also going to show you some reasons why I think it, and I hope and I pray it's not yet. So April 15th of 2002, my wife, Prophet Leslie, had a dream where God spoke audibly to her. She was told that Arafat would go into the hospital 2 years later, 11/11/04. He died in the hospital just as she was told. That validates this prophecy. Then she was told that Israel will give the Palestinians a state, but it would be a temporary measure to allow the Israelis time to strengthen their military, and oil would be discovered in Israel, and I think I know who's going to discover that oil. You're looking at him. I think it will be oil that will strengthen Israel's military. Now, that tells me that it's not time yet. The oil will make the Jews willing to fight for the Lamb, then Israel and America will go against most of the rest of the Arab world. Now, January 22 of 06, she heard these words in an audible voice in the night. This is not necessarily the order, but you should write down these newspaper headlines. If you want to know when America is going to be hit by the Russians, these are your best 7 headlines. Omer ushers in Palestinian state. We do not know what Omer is. We don't know if that's Ehud Omer. We don't know if that's the counting of the Omer. She only heard it, but you should write it down. Catastrophe hits America. We don't know, but my guess is it's probably an earthquake. One of America's greatest times of need, so America cries for the world to help, and her good friend Israel refuses help to America. As a result, the Arab nations see their opportunity. They attack Israel. Israel is attacked. America sends troops. Then chaos reigns as Americans protest help to Israel. So the heart of the Americans is not really to support Israel. That's the last bad mistake we do. When America turns against Israel, God takes us out. Then she heard my voice saying, it will start with an internal revolution in America started by the communists. Some of the people will start fighting against the government. The government will be busy with internal problems. Then from the oceans, Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America, Mexico, and 2 of the countries will attack and defeat America in 1 day and 1 hour, so great riches will come to naught. Now, let's go to the headlines. This says, revealed, U.S. military bought mass monitoring tool that includes internet browsing and email data. You might be saying, what does this have to do with Russia? It has to do with the fall of America. It says multiple branches of the U.S. military have bought access to a powerful internet monitoring tool that claims to cover 90% of the world's internet traffic, and it's going to monitor people's emails, data, browsing history, internet cookies, just about everything. Of course, I'm saying I thought they already were, but they're getting more better at it. Now, let's talk about the internet. Let's talk about the media for just a moment. In yesterday's program, I said that it's reported that this new Prime Minister Lapid is going to go before the UN General Assembly, and is going to say that he is for a 2-state solution. In other words, splitting Jerusalem and causing a Palestinian state. But I said, didn't know if he would. And we also don't know that if America is behind him twisting his arm, making him do it. Well, here's the answer to that. In an agreement with the Palestinians, this is actually the Prime Minister speaking at the UN, this is his words. An agreement with the Palestinians based on 2 states for 2 peoples is the right thing for Israel's security, for Israel's economy, and for the future of our children. Now, I have to think that the Americans are twisting his arm to say this. Peace, now I want you to notice there's 3 times where it says peace. You remember when they shall say peace and safety, sudden destruction shall come upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. I believe that has to do with Armageddon, not this point, but Daniel 9:27, as we read yesterday, says, he shall confirm the covenant with me for 1 week. A lot of people think it will be a peace treaty, and sometimes I do too. So the point is, could it be that this 2-state solution, the signing of that whatever agreement when it comes along, is the start of the tribulation? I'm not saying it is, but we're watchmen. So we're going to watch and see if it is. Anyway, it goes on to say, peace is not a compromise. It is the most courageous decision we can make. Peace is not weakness. It embodies within it the entire might of human spirit. War is surrendered to all that is bad within us. Peace is the victory of all that is good. Sounds real good, doesn't it? Problem is, it's splitting God's land. God did not give Israel nor America the authority to split his land. It's his land, not Israel's. It's his land. Despite all the obstacles, still today a large majority of Israelis support the vision of a 2-state solution. I am one of them, he says. So the question is God going to accept this as the splitting of Israel? I want to say no. I want to say that when the ink is on the dotted line. And then is God going to say that this is America twisting the arm of Israel to give them a state? NATO intel classified as secret being given to Ukraine, some has come into possession. Now, what this article is going to say is that America and NATO are involved in fighting Russia right now. We are at war with Russia right now. And frankly, if Russia were to attack America now, I mean tonight, with nuclear weapons, they would have justification. What? No, wait a minute. If someone hits you, do you have the right to swing back and hit them? We're hitting Russia right now. That's what this article is going to say. America and NATO are hitting Russia. America is killing Russian soldiers. You remember there was this big hubbub back when we were in Afghanistan that maybe the Russians were paying some of the Afghanis to kill American soldiers. Oh, that's terrible. Well, it is terrible. But in our case, we are openly killing Russian soldiers. The word is that, first of all, our military machine, we sent them billions of dollars of military equipment. And some sources are saying that also we have sent them military men. And also NATO has done the same thing. And there's other nations that have sent them military men and equipment too. So in effect, we are attacking Russia right now. Let me say it again. We are attacking Russia right now. And if Russia wants to attack us and take us out, the rule of the street is if you get hit, you can hit back. So America is already hitting Russia. If Russia wants to attack us in a surprise nuclear attack and destroy America in 1 hour, as Revelation 18 says they will, they would have the right to do so, the law of the jungle says. So it goes on to say, military documents classified as secret from NATO have been revealed publicly, and they show the extent to which NATO is actively assisting Ukraine. Did you hear that? NATO, they've proven it now. NATO is actively assisting Ukraine with targeting information to kill Russian troops. So now, remember, I've been talking about if we had got two bullies in the parking lot, another guy is walking up to one of the bullies and handing him rocks. Is the third guy in the battle? Yes, he is. But what if he is telling him, look, here's how you need to throw the rock to get him, to hit him more effectively. Here's a bigger rock. Here's a better rock. Is the third guy involved? Well, that's what we're doing right now to Russia. We are involved in that fight. NATO is actively assisting Ukraine. I'll say it again. NATO is actively assisting Ukraine. I'll say it a third time or a fourth time. NATO is actively assisting Ukraine with targeting information to kill Russian troops. The release of these documents proves that NATO is, in fact, an actual facilitator of combat against Russia in Ukraine. What NATO is doing is actually causing Russian troops to die. I'll say that again. NATO is causing Russian troops to die. So, if NATO or America is attacked by the Russians, we can't sit there and say, hey, they did it without cause. Russia's going to say, you attacked us first. Do you see another way? That's the way it is. The documents below were secured by a criminal computer hacker working against Ukraine. The hacker group calls themselves Burigini or something like that. He goes on to give you a disclaimer, but let's move on. Here's actually a copy of one of those documents. Now, I don't exactly understand what this document is saying, but I can recognize the GPS coordinates. So this area in the green right down there, I thought that's a GPS coordinates. Let's see if that coordinates is actually in Ukraine. So I just pulled up GPS coordinates, and they have a place where you can fill in the blank, and it'll show you where that GPS coordinates is. I thought, I wonder if that's GPS coordinates in Ukraine. And sure enough, it is. I did not check the other two, but I think you already know. In other words, this is real. This is legitimate. NATO is telling the Ukrainians where to drop the bombs that America and NATO sent them. It's our bombs. It's our, we're not pulling the trigger, but we're aiming the gun. I think that's a good way to say it. We're not pulling the trigger. Ukrainians are pulling. Of course, I don't know, it could be NATO or American pulling the trigger. But for sure, it's our gun. It's our bullet. We're aiming the gun, and hopefully it's a Ukrainian pulling the trigger. So is America innocent in this? Absolutely not. Now, hang on. Why would American leadership do this? Because they know that the Ukrainians, for the most part, are really Nazis. They know that the Ukrainians are some of the worst people. And again, I know there's some good Ukrainians. I understand. I've got emails about that. But also, the homeland of Moloch and Baal worshippers is Ukraine or Kazakhstan. They used to call them Kazakhs or Cossacks. Today they call them the Khazarian Mafia. All the same bloodline, all the same people. Underneath Ukraine, there's unbelievable underground tunnels that all tie into their underground. I can't even say it. You say we don't have freedom in this of speech in this country. I'd love to be able to tell you stuff I know. I'd love to be able to tell you stuff I know. I'd love to. So my point is, what is really going on? Evil Moloch and Baal worshippers in control of this country are trying to destroy America. Why are they trying to destroy America? Because America is the police officer of the world. We are the wall that is standing between them and getting their man, the Antichrist, on the throne. So they understand they have to take out America if they're going to get the Antichrist. If they're going to have their world government, they've got to take out America. How can they take out America? They don't. It's only about 1 million of them, but unfortunately, they are the 1% that own the 99%. They are the people that own the governments, own the TV stations, own the radio stations. They own just the big corporations, Disney and stuff like that. They own it. They own it all. But they don't have a military. So what they have to do is get in control of America and then get us to indirectly attack a nation that can take us out. And Russia can and will, the prophecies say, take America out. So what they're doing is destroying America by getting us to attack an enemy that can and will take us out. That's what this is really all about. Ukraine has used, this is going on with the article now, Ukraine has used this type of information over and over to attack and kill Russian army troops. Other documents released by the same group shows that the Russian electronic warfare gear and the counter-battery radar positions and it gives the positions. Give 10 positions there. I haven't looked up those GPS coordinates, but they're probably all in Ukraine. Point is, NATO supplies such maps to Ukraine. They also include a detailed description of exactly is what at each location. So again, they send them the bullets and the guns. They aim the bullets and the guns. They let the Ukrainians pull the trigger. So are we in the fight? Absolutely. America is dirty in this. Of course, we're dirty because people leading our nation are dirty. So what can we do about it? The only answer we can do, my brothers and sisters, is pray. But that's very important because Jesus gave us power and authority over serpents and over scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing by any means shall hurt them. It's what comes out of our mouth that counts. That's the reason I'm calling you again. Right now, I'm speaking into the Spirit. I'm speaking into the air that everyone will come to. Of course, I guess this is going to be aired Monday, so I guess I'm talking behind the. So, all right, well, let's say you watch this and it's already passed. What do? You still got to pray. You can join us at fasttrack.com and pray for Prophecy Club. Pray for Prophecy Club to get to the sports stadiums filled with people giving their heart to Jesus. You can also join Fast Gap. This is where we fast and pray for America every Tuesday night from midnight until 4 p.m. the next day, and this is only praying for America. See, if you want to pray for Prophecy Club, you go to you go to prophecyclub.com, prophecyclub.com, sign up for Fast Track. If you want to pray for America, go to prophecyclub.com and sign up for Fast Gap, G-A-P, Fast Gap. Either one of those will get you praying to do something about this mess that America's in, and we are in a mess. In many cases, there are lengthy lists of military GPS coordinates, the type of equipment of each GPS point, thus giving Ukraine literally dozens of targets at a time to hit, and they've already sent them what to hit them with. So is America involved? For about the 5th time, I'm saying yes. Americans and Europeans need to understand this is not benign assistance to Ukraine. This is military, operational, and targeting information specifically designed to help Ukraine attack and to destroy by force the military of Russia. This violates the NATO treaty. I'll say it again. This violates the NATO treaty of which America is a part. We are violating our treaty with Russia. We're violating our treaty with the other NATO nations. We are in the error here. We have dirty hands. We have blood on our hands. The article says, this is Article 8, specifically from the NATO treaty. Each party declares that none of the international engagements now enforced between it and other parties or any third state is in conflict with the provisions of this treaty and undertakes not to enter into any international engagement in conflict with this treaty. In other words, blood is on American hands. Thank you, JB. Our hands are dirty in this matter. We are not clean, and if Russia takes us out, they would be right to do so. Let me refresh your memory. Dmitry was told the fall of America will start with an internal revolution in America. My guess is what we could be seeing this weekend is an internal revolution. I do not know that, and I'd like to think that the good guys will kick out the bad guys, and I'd like to think that God would give us 40 more years. But whether he will or not, I don't know. But again, I'm calling you to come and to pray with us. I'm speaking to the Spirit. I'm speaking to the ear right now. Go to prophecyclub.com. Sign up for Fast Track. If you want to see Prophecy Club win a lot of souls. Sign up for Fast Gap. If you want to see America prosper and do well, and perhaps God will at least soften and delay what we can't pray away. Okay, Terry Saka, CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Why should people be calling Cornerstone today?
I was actually watching an interview with a very powerful psychoanalyst, and he brought up Dimitri Duduman, and I was very impressed. I was like, Dimitri Duduman, that's one of Stan's main guy in prophecy. He was talking about cycles of market crashes and financial realignments. In the next 45 days, we are looking at such a severe possibility of a 40 to 50% market correction by design. And that will lead to an extraordinary opportunity to take advantage of gold and silver while it's at these low prices.
All right. So in your opinion, is it better that they get gold or silver?
Silver is very undervalued. The banks have to get out of the short position. So I think they're going to take it to this low as it is now. And that would be your best opportunity for return on investment, and definitely the easiest to unload when the time comes.
Okay. So how does it work? They go to CornerstoneAssetMetals.com, and eventually, they're going to make a phone call, and they're going to set up an account, and then the money trades hands. How does that work?
Yes, they either register on our website or they give us a call. We'll walk them through their options. Once we have cleared monies into the account, we can actually get the product in line for shipment, depending on what you order. It can take anywhere from 7 days to 6 weeks, depending on what it is. But once you actually lock in that order, it is owned and it will eventually be there.
Now, what if they want to buy a whole bunch of it, but they don't have a place that they really want to store it? Can you store it for them?
Oh, that's a big one. We have a lot of clients that they go upwards to 7 figures, and it's obviously better to have 40,000 ounces in a private depository than it is at home. And so we find a lot of people do store in a private depository. It's independent, so it's not related to any part of the banking system. But the important part is when it's there, you can buy and sell it very easy. And because Cornerstone also has an affiliated account at that depository, we can literally transfer the assets right into our account and wire funds to you fairly quick.
Okay, so it's not actually physically held in Switzerland, is it?
I would never be holding anything in Switzerland. I think that's the epicenter of Satanism, right?
Okay, so it's Terry Saka at CornerstoneAssetMetals.com, CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Go there, check it out today. Next is, I'll send you to EMPShield.com. If you use the promo word prophecy, you get a $50 discount. What is that? Well, it looks like this. This is the one that goes into a car, okay? And you put the red wire to the red side of the battery, you put the black wire to the black side of the battery, and the green one attaches to the body of the car. Then you peel it off right back here. Just peel that off, stick it inside of the engine compartment of your car. And the whole point is when the electricity goes off or when some kind of a suitcase nuclear device goes off, this is supposed to be able to stop that device from destroying every computer chip in your car. Because if every computer chip is destroyed in your car these days, you couldn't possibly replace them all. Throw the car away. So, EMPShield.com, promo code familiar with these verses. So let's take a second look at them. So this is Revelation 13. In my opinion, chapter 13 of Revelation is probably one of the most important chapters to understand in all of Bible prophecy, which is why I'm asking people that are coming to level 2 Watchman training to memorize the 13th chapter of Revelation. So it says, and he, speaking of the Antichrist, causeth all, that means everybody, every beating heart, All, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in the right hand or in their foreheads. And we know what that mark looks like. And that no man might buy or sell. Now think about that. If there's coins and paper currency, they can't track every purchase. For that to be true, every purchase on the globe has to be tracked, has to be monitored. In other words, the Antichrist has to get between you and everything you buy and everything you sell. He has to get between you. Okay, there's three things. We got the seller, we got the money, and we got the buyer. This is saying he's between you. That no man might buy or sell, save he had the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here's wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Now, with that in mind, let me explain. Today's money transfer works like this. You can actually give them cash, or you can give them coin or some kind of services, okay? Or you can hand them a credit card, which then has to go to the bank, and then the bank has to give it to them. However, in the system to come, this is the way it will work. Say one person wants to sell his lawnmower to his neighbor over here. Well, what he does is pull out his cell phone, and then that cell phone transfers digital cash from his cell phone to the guy that's buying his lawnmower or car or whatever it is, to his cell phone. But it's not cell phone to cell phone. Instead, it goes up to Starlink satellite, down to Starlink satellite, and it will probably automatically connect into any and all Wi-Fis. In other words, your passwords and things like that are going to be removed for digital money exchanges. That means if there's any Wi-Fi, whatever the strongest signal is, whether it's Wi-Fi because you're inside or whether it's satellite because you're outside, it's going to grab the most important signal. You have to get to a signal in order to make the exchange. And who's it going to? Well, it leaves one cell phone, somehow goes up to the satellite, the low Earth orbiting satellites. And who's in control of them? Well, that would be the image of the beast, the Antichrist, the digital ID, the digital currency. In other words, this is how the Antichrist is going to get between and make the exchange. And who's it going to? Well, it leaves one cell phone, somehow goes up to the satellite, the low Earth orbiting satellites. And who's in control of them? Well, that would be the image of the beast, the Antichrist, the digital ID, the digital currency. In other words, this is how the Antichrist is going to get between buyer and seller, seller and buyer, so that unless they worship him, they don't buy or sell. In this article, leohoman.com, the coming globalized digital money system, he says, just got the endorsement. It needed to proceed as the replacement, I hope you're listening, replacement for fiat paper currencies. Fiat paper currency is what we have right now. He says, I've been warning for more than 2 years. Well, in my case, I've been warning probably 40 years that the global beast system will be fully in place when we see the globalists succeed at implementing two key components. A global digital ID. Now, what do we mean digital ID? Well, I can pull out my wallet. I can show you a driver's license. I can also show you that I have a passport. I also have an LTC, or a license to carry. So I have three kinds of photo IDs, what they want right now. But try to imagine this. You cannot go to an airport. You can't go through an airport. You can't drive a car. If you're pulled over, they don't want to see some paper ID. They don't want to see some card. They want to see your cell phone, and you better have the approved digital ID. And that digital, in my opinion, I think this is the way the cell phone's going to work. Not this one, but a new kind of a cell phone, which my understanding is they've already made 7 billion of them. The outside cover, no. You can't put any outside cover on it. The outside of the phone, the front and the back, is always active. You can't turn it off. It's always taking your fingerprints. The camera, the voice is always activated. You can't turn it off. So it's always taking your photo. It's always recording your voice. It's always taking your fingerprints. Can't turn it off. So it's 100% biometric identification of who is holding that phone at the moment. In other words, you have to have a cell phone to access your digital ID, your driver's license, passport, credit cards, everything. It's your everything. Your cell phone is your everything. See, we used to think, back when Prophecy Club started back in 1993, we used to think, and there were a lot of people going around saying, oh, they're going to put a little computer chip size of a grain of rice underneath your skin, and then that's going to be read. No, it doesn't work like that. You are carrying your digital ID right now. This is it, your cell phone. So we were thinking that they would just put a chip there. We're already carrying the chip right here. This is the chip. So you get to the airport, can't get on an airplane without your cell phone. You get pulled over, car, you can't move your car. Your car is, that's the reason they're putting up all of these cameras on all of the lights all over. You're seeing cameras going up every place. And you look at the camera and you think, oh, well, that's in case there's an accident, then they can see who was really at the fault of the accident. No. They are tracking your license numbers, and it wouldn't surprise me, but what the license numbers will change to be some kind of a digital code, so it's a little bit more accurate and a little bit more easily read for the cameras. But you won't be able to drive on a street. You won't have access to any of the freeways, any of the airports. You won't be able to, again, buy or sell unless you have this digital ID that is tied to the digital currency. Now, let's talk about the currency. A global digital ID for all people and a new form of global digital money that will be designed to replace cash. They have been racing toward reaching these two goals, and 2023 may be the year they succeed. No, actually, I happen to know. The plan is by 2025 to have the system in place. Now, they're going to be taking steps even this year. And they would love to have it in place by 2024, but they're pretty sure they will have it in place by 2025. On April 10th, the globalists dropped a bombshell that very few news outlets have even noticed, and I will take the rest of this article to lay it out for you. He does a good job of laying it out, so I'm going to read it. We're going to talk about it. The Digital Currency Monetary Authority announced on April 10th that it will be a new global central bank digital currency, or CBDC, calling it a universal monetary unit. Try to remember that. We talked about it a couple of times before. Universal monetary unit, also known as Unicoin, which all of the world's central banks and commercial banks will be able to use for settlements of trade among each other. So I've been studying Bible prophecy for 40 years. For all of those years, we've been wondering what will be the way that they can get between the buyer and the seller so no one buyer or seller say he had the mark of the name of the beast and the number of his name. How is that? We now know its name is Unicoin. So what exactly is the Digital Currency Monetary Authority, you ask? Well, he says, I did a little digging. It defines itself as follows in a press release. The DCMA is a world leader in the advocacy of digital currency. Now, a couple of things I got to point out. Notice it says world leader. They're not looking for national distribution, national cash exchange. World leader in digital currency. Didn't they just say that's exactly what they're trying to set up? Yes, they did. And monetary policies, innovations for, here it is again, look at this, governments and central banks. You're not a part of it. You use their system, their digital ID, their digital currency, or you don't use it. You don't do anything. Membership within the DCMA consists of sovereign. Now, what's a sovereign? A sovereign is something like the Indian reservations, or a state, or a nation. A sovereign is no one tells them what to do. A sovereign is generally like a king or a queen that actually owns their own property. They're actually in charge of it. So when it says sovereign, that word means something. That's important. Sovereign states, central banks, commercial and retail banks, and other financial institutions, you and I are left out of it. Remember, Kissinger said, who controls food controls people. He who controls the energy can control whole continents, but whoever controls the money system can control the world. That's their objective. Why would he say that? Because that is their objective. So, long awaited, we covered this a couple of weeks ago, long awaited federal digital payment system to launch in July. Now, they've already begun taking, how should we say, sign-ups for it. They started that in June. But April. They started in April. But by July, it will be fully in place. One person said by July 18th. And I don't know exactly what happens then, but I'm watching the date to see. The system will allow bill payments, money transfers, and other consumer activities to move more rapidly. Oh, yes. We're so tired of these slow credit cards. We're so tired of these slow transfers. Baloney. They're not about making it better for us. They're making it better for them to control us. The Federal Reserve's digital payment system, which promises that it will speed up the way money moves around the world, will debut in July. FedNow, as it will be known, will create a leading-edge payment system that is resilient, adaptive, accessible, and designed to cut your head off. It doesn't say that, but we know that's really where they're going. Goes on to say the DCMA further describes itself on its website as, notice the name, look at the word here again, the world leader of digital currency, monetary authorities to enable trade, globalization, international payments. Now, if you haven't read Revelation 13, if you don't know we're coming to a world system, so that no man can buy or sell save he had the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name. And if you take that mark, you're damned to burn in the lake of fire and brimstone for all eternity. And if you don't take it, you lose your head. But see, most people haven't read that. They don't understand that. The first wave of cryptographic cash was designed for public untrusted networks. DCMA reimagines the net wave of cryptographic innovations engineered for adaptation to central banks. Okay, what are they saying? We're going to enslave you. DCMA is also trying to establish a unifying platform that will utilize one single currency they call Unicoin, by which their Unicoin network is authorized and fully backed by the IMF. The currency is powered by artificial intelligence. Yeah, that sounds real good. Okay, so what is artificial intelligence? It's intelligence coming out of something other than a beating heart with a brain. Image of the beast? Probably. What did that just say? It just said that this Unicoin, in other words, all of the some 207 nations will put all of their currency into this digital Unicoin. Now, the way that Unicoin is going to work is it'll leave a cell phone, goes up to the satellites, goes through the quantum financial computer systems or the imagery-based systems, comes down then in exchange. That means that the bank can control what you spend it on, monitor everything you do. They know how much meat. They know whether you've been driving too much. They know whether you're buying gasoline or whether you're using electric. So, not only do we have a digital version of the Bank of International Settlements, but, here it is, the big thing, we now have it endorsed by the IMF. That's a big wow. In other words, this Mark of the Beast digital currency system that we've been watching for 40 years started in April and actually gets off to the races in July. So what was written 2,000 years ago is happening in our lifetime. This may be the one big drop that we're all waiting for. Those of us who pay attention to global trends and assess how they're lining up with Bible prophecy. Governments can issue their own CBDs all they want, but that doesn't engender a globalized money system any more than if they issued fiat paper currencies without a bank of international settlements, which is known as the central bank for central banks. In other words, they got to be global. They got to have the top people's endorsement, cooperation. And guess what? They not only have the top people endorsement and cooperation, it's the top people that are setting it all up. In the post-World War II order, the world financial system has operated with the SWIFT system. That's what we have it in right now. And the Bank of International Settlements as the global conduits for fiat currencies. the glue that holds it all together so money can flow around the world. But that system, even in the electronic age, was based upon cash, paper, cash, coins being king, and the US dollar being the world's reserve currency. Alesh Shah, a crypto expert with Bank of America Securities, suggests that a truly digital money system is designed to replace cash once and for all. In other words, coins, paper, gone. He says, we are already moving to the world of digital currency. We think we are digital today. Now, this is important right here. We think we're digital today with our currency, but we're really not. We are electronic. He explains we always need a middleman. Once there's digital, however, you don't need a middleman. You can actually use it like cash. I give Harry some money, smartphone to smartphone, and that's the promise of digital. We're not there yet, but we're getting there real fast. And we will be getting there with digital assets and one day the Fed actually putting out digital currency. But even after nations and their central banks issue their own CBDCs, there's still a void that needed to be filled. They needed a digital framework that ties all of these central bank digital currencies together. More than 100 nations are working on rolling out CBDCs, but in order to have a truly global system, you need a centralized conduit, a framework, as they call it, which the nations will affiliate these new digital currencies. Okay, what they're saying is, once this is in place, and the globalized digital money system is married to the globalized digital ID system, which is being forged as we speak in accordance with centralized standards being set up by the World Health Organization. Here it is, here it is, here it is. Then we have a truly global system of 24/7 control over all humanity. This was written over 2,000 years ago, Revelation 13, and here it is happening not just in our lifetime, not just this year. We are only a few weeks away from seeing this. This is big stuff, guys, big. Why? Because the technology is associated with the central digital currencies and centralized digital health passports. That's right, no medical care. You can't go to Home Depot unless you have your cell phone and your digital ID all tied together. It's going to be far more efficient at controlling human behavior than fiat paper currencies and or paper or plastic ID cards in people's wallets. The old system of paper IDs, paper money, was sinister in itself. The underlying objective was for the state to mark you and track you. But the state used very crude tools, and because of this, one could still function, albeit in a diminished manner outside the system, using cash to buy what they want. However, the advent of digital will take things to a whole new level in terms of the elite's ability to control our movements, our spending habits, everything, our churches, and whether we buy or sell. We all know it's money that fuels the global beast system seeking to remake us all into transhuman digital slaves. So this announcement on April 10th was huge. This new platform claims to afford the world's central banks the ability to convert their own digital currencies into Unicoin. In other words, all of the nations, whether it's the mark, the yen, whatever it might be, will all transfer into the digital Unicoin, and then we don't need banks. We don't need governments. We can transfer funds person to person. But it's not really person to person. It's still going through the central bank system, which the image of the beast will control. For easier international trade, that's right, international trade is just so hard right now. This can make it easier. Lie. While also allowing more stability against the pressures of inflation and deflation. Isn't that what the world is looking for right now? Stability, safety, and security? The Digital Currency and Monetary Authority announced these plans on April 10th during the 2023 spring meetings at the International Monetary Fund and World Bank. So, let me suggest a few things. I have a racquetball buddy that grew up in Russia. He speaks broken English. And, Stunny, you have to understand, in Russia, if I accept Jesus, I lose job. That's the same thing Dmitry Duduman told me. In Russian economies, in Russian world, that's the way it is. You accept Jesus, you lose your job. You starve to death. So over the process of the couple of years I've been playing racquetball with him, slowly and at the right time, the right way, I've been able to lead him to the Lord a couple of times. I've got him to say, Jesus, be my God. So about 10 days ago, he comes up to me. He says, my son and my grandson are going to get baptized this Saturday. Fabulous. I said, well, then you should get baptized with them. No. I said, no. You should. You should get baptized. And here's what you say. 3 things. Now, see, you got to keep it real simple for these guys. As a matter of fact, he asked me to send this to him in a text. I did. I could pull up the text on my cell phone and show you. So I sent it to him in a text to make certain he got it right. I said, 1, ask Jesus to forgive your sins. Sins? What are sins? I said, well, like adultery, stealing, killing, murdering, those are sins. I had to explain to him what my sins are. Ask Jesus to forgive your sins. Ask Jesus to come into your heart. Ask Jesus to be your God. 3 things. That's as simple as it gets. Oh, I can't remember that. Send it to me in a text. So I sent it to him in a text. Now, I played racquetball with him Tuesday. I didn't ask him yet if he got baptized and if he said that prayer. But as I did send him the text, he read it. He said, so this is what I need to say. I said, yes. I said, read it. Ask Jesus to forgive my sins. Oh, well, say it. Okay, Jesus, forgive my sins. Jesus, come into my heart. Jesus, be my God. So I know I will see him in heaven. I said, now, what about your wife? Oh, she's Jewish. She won't have anything to do with this. I said, ask her. So I've been praying his wife would have the curtains pulled back and that she would see she's a sinner, and just because she's Jewish, she still needs Jesus. That's the most important thing. We're all going to die. Well, probably. I guess there's a possibility now that some of us could live through this, but living a long time is not our objective. Instead, building the kingdom of God, winning as many souls to the Lord as possible is our real objective. However, on the way to doing that, I think we can be a real blessing if we're prepared. So I would suggest you do a couple of things. I've covered this a lot of times. I've left this up so you can see this while I'm talking through this. We have 11 prophecies that say the dollar is going to fall. Bible says in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let everything be established. So when we have 11 prophecies saying the dollar is going to fall, 30% to 50% to 66% finally be worthless as leaves blowing in the wind. I think that's, I think the day, well, the Lord told me, maybe I should tell you that story. Okay, so it was June 14th of 2008. I had just spoken in Amarillo that night. Part of what I was talking on was the suitcase nukes, the Dmitry Duduman prophecy that Russians are going to attack, and also our vision to find a well in Israel. So before I went to bed, I said, Lord, I hope you're pleased with what we're doing because it's not going so good. I mean, we were spending $3,500 per seat in advertising, not many people showing up, not many people getting saved. And that night, I heard an audible voice. I mean, just like you're hearing my voice right now, I heard an audible voice. And Leslie, bed right next to me, she didn't hear it, but I did. And I even answered it audibly. It said, Stan, I will give you the money to drill the well in Israel. I said, the oil well in Israel? But there was no answer. It was like, no, son, I've said all I'm going to say. Now, anytime I say that, I have to give a disclaimer, and that is, I cannot guarantee we're ever going to get the money drilled for or hit oil in Israel. I believe that we're about to see the fall of the dollar. Later on, let me get this straight here. Later on that same night, and I seldom talk about this, he took me into a school. I literally sat in a desk, and he spoke to me for most of the rest of the night, and I'm sorry, I can't remember any of it except this. He showed me Leslie standing in front of our fireplace. She was holding up newspaper after newspaper after newspaper of those prophecies of the fall of America. Omar ushers in Palestinian state. Israel refuses to help America. And he said to me, audible voice, he said, when those prophecies I gave your wife begin to come to pass, people from all directions will begin to turn and listen to your ministry. When someone has 11 prophecies that they've gathered from people, people that don't know each other, people that are not conspired to tell a big lie, and they're all basically saying the same thing, that the dollar's going to fall, when you got 11 of them, Bub, that's credible. There is, in the eyes of God, there's absolutely no reason why anyone should not believe that statement, that the dollar is going to fall. Now, one of the first times we were told that was back in 2010 when Shane Warren had the vision showing the dollars blowing in the wind, worthless as leaves. If you're not prepared, if you're not believing that, how do I say it? The kindest way I can think to say it is, shame on you. I mean, do you not believe the Bible? The Bible says, in the mouth of two or three witnesses, let a thing be established. When I got 11 prophecies, these people aren't lying. Even if one or two is lying, what are you going to do with the other 7 or 8 that's telling the truth? When you got 11 that says the dollar's going to fall, time to get prepared. And for that, I'll send you to cornerstoneassetmetals.com. I can't give you any advice, but those folks can. Call them and say, you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to open an account at the time. Just call and say, hey, here's my situation. What do you think? Give me some advice. Free, okay? Call them. Second, we got 14 prophecies saying that there's a food shortage coming. I just today got the Kansas Wheat Report. I signed up for this about a year ago. And so every year they send me a series of reports. They get a group of I forget how many people, 28 people, that drive through 280 different points at random, stopping, taking samples of the various wheat fields, all kinds of wheat fields, all across Kansas. And they take samples and they analyze them to see what the wheat crop in Kansas is going to be. Because primarily, if you're eating bread, for the most part, that bread, that wheat, came from Kansas. It is the largest wheat producer in the world by far. And they're saying that they're down by, I think the number was 23%. The wheat harvest is down. Well, no surprise with scalar wave active changing the weather patterns, no surprise. There's a food shortage coming. We got prophets, 14 of those. We got 17 saying that a meteor is going to hit, causing a tsunami and an earthquake up the center part of America. I don't know exactly how to tell you how to prepare, but I will tell you that what I did, I just walked around, I was at least 3 days, maybe a week, Lord, all day long. Show me what I need to do to prepare. And he laid on my heart some things to do. As a matter of fact, I got solar installed, and I love my solar system. And you can get that by solarsurge.net. Joe, good guy, he'll help you. If you need food, the best long-term storage food that I know of is wheat. I mean, wheat was what fed the 50 prophets in the caves. Wheat is what fed the entire world for 7 years, during the 7 years of plenty, the 7 years of famine of Joseph and Pharaohs. JosephKitchen.com can show you how to do it. They got videos explaining it all about you. Now, finally, last thing I want to say. You You see that one that says 32 suitcase nukes? I think the count's actually up to 33. We have 33 different people that have seen dreams and visions and angel visits, including Dimitri Duduman himself coming to his grandson, Michael Boldea, and telling him and showing him suitcase nukes going off. For suitcase nukes, I'll send you the MP Shield. They got a little device. Here you go. Here you go. They sent me one to show you. Just like this. Black to black side of your battery, green to the body of your car, red to the red side of your battery, peels off the back, stick it somewhere under the hood. Takes 10 minutes. They got video show you how to put it on. You can put one on your car, every one of your cars, and then one on your house. That way, if you get a suitcase nuke close to you and it fries everybody else's computer chips, your car still starts. Your house computers and things like that still work. Your refrigerators that have computer chips in them still works, things like that. We got 7 people that say that Russia's going to attack in a surprise nuclear attack. Most important thing, ask Jesus to forgive your sins, to come into your heart and be your God. Then get yourself prepared enough so you're prepared and you're prepared to help your neighbors around you. They're going to be knocking on your door. They're going to be knocking on your door, and you want to be prepared. And you want to have plenty of, remember, I just bought 500 Bibles today. We're going to give them away in Honduras. I would recommend you have some Bibles. Matter of fact, I guess maybe I'm telling myself what I need to do. I probably need to get our office to get a bunch of Bibles where you can get some good quality Bibles at good prices through Prophecy Club. Everybody ought to have a stack of Bibles in their house to prepare to do some Bible studies when their neighbors come knocking on the door.
I'm Leslie, owner and founder of Joseph's Kitchen, and I want to show you how to make healthy, homemade, whole wheat bread for only a few $100s a year.
At Joseph's Kitchen, our ingredients have been packaged for immediate use or long-term storage. Go to josephskitchen.com or call the number on your screen to order today. Don't get caught unprepared. Go to josephskitchen.com now.
Terry Saka with CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. So what's going on in the world of finances? Why should they call today?
Well, China has laid out in a speech a few weeks ago exactly what they think of the United States. I haven't seen that in my 55 years. With China and Russia forming these reserve currencies, new reserve currency, we better be prepared because that dollar is going to be in deep trouble and we're going to need assets to protect us from it.
CornerstoneAssetMetals.com. Call them or go online, CornerstoneAssetMetals.com, or call them at 888-747-3309. 888-747-3309. Leslie Johnson had a prophecy back in 2011. She says, the Lord says there's going to be something put into the water supply in many cities of the nation. People will begin to get sick, some will die. Get a good, reliable water filter. You will not be able to trust the tap water or the bottled water. You must get something to filter the water you are going to need. That's back in 2011. So if you want it, we suggest you go to prophecyclub.com. You click right here where it says Berkeys. This is what it looks like. Currently, all Berkeys are in stock. The one I have is this guy right here. It's the Crown. It has 8 filters. I recommend you get as much as you can afford, and also recommend you get some extra filters. That's at prophecyclub.com.
فيزا بتستخدم أحدث وسائل الحماية من الاحتيال على مستوى العالم. عشان كده مهما كنت في أي مكان في العالم تقدر تكون المسافر اللي نفسك فيه، مع أمان موثوق فيه في كل خطوة.
يا حلو ده 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 يا حلو ده يا حلو ده 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 يا حلو ده.
في 6 يناير 2025 رئيس الوزراء
Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is asking a question. Can we just be happy now since Trump is in? Can we just roll over and go back to sleep? Can we just forget about the world? Trump's got it all handled. Is that true? Okay, well, let me give you my concerns. My first concern, let's talk about Elon Musk. And I'm going to start with a disclaimer. Maybe Elon Musk is a nice guy, just desiring to help. I hope he is, but maybe not. So my first question is Elon the man who will bring in the mark of the beast? Now, I played a video of a lady that claims that she was his babysitter and that she walked into the room. She tells the whole story. He was floating in the air and there's some kind of a portal and he was part of the devil, and I can't prove that. But she asked another lady, I think she said it was either her mom or Elon's mom, I can't remember exactly, if he was the Antichrist. And she said no, but he is the one that'll bring in the mark of the beast. Okay, I don't know if that's true either. I'm not trying to beat up on Elon. I hope he turns up to be a good guy. But I do think that I need to point out a couple of things. Okay, first of all, for him to be the guy that brings in the mark, there would have to be a few things that he's setting up. You can't just do that overnight. So to bring in a mark, the first thing he would have to have is access to some kind of a financial system. A financial system that is probably already in progress, and it would have to be a financial system that could grow and could be expanded to be global. Does he have that? Actually, yes, he does. He has PayPal. Okay, the next thing is he would have to have access to a quantum computer or a really, really, really big, powerful computer. Does he have access to a quantum computer? Well, I don't know for sure, but since he runs X, my guess is if it's not a quantum, it's pretty fast. Next thing is he must have access to not a satellite, not a few satellites, but an entire satellite network that covers the globe, that could be tied into the quantum computer so a person could pick up their cell phone type device that the little 11-year-old had a dream on that said would be given a cell phone that would not talk. It doesn't make phone calls, and you can't play games on it. It's only for buying and selling. And I read an article, it was a long time ago, so I don't have it that I can pull it up right now, but that there were 7 billion Tesla phones already manufactured. Okay, that brings the next question. Are they Tesla phones, or are they this device that you buy and sell with? Okay. So the next question is, for that to be true, Elon Musk would have to have a satellite network. Does he have a satellite network? Yes. The name of it is called Starlink. Do you see my point? There's more. He would also have to have a global network connecting every system together, kind of like one app that could access every person on the globe. That could be our communications, where you buy, sell, is everything. Does he have anything like that? Well, X actually is supposed to be becoming the everything app. So, does he have that? Well, it's not totally in place, but it's in progress. Next thing is he'd have to have access to U.S. data systems. Because you can't do it without the United States. Well, does he have access to U.S. data systems these days? Well, actually, he does. Right now, he has access to the Treasury, the IRS, and pretty much everything he wants access to out there. Could it be? Now, I'm not saying anything about it. I hope Musk is a good guy. I hope he really turns out to be a good guy. And so far, he has. But could it be that he started donating $45 million a month to Trump's campaign to get in good with him, and it worked? Could it be that he's come along? Next thing is he'd have to have access to U.S. data systems. Because you can't do it without the United States. Are they Tesla phones, or are they this device that you buy and sell with? Okay. So the next question is, for that to be true, Elon Musk would have to have a satellite network. Does he have a satellite network? Yes. The name of it is called Starlink. Do you see my point? There's more. He would also have to have a global network connecting every system together, kind of like one app that could access every person on the globe. That could be our communications, where you buy, sell, is everything. Does he have anything like that? Well, X actually is supposed to be becoming the everything app. So, does he have that? Well, it's not totally in place, but it's in progress. Next thing is he'd have to have access to U.S. data systems. Because you can't do it without the United States. Well, does he have access to U.S. data systems these days? Well, actually, he does. Right now, he has access to the Treasury, the IRS, and pretty much everything he wants access to out there. Could it be? Now, I'm not saying anything about it. I hope Musk is a good guy. I hope he really turns out to be a good guy. And so far, he has. But could it be that he started donating $45 million a month to Trump's campaign to get in good with him, and it worked? Could it be that he's come along Trump to buddy up with him so that he can become the guy that will introduce the new financial system? I mean, let's face it. If Trump were to look around to someone that could start setting up a new financial system, who would he turn to? Well, he'd have to turn to somebody that, maybe like had a PayPal, maybe like had a satellite network, can send up rockets, that has his own X system. Could it be? See, if you can step outside of the news for just a minute, and if you look at this through the eyes of a prophecy student, you could say, oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. You're right. Musk could bring in so that no man buy or sell save he had the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name. There's more. Okay, back to our question. Can we just be happy now? Now that Trump is in, can we just go to sleep? I understand that all across the nation, gold and silver sales are boom, down. I might also add that ever since Trump won, our matter of fact, about a month before he won, and I didn't see this coming, that our donations have just been really, really off. Well, we don't need Prophecy Club anymore. We don't need to hear what God says anymore. We don't need to hear none of this prophetic bad news stuff. Correct? Or maybe it's the calm before the storm. They say it's darkest just before the dawn. Could it be that all of this stuff we've been talking about is, instead of a long way off, it's not over the horizon, it's not at the end of the block, it's not at the end of the driveway, it's ringing our doorbell? Could it be that it's actually happening, but we're kind of choosing not to see it? Let's go on, there's more. A little bit of my opinion here. First of all, let's talk about Russia. Okay, remember, Russia is the nation who 6 chapters in the Bible, those would be Revelation 18, Jeremiah 50, 51, Isaiah 13, 21, and 47, the whole chapters. 6 chapters in the Bible say, and 7 people also confirm, such as Dmitry Duduman, that Russia is going to attack and defeat America in 1 hour. Don't forget, Russia has hypersonic missiles that we cannot shoot down. Oh, Stan, how do you know we can't shoot those missiles down? Well, first of all, here's the way it works. Both Israel and America are open about this, and that is when America comes up with some military item and we send it to Israel, when we send it, it's as good as we can make it. But them Jews are smart. God sees to it. And whatever military item it is, be it for attack or defense, they make it better. In every case, they make it better. And as you recall, a couple of months ago, Iran fired like 850 missiles, and everybody was very happy to say, oh, none of them got through. That's not true. According to HalTurnerRadioShow.com, and he's got inside sources, he says actually 8 of them got through. and it was the 8 hypersonic missiles that Russia gave them. What does that mean? That means that Russia has openly said, we have hypersonic missiles. Not only are they 8 times the speed of sound, but they can go up and they can slow down, and then they can go up and they can slow down. They can also go left, right, up, down. Okay, so you can't shoot them down. They've openly claimed, we got these missiles, you can't shoot down, and they proved it when Iran shot them and hit Israel. So in that Iran could hit Israel with them, America sure can't take them down. Okay, now I talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But this was a dream given to Michael Snyder. It's the scariest dream he's ever had. Now let me get right to the point. Hear the audible voice of God say, Donald Trump is an old school businessman from New York City, and he has a very unique negotiating style. When Trump is trying to get something accomplished and there is resistance, sometimes he will say crazy things or make very serious threats in order to put the other side off balance. But tell Trump such a move will not be wise at all, and that if he does it, it goes on down, if Trump follows his usual pattern of making outrageous statements and threats with the Russians, it will backfire severely. Now, what's that saying? Backfire severely. I think that's saying that it might cut the time between when Russia takes us out and now a lot shorter. I want to believe, and I'm about to show you the chart here in just a second. I want to believe that prophecy is teaching that the Russians attack America about 4 months before Armageddon. Now, if Terry Bennett and also You Be Ready or Byron Searle and another guy, if those are correct, when they say they all three kind of give the same date, October 5th, 2022, as the start of the tribulation. And since we know the tribulation, 2,560 days or 7 years or 3.5 years or time times the dividing of time, since we know that, I've looked up some dates. That would mean that the middle of the tribulation is 3/18 of 26. That would mean the end of the tribulation or return. Now, I'm not saying Jesus. I'm not setting dates. Okay. I'm just giving you my best guess. Okay. You ask what's my best guess. I'm telling you that's my best guess. So that would mean the end or return of Jesus would be 8/29 of 29. I want to believe that if that's correct, and I do not know that that's correct yet, but if that's correct, I want to believe that the fall of America is long about 4 months earlier. That would be like at about the 4th month, like in about April or May sometime of 29. I want it to be then or later or not at all. But I sure don't want it to be sooner. And that's the reason we're asking you to go to here. I think I got it up. When I get to it, I'll talk about it. But we're asking you to join Fast Gap where we can fast and pray against this. If Trump follows his usual pattern of making outrageous statements and threats with the Russians, it'll backfire severely. I take that to say that Russia could get mad earlier and things could go bad earlier. I don't want it early. I don't want it at all. But I'm only saying, don't go to sleep. Don't think Trump is a fix-all, an end-all. He's not going to fix everything. He can fix as much as he possibly can, but we're a pretty bad nation, and we've seen that. I mean, I was talking to my wife the other day, and I said, I knew that there had to be corruption, but I don't think anybody had any idea it was to the level it is. I mean, I can see where God would say, yeah, we need to just destroy this nation. Look at all the filth. And this just in our finances. So I'd recommend you go to prophecyclub.com, slide to the bottom, and join Fast Gap if you want to fast and pray for America. And I talked about that yesterday, so I'll move on. Also, if you think Trump is going to fix everything, then go back to sleep. If you want to believe his prophets, then I suggest you call 800-200-GOLD or 844-7176 if you want to get some of these prepper bars right here, okay? Slide about the size of a credit card. Get them gold or silver. And if you have some crypto you don't want to lose, you can put it in gold and silver by going to blocktrustiRA.com. BlocktrustiRA.com. Now, if you think Trump's going to fix everything, go back to sleep. But if you listen to what God says, you'll get prepared. Also, remind you, look at all these prophecies. I got 30. I've covered this. Matter of fact, the suitcase nukes took almost an hour for me to read through the 38 prophecies saying suitcase nukes will. Okay, when you got 38 prophecies in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses to let a thing be established, when you got 38 of them, I'd say that's pretty hard to pray away. That's probably coming without a question. Then 17, saying, as a meteor, tsunami, and earthquake happens, we think that happens because we split Israel. Now, I'm very glad to hear that Trump is now talking about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip and turning it into a Middle East Riviera. I would love to see that happen. I said I'd love to see that happen. I'm not convinced yet it's going to happen, and it hasn't happened yet. But if you think that's going to go away, if you think that there's not going to be any trouble in the Middle East, then go back to sleep. If you believe God's prophets, then you'll get prepared. 17 say there's going to be a food shortage. Okay, with all of this Trump tariff stuff, do you not think there's a good possibility that there's going to be higher prices? There's going to be shortages? Then 11 say the dollar's going to fall. 8 say there's going to be massive arrests. 7 say surprise Russian nuclear attack. Let's go on. Now, I have read this countless times, but this keeps coming to me, keeps banging on my heart like this is really important right now. This is April 1997, Dimitri Duduman. I knelt beside my bed to pray as I do every night before I go to bed. He had a prayer closet. After finishing my prayer, I opened my eyes, but I was no longer in my room. Instead, I found myself in a forest. I looked around, and to my right I saw a man dressed in white. He pointed his finger and said, "See and remember." It took me a while to find out what he was pointing at. Finally, it was a small bear who seemed half dead, Russia. Lying on the ground, this is perestroika and glasnost. As I continued to watch the bear, it began to breathe deeper with every passing minute. It seemed to revive itself. That's back in the 80s and 90s. As I watched, it also became angrier. That has happened over Ukraine. It then began to grow. Russia discovered oil, back in the 80s, 90s, and they paid off all their debt, and now they're using that oil not to line the pockets of their oligarchs, so much as they are using it to build their military machine, and they have built it. Soon, it was larger than the forest floor. What's the forest floor? It's saying all of the other nations. Right now, Russia is the primary military power on the planet, period. Soon it was larger than the forest floor, and as it grew larger, it continued to become angrier. That's what's happening now with Ukraine, unless we pray. It then began to paw the ground. I think that's the Ukraine battle. With its paw would hit the ground, the earth would shudder. The bear continued to devastate all that stood in its path until it came upon some men with sticks. I believe that's NATO, what's left of NATO after America's taken out. Men with sticks trying to fend it off. By this time, the bear had grown so large, that's where we are right now, it simply crushed the men underfoot. In other words, all of the nations, NATO, all the rest of them, coming after Russia, when she takes out America, Russia will just crush them. Remember, the angel spoke to Dimitri, said that God raised up China, Japan, many of the nations. They'll go against the Russians. They'll defeat the Russians. They'll back the Russians to the gates of Paris, where they sign a peace treaty, but they make the Russians their leader. Under the leadership of the Russians, all the world goes down to attack little Israel. It's Armageddon. Israel can't count on the help of the Jews in America. She cries for Messiah. Messiah returns on the clouds and defeats the armies of the earth. Remember that? Well, how did the Russians get back to the gates of Paris? Because the Russians came down and went past the gates of Paris. My guess is not just Paris. They probably all went all the way down to Spain and probably took over most, if not all, of Europe before they finally got pushed back to the gates of Paris, where they signed a peace treaty. Let me read on. I was stunned by what I saw and asked the man standing beside me, what does this mean? At first, they thought the great bear was dead. That's 1980s. The man said, as it will begin to stir once more, they will consider it harmless. Even today, most Americans consider Russia harmless. Suddenly it will grow strong, once more with purpose and violence. Now, let me go to prophecy here for just a little bit, tie things together. Now, let's jump to Daniel 7:5. This is talk about the Russian bear. And behold, another beast, a second like unto a bear, that's Russia. And it raised itself up on one side. If you look at Russia, a matter of fact, I talked to a Russian lady about a week ago, and I said, so most of Russia lives over on the western side? And she says, that's right, sir. And, you know, she had a strong accent because her first language was Russia. She was raised in Russia. So she confirms that. So most of Russia lives in western Russia. And it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. So when Russia starts rising, it takes over 3 nations. I'm not even sure that Ukraine would be even counted one. France may be one. Spain may be one. Maybe Europe. I mean, it's going to get real bloody before it's over. 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, arise, devour much flesh. So what was said to America? Well, what was said to America is that she was given a heart. And we are the nation that has a big heart. We give more than any other nation. Okay, we want people to do well, but that's not the heart of the Russians. Now, let me go to a little Bible teaching here. This is specifically Russia. In the world of Bible prophecy, there's not very many things in Bible prophecy that almost everybody agree on. But almost all of the prophecy teachers agree with what I'm about to say. This is what they all teach. This is Russia. And it's Russia coming down to attack Israel. And God makes Russia do this. And I'll explain. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, that's the Russians, the land of Magog, I'm going to show you that on a map, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him, and say, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I'm against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. God is against Russia. He's against that mean, hurtful, unforgiving heart. And I will turn thee back and put hooks in thy jaws. When Leslie was shown where the oil flows underneath Israel, back on October the 28th of 2001, it was in the shape of a fish hook. I believe, that Russia runs out of oil, and the reason she comes down to attack Israel is because Israel has the oil. And I will bring thee forth, and all thine armies, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. There's a lot I can say to that, but I'm moving on. We don't have the time. Persia, we know who that is. It's Iran. Ethiopia, we know who that is. And Libya, we know who that is. All of them with shield and helmet. Gomer, that's mostly Turkey. And all these bands, the house of Tagarma, that's also Turkey. Of the north quarters and all his bands, many people with thee. Be thou prepared, and prepare thyself, thou and all the company that are assembled with thee, and be thou a guard unto them. After many days thou shalt be visited. When does this take place? In the latter years. Thou shalt come into the land, Israel, that is brought back from the sword, Israel, and is gathered out of many people, Israel, is gathered back, against the mountains of Israel, which have been always laid waste, but is now brought back out of the nations, Israel's return, and they shall dwell safely, all of them. Now, that's a key. So this happens when Israel is dwelling safely. Is Israel safe today? No. October 7th, 2 years ago, they got invaded. All the nations round about them hate them. So they do not dwell safely. That means that there's going to be a big war. Israel will get back all of their land, and they are going to devastate the nations around them, and they will be living safely when this happens. I want to believe this is 2 or 3 years away, maybe 5 or 10 years away. Thou shalt ascend and come like a storm. Thou shalt be like a cloud to cover the land, thou and all thy bands and many people with thee. In other words, lots and lots of Russians come down. Thus saith the Lord God, it shall come to pass that at the same time, in other words, at the same time you're invading Israel, you also turn around and attack the land of unwalled villages, which I'll explain. I will go, an evil thought shall come into thy mind, and thou shalt think an evil thought, and thou shalt say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. Okay? Where's the unwalled villages? I could take 30 minutes explaining this, but I'm not. I'm just going to say that God has laid on my heart, when we get the money to drill the well for Israel, someplace in there, He's going to allow me to fly Christians and Jews from around the world to Israel and to build the land of unwalled villages. I believe that I will be involved. I will be the only one, but I'll be involved in flying Christians and Jews to Israel to build a place for them to live. That's what it's talking about. I will go up to the land of unwalled villages, to them that are at rest, dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls, having neither bars or gates, to take a spoil, to take a prey, to turn thine hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited by Christians and Jews, and upon the people that are gathered out of the nations that have gotten cattle and goods and dwell in the midst of the land. That's one of the things I want to do, is make a deal with Israel. Say, I want you to give me a large plot of land. Let me bring Christians and Jews from around the world here. I'll pay for them to come, but when their feet hit the ground, if they're Jewish, they're your problem. If they're Christian, they're my problem. And I want you to be able to let them bring their animals with them. Again, that's our responsibility to get them here. And also, I want you to give them citizenship, right to carry arms. I want you to let them to be able to bring their weapons with them, okay? Sheba and Dedan, okay, that's mostly the Arabs, the good guys there. And the merchants of Tarshish with all the young lions. Now, I'm running out of time here, so let me jump on. This is an ancient map, and this is the very best map that I've ever found. If you look at the top, that's Russia. If you look in the small letters underlined underneath the word Russia, it says Gomer. That was one of the people mentioned. Below that, in yellow, you see Turkey. Just below the word Turkey, you see the word Gomer also. Off to the left, you see Ashkenaz. Now let's go over to the far right bottom, Persia. And then underneath Turkey, the very bottom of the map, it has Israel. So this is a map that the Bible is talking about so basically these nations from the north, as well as Persia, all come down to attack little Israel, and God destroys them in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. Now let's go back and complete it. This is the last page. There shall come from thy place out of the north parts, thou and many people with thee, all of them riding horses, a great company, a mighty army. Thou shalt come up against my people Israel like a cloud to cover the land. It shall be in the latter days. I will bring them against my land, that the heathen may know me. What's he doing? Same thing he did with Pharaoh, drowning the Pharaoh and his army so that the world would know Jesus, and they're going to know him. This is a flood. There's not a flood with water. This is a flood with fire, the morning star. I'm going to skip on down, running out of time. God shall come against the land of Israel, verse 18. My fury shall come up in my face. That's when he goes with the morning star. The fire of my wrath, a great shaking in the land of Israel. That's where every mountain falls, every valley rises, the crooked places are made straight, the rough places are made smooth. That's what it says in the bottom verse 2. Now, where does this happen? Well, if you look in the left, in the yellow, bottom left yellow, where it says first fruits, that's the start of the end times. And you have to get my book, Secret Door to Understand Bible Prophecy, at prophecyclub.com to understand this. And then to the right is in the blue is the Pentecost, and then the blue and the yellow go to the marriage supper of the Lamb, the top center. Then in the kind of, I guess you'd call it orange, off to the right, seventh trumpet, that's the great harvest, that's the Armageddon, that's when Jesus returns, that's when we get our glorified body. Okay, running out of time, let me just say, just because Trump is in, don't go to sleep. Don't think everything is going to be okay. And by the way, don't abandon Prophecy Club. We still need your gifts and your donations. We still need your support, even though we're not getting it from our sponsors anymore because people aren't doing that anymore. So now more than ever, we need your gifts, your support. So God has blessed you and you can help us. Now would be a really good time. We've got a new sponsor. It's sat123.com, sat123.com. I'm amazed at what this company offers. They got satellite phones. They've got Wi-Fi hotspots where you can have internet any place. So suitcase nukes go off in your city. If you don't have to worry about that, you still have electricity. It can go right up and connect to a satellite. They also have marine satellite internet. They also have satellite radios so that you can talk back and forth, even though, in other words, it's not a phone, it's a radio, but it's satellite. So go check it out, satellite123.com. And if you use the promo code PROPHECY, there are several different kinds of discounts in there. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is most urgent and important. I've got this really important. And the second thing we're talking about is now we know what could cause the dollar and the stock market both to crash at the same time, and more information on massive arrests coming. Okay, we'll start with most urgent and important. So I ran across this from a friend, Michael Snyder, at the Most Important News. He had a dream, and I think it is perhaps one of the most important dreams that I think anybody's gotten, at least in the last 20 years, maybe in the last 30 years. It's not long, it's not details, but it's extremely important. He said, I had one of the most alarming dreams of my entire life. On Friday night, I went to bed shortly before midnight, feeling perfectly fine. But then, in the middle of the night, I had a dream which shook me greatly. Sometime after 2 a.m., I suddenly woke after the dream had concluded. I quickly realized that something was very, very wrong. I sat up in bed to see what would help, but it didn't. So I stumbled out into the living room and sat down. That didn't help either. I went over to the refrigerator and got out some applesauce. I thought if I got something in my system that might stabilize my physical condition, that didn't help either. Now, I'm skipping a whole lot. He says, I was shaken by the dream, and it took a long time before I felt good about going back to bed again. I wanted you all to understand how this dream affected me before I started describing it. It was a dream about Donald Trump, the United States, and Russia. And as we know, the United States and Russia are about to sit down with Saudi Arabia and talk about ending the Ukraine battle. This is really important. He says, and I skipped a lot, okay? Donald Trump is an old school businessman from New York City, and he has a very unique negotiating style. When Trump is trying to get something accomplished and there is resistance, sometimes he will say crazy things or make very serious threats in order to put the other side off balance. In other words, Trump, don't push the Russians around. They have greater military. They can defeat us right now. Don't go over there and act like a bully. Let's go on. In cases where Trump has most of the leverage, his approach has worked well. But in other cases, such as this approach would not be wise at all. What was most important was that I heard in the dream a voice say, if Trump follows his usual pattern of making outrageous statements and threats with the Russians, it will backfire severely. Now, I would love to say I have a phone to Donald Trump. I have his cell phone number. Maybe you can pray that God would give me his direct cell phone number. He probably wouldn't answer anyway. Probably the chances, if we wrote him a letter or even tried to reach someone, probably the chances are pretty slim. But I have seen this many times, where when we fast and pray, which is what I'm calling everyone to do, especially our Fast Gap team, which I'll talk about in a minute. If we pray, I have seen things this big and bigger be softened or delayed or simply prayed away. And right now, we got to pray, my brothers and sisters. We got to pray. This is really, really important. Let me read that last phrase again. In the dream, I heard a voice say, if Trump follows his usual pattern of making outrageous statements and threats with the Russians, it will backfire severely. In other words, Trump and his team go over there and start pushing themselves around and acting like they're king of the world and being a big bully. And maybe the Russians would go ahead and get angry enough to go ahead and take us out sooner rather than later. And I would prefer never, but never is probably off the table. Let's go on. This was said with a lot of force. The voice still really shook me up because the message was delivered with such power. Then it happened again. That's twice. In the mouth of two or three witnesses, let a thing be established. Then it happened again, but the voice was even more forceful this time. In fact, I was told the same thing by this voice multiple times. In other words, God is screaming at us. Probably we can't get this message to Trump. I think we should try. If any of you have any connections, we should try to get this message to him. But most important, what we can do is pray, because God can change. He raises up kings, he puts down kings. He raises up nations, he puts down nations. He turns the hearts of kings, and he can certainly turn the heart of Trump and all of his team. But it's only going to happen through our fasted prayers. More on that in a second. I was told the same thing by this voice multiple times, and each time the voice became even more forceful. It got to the point where I felt like the voice was literally exploding inside of me. In other words, yelling at him, like happened to John the Revelator out on the book of Patmos when he heard a voice behind him as of a trumpet. That's probably what this sounded like a trumpet. At the end of the dream, just before I suddenly woke up, I heard 3 words. I hope you're listening. This is really important. I heard 3 words that were delivered with immense power and authority. You tell them. Okay, so Michael Snyder is directed to put the word of the Lord out. In my opinion, when it's the true word of the Lord, God always says, put it out. He does not say, oh, well, you can't put it out and you can't put it out, but you guys can. I like y'all. Y'all can put it out, but you guys can't. Okay, like someone recently. You will tell him. You tell them, I will never forget that. And so now you know why I feel so compelled to share this dream. We need to pray that President Trump will make wise decisions. All sorts of people will be giving him all sorts of advice, and it won't always be easy to know which way to go. No, it won't. This is a very important decision. This is a nation-killing decision if he makes a wrong mistake. So, I'm asking our fasted prayers this week. Now, this is what I sent to the Fast Gap, which has now already gone out, our Fast Gap fasting and prayer team. We have about 850 people on that, and I'm about to ask you to join if you're not already a member. I'm asking our fasted prayers this week and perhaps several weeks to be that President Trump and his negotiating team would have the right heart in negotiating with the Russians, that they would not be a bully, pushing the Russians around, acting as if Russia has no power or authority. In other words, acting like they're king of the world and they rule the roost. But God would give all involved on both sides a kind and gentle heart to be friends and work together, including Ukraine and our European allies involved in the negotiations. All feelings of anger would be held inside their heart and or removed. At the conclusion, we're fasting and praying that the Russia-Ukraine war will come to a peaceful end. Russia, Ukraine, America, and the European allies would calm down and see peace is more important than getting everything that they want. Both sides come to a peaceful agreement and become at least friendly, if not friends. Now, this was an email I got from Michael this morning, as you can see. He says, please feel free to share it. When it's of God, that's what they do. Anytime someone says, oh, well, it's of God, but you can't share it, my opinion, that's not God. Anyway, he says, I agree that it also goes along with what Dimitri Duduman was shown many years ago. Let us pray that President Trump chooses to be quite diplomatic with the Russians. Threats and bullying will not work. In fact, threats and bullying would just push us closer to nuclear war. Here it is. So, United States and Russia meet in Saudi Arabia, first meeting in years. Annually. Now, here's more of the important part. There's more than 147 million troy ounces of gold at Fort Knox, so they say, which houses more gold than other locations in the United States, according to the data from the Treasury Department. Fort Knox has a strict no visitors policy, which was broken when members of the Congress inspected the gold in 1974 after former President Roosevelt did in 1943. Fort Knox would be the latest target of the Department of Government, DOGE, overhaul the government agencies. Now, here's what you got to look. Okay, Fort Knox holds approximately 4,580 metric tons of gold. Actually, I can't tell you how I know this, and I believe it to be accurate. I can't prove what I'm about to say, but I believe it to be accurate. There's like 400 million metric tons of gold on the planet, at least, perhaps even more. So when we say 400,000 or 4,580, that's not much. But that's still, every metric ton of gold is supposed to be there. We want it to be there. So this tells you where it all goes. The article goes on to say, Ron Paul, there's a very good chance that the gold at Fort Knox is not there. Hang on, this is important. I was on the Gold Commission in the early 1980s. We had 17 members of the board and 15 voted against auditing the gold. Even if you walk into Fort Knox and even if you see the gold, what does that prove? Because it might be all pledged or all loaned out. In other words, just because America's got gold sitting in their gold reserves like it's supposed to, that doesn't necessarily mean it's ours. Once again, you cannot believe the government and what they tell you about the gold. Now, here's the point. If an audit of Fort Knox reveals that the U.S. doesn't have as much gold as claimed, here it is. The impact on financial markets would be massive. I'm going to say devastating. Here's the breakdown. See, because all this time we've been wondering, okay, what's going to make the value of the dollar drop 30%, zero, worthless as leaves blowing in the wind? Well, we were told by Shane Warren what would start that would be when they started selling oil and other currency other than the dollar. That started June 9, 2024. But we haven't seen the dollar fall, not 30%. We haven't seen that yet. But this, my friends, this could not just cause the dollar to fall, but also the stock market to fall. Watch. So what is the impact on the U.S. dollar? Loss of trust. The U.S. dollar is no longer backed by gold since 1971, but a Fort Knox scandal would destroy confidence in the U.S. financial integrity. Boom. There it is. You want to know what could kill the dollar real fast? Kill the stock market almost overnight? Boom. All of a sudden, Musk goes over to Fort Knox, and he says the gold's not there, or all of the gold is not there, and all of a sudden, that dollar crashes like that plane up in Washington, D.C. It hits the ground, and boom. Let's go on. There's more. Devaluation. The USD would drop sharply as investors flee to safer assets. Inflation risk. If people panic and dump USD, prices of goods, especially imports, could surge. Well, that's what the prophecy said is coming too. I didn't put that on here. Matter of fact, I didn't put prophecyclubgold.com on here, but I will tell you, 800, 200 gold. I've said it a lot. 800, 200 gold doesn't hurt, doesn't cost you anything. Just call them and say, okay, look, I got some money over here. I don't want to lose it. What do you suggest? And listen, let's go on. Inflation risk. If people panic and dump USD, prices of goods, especially imports, could surge. That also fits with what Shane Warren was told about give us our entitlements, with what Doge is doing, and Musk is firing people left and right, which, I'm all happy for that. I want to see the government cleaned up. I want to see the swamp drained. But I also see the prophecies, and they haven't started coming to pass as fast as at least I thought they would. So maybe it's about to happen. Let's go on. All right, now what are the impact on stocks? Short-term panic. Markets could crash, especially companies reliant on government stability, which is most of them. Commodity and gold miners surge. Companies mining gold, silver, and other commodities could skyrocket as investors rush to hard assets. Now, I'm told by the guy we interviewed here from Genesis Gold that there is a finite amount of silver. They haven't found new silver deposits, no new silver mines in years. And when the silver runs out, and they believe that is very close, the price could skyrocket. Well, if they find out that there's no gold in Fort Knox, yes, the price of gold is going to go up, but the price of silver Again, I'm not giving financial advice, okay? I'm a prophet. We're talking prophecy here. I'm a prophecy teacher. But we could see that silver skyrocket just like Shade and Warren was told. Overall, a Fort Knox scandal could trigger a historic financial crisis, making gold, Bitcoin, and hard assets the biggest winners. Now, let's talk about the new information concerning massive arrests. Doge finds complete corruption in U.S. Treasury and cannot track payments. Do you suppose that Trump and his team are waiting until Musk has gone through and done auditing in all of the different departments so that they know who is going to be arrested? And then once they've done all the investigations, they've filed all of the sealed indictments, and then all of a sudden the massive arrests start? Well, when would that be? Well, I don't know exactly, but it doesn't look to me like it's going to be too long. In the Treasury Computer Payment System, there's a field called the Treasury Access Symbol, or TAS. It is an identification code linking the Treasury payment to a budget-line item, standard financial process. In the federal government, however, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion with a T in payments and was often simply left blank, making traceability impossible. Why would they not want to trace where their money goes? Obviously, it's going to bad places. A Treasury person could go into the computer, have it issue a check or wire transfer for almost any amount, payable to literally anyone, anywhere, for anything or nothing. And there is no way to trace the budget item or agency that is supposed to authorize and pay for it. Just one huge pile of money going wherever they tell it to go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Too bad our name's not on the list, huh? Next high item, top Social Security chief ousted after blocking Doge fraud investigation. Acting Commissioner Michelle King exits the Social Security Administration after refusing to give Doge access to the records to investigate potential fraud. She was replaced by, okay, now here's the point. They're also doing this at the IRS, and the IRS supposedly is supposed to be laying off all kinds of people this week. Doge seeks access to the IRS taxpayer data. Sought access week to closely controlled IRS data system known as Integrated Data Retrieval System, which is said to house millions of taxpayers' data. So far, no access has been granted, but they say they're going to give it. So, to bring much-needed efficiency to our bureaucracy and being carried out legally and with the appropriate security clearances, which would give Doge officials access to several systems as well as IDRS, my point. So what happens when they find bad things in our Treasury, as they have, Social Security, as they have, IRS, as they're about to, Fort Knox doesn't have any gold, and then they go into the Federal Reserve. I think you remember the dream that Jason Meeks had where he said he put a credit card in the bank, got $20 out, realized he didn't get enough, and then he put it back in, and all of a sudden, instead of $1, it was like $42 to get more money out. And then he said he saw people rejoicing in the streets. That hasn't happened yet. Not the credit card thing, in other words, the switch of money. We haven't seen people rejoicing in the streets over Trump. Yes, there's been a lot of happy people, but could that be because a lot more bad things are exposed, and finally Trump stands up and does something really, really good, and as a result of that, a suitcase nuke went off. See, the reason, based upon the information I have up to this point, and we may get more information on the JFK assassination very soon, but based upon the information we have to this point, the reason JFK was assassinated was he was changing the money system. That's what Trump is about to do with this Fort Knox thing. And also if he goes into the Federal Reserve, and they're probably going to do that in the IRS. So we could see a whole new financial system, as the prophet's been telling us is coming. We could see that in the next few months, which means we could also see suitcase nukes. We could also see a massive arrest. I'm telling you, the things Prophecy Club been bringing you, it's right on. Now, I thought about, I can't read all of this. There's 6 pages of this. Trump suspends funding for National Endowment for Democracy and USAID, waste, fraud, and abuse. This lists, and there's a lot more, 6 pages of this, all of the things that this USAID, I mean, it was like the devil stealing and putting the money to the best use to kill our nation. And this is a list of some of the things that billions of dollars have been wasted on. So, what's my point? I would say, first, you better make sure you have Jesus in your heart. Second, I would say you need to make certain that you have yourself a water filter, prophecyclub.com, that you have food, Joseph's Kitchen, that's an S in that, josephskitchen.com. Get yourself some food. Don't pay $10,000 a year for one person. $1,000 a year will get you food. I think you should probably think about going to empshield.com, getting yourself one of these devices for your house and your car. Ask yourself, when society falls apart, what do you need? And ask God to show you what you need and get prepared. Yeah, I want to remind you that Joseph's Kitchen still has site-wide free shipping. I don't think they've ever done this, but this is a really big discount on everything. Right now, everything there, you can get free shipping on it. And since a lot of the things that they ship, the wheat and all that sort of stuff, are really heavy. I mean, a lot of times they come on pallets. So to get free shipping, that's a big deal. Joseph's, with an S, kitchen.com. Also, if you watched the program yesterday, I interviewed Jonathan Rose, and he's with Genesis Gold Group or prophecyclubgold.com. Get a hold of him, 800-200-GOLD. Also, if you want some prepper bars, there's the phone number. And if you want to, now for the first time, if you have crypto and you want to put that into an IRA, for the first time, they've just set it up, you can call these guys, or actually you go to the website, blocktrustira.com, blocktrustira.com, and it'll tell you all about it. If you don't even understand crypto, he says that place will help you to understand it. Medical. I take that to mean that not only myself, but also those that follow Prophecy Club, in addition to all of the other preparations we've made, we need to start making medical preparations. And I put that out, and I was deluged with emails sending me to this place. This is the place that all of you seem to like when it comes to medical supplies. So I called them, hooked up, and I've arranged to get you a 5% discount when you use the promo code PROPHECY, 5% discount, and it's refugemedical.com. And as you can see, they have all kinds of, here's one of the main things you need to get. It's called a burn bucket, and you go to refugemedical.com, refugemedical.com. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is Trump making too many enemies too fast? Now, I got an email that says, Stan, okay, look, we know you got to have sponsors, but you're kind of beating us up, so I'm not even having a sponsor today, so I will just want to let you know. So I do thank you for your support. So today's going to be nothing but information. And all of this come from one email. This one person had done a fantastic job of finding all this information, as assembling it. And so to whomever credit is due, I give it. But I could not find out exactly who put this all together. So anyway, when a president is elected by the people and then does what he promised to do, that's democracy. When a president is thwarted by unelected bureaucrats, that's oligarchy. Oligarchy is like one person ruling, okay? President Trump refuses to bend the knee to the oligarchy. Buckle up, Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, I'm going to read through these comments. We're going to have a lot to say as we go through them. Federal workers are actively stating they are declaring war on the Trump administration from within the government. It's not just within the government, it's without the government. And remember, yesterday's program I was talking about, remember Dimitri was told by the angel Gabriel, August 3rd of 1984, the fall of America will start with an internal revolution in America started by the communists. Here's the point. Some of the people in America would start fighting against the government. This is, my opinion, the start of that internal revolution, and sad to say, it's going to get worse. Okay, so on. Hakeem Jeffries stated he will not comply with President Trump's Agenda 47, quote, "We're going to fight it in the streets." What do you call that? A nation divided shall not stand. Remember the angel that spoke to Dana Coverstone in his dream? Remember the angel flipped off the lights, closed the door, and said, a nation that is divided shall not stand. He said the emphasis was on shall. Of course, we've heard all of our life, united we stand, divided we fall. So I think, sad to say, the prophecy given to Dimitri in 1984 is in progress of arriving. So let's go on. We're going to fight in the streets. It sounds like inciting an insurrection to me, just saying. Yep, I agree. It's not just an insurrection. It's an internal revolution. General Flynn further backs Barack Obama and John Brennan are still running an illegal intelligence sabotage operation inside the federal government that is criminally working against the Trump administration and the American people. We are in the process, the start of an internal revolution. Hedge funds, which my parenthesis is added here, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, go all in on a market crash. This was a program, 2 days ago, okay? This is possibly the black swan event that Klaus Schwab warned of, actually threatened America with. Okay, look, again, Trump can only fix so much. He does not control the dollar, does not control the Federal Reserve, and you can bet that there is a dollar crash, a stock market crash coming, and there's nothing Donald Trump can do to stop it, nor any of his people. It's coming. Count on it. And I find it hard to say this next word, so I'll just say AJ warns desperate globalist system strikes back against Trump's populist agenda. Soros-funded NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, these are organizations that evil people use to do evil things in general, not all of them. Soros-funded NGOs are now activating chaos in the U.S. Internal revolution. Even Marriott Square was taken over by illegal aliens protests this past weekend. Trump and Elon are about to expose our government as being one big, illegal, corrupt Ponzi scheme. Sad to say, but they're correct. Everyone should buckle up. It's going to be the best show on earth. Well, I love Trump. I love the things he's doing. But, I mean, I have to say, I have chuckled and I have applauded. And I don't know that I've actually physically jumped up and down, but I guess I should probably pause and go jump up and down because I like what he's doing. But you have to understand, not everybody does. As a matter of fact, at least half or more of America does not like it. It's a five-alarm fire for the deep state, Mike Lee. It's like watching a movie where the bad guys are really, really bad, and in the end, they lose, except it's not a movie. It's better than a movie. It's reality. Hallelujah. Well, Eric Metaxas, I hate to say, the bad guys are going to win until Jesus returns, says the Bible. Elon Musk says there are professional fraud rings that are taking $100 to $200 billion of U.S. taxpayer money out of the country. Well, he's probably going to discover it's probably more like $2 or $3 trillion. Yeah, billions, trillions, a lot of money. Gosh, there is a lot going on. Who can keep up with Trump? Scan this email for a small taste of what he's doing to save America. This is barely the tip of the iceberg. Now, there's not an email to scan. I'm just reading what somebody else wrote, but we're commenting on it. He who spares the wolf sacrifices the sheep. I'll read that again. He who spares the wolf sacrifices the sheep. So they're complaining about USAID and how it's being discovered with it's not just there, but other places too. All of this corruption is being discovered. So if we spare the wolf, if we don't stop the evil, then we, the sheep, get sacrificed. I think that's exactly right. Remember The Apprentice? It was a warm-up act for Trump's second term. In other words, you're fired. He's cleaning house. Trump is not playing. This time he knows who the snakes are, and the deep state bloodbath has begun. Understand, the deep state is not rolling over, is not going to sleep, is not going quietly into the night. It's about to start an internal revolution. It's about to erupt into a war to get Trump and his cronies out of office. FBI. The greatest FBI, but now let me just say, the FBI, according to my limited knowledge, had a reputation of being the finest law enforcement agency in the world. And I think every FBI agent would agree that it's fallen some. I look forward to the time it returns. Now, with that in mind, the greatest FBI purge in modern history: resign, retire, or be fired. That's the message coming down hard from the top. The entire seventh floor of the FBI is gone. Corrupt leadership at field offices across the country wiped out. The deep state is finally being purged. Decades of unchecked power, political weaponization, and corruption are coming to an end. This is historic. The American people demanded accountability, and now it's happening. Jim Ferguson. Trump banned the 51 intel agents who lied about Biden's laptop from entering all federal buildings. Okay, but they didn't just die. They just didn't go away, and they're not going to just quit fighting against Trump. They're still here. They're still fighting. A leaked email from John Brennan verifies that the 51 intelligence agents that endorsed the Hunter Biden laptop did it with the specific intent of enabling Biden to mislead the American public during his election campaign. So what we're learning is the evil is getting fired, is getting their badges, their security clearances pulled, but it's not going away. Hence, the massive arrests have to take place. And then it still doesn't stop. Shortly after revoking the security clearances of the, quote, spies who lied, President Trump announced that John Bolton, John Brennan, and 47 other former intel officials are banned from all U.S. government facilities, declaring them a clear and present danger to national security. Now, why would they complain about that? Well, to a lot of them, it means their job, or it means a large portion of their job. The neocon war hawks are being clipped. Yeah, but we aren't necessarily getting peace yet. Again, the devil is not going quietly into the night. Senior FBI executives are walked out of the building. 50 U.S. aid officials were placed on leave. Now, my wife and I are talking about this. As you know, there are several of these judges that are stopping what Trump is doing. And my wife asked me a question. She said, can those judges stop what is going on? And I said, well, okay, let me go back to my understanding of the way our government works. We have judicial, which is your judges, Supreme Court, things like that. Then we have legislative, which is the Senate and the House. And then we have the executive branch. Now, my understanding, and I'm not a constitutional expert, my understanding is that each one of those is a separate branch of government, that one branch can't tell or make the other branch do what it wants to do if it doesn't want to do it. Okay, now, if that's true, and my understanding might not be correct, and I might get some emails saying, boy, let me set you straight, and that'll be okay. But my understanding is that if a judge tells the president you can't do that, unless it's the Supreme Court, but the president couldn't do it anyway. And I just read on Newsmax that on a couple of occasions, President Trump is just ignoring what the judges have said has to happen. Now, I don't know, but I'm sure that I will get emails telling me the correct thing. The point is, the judges have been fighting Trump like this the whole time. And one of the people said, well, we probably need to start putting a stop to these judges, putting a stop to what Trump is doing. And to that, I would say, hallelujah. But whether they can make that happen, I don't know. Let's go on to the next quote. Barack Obama and his chief of staff, CIA Director John Brennan, initiated the Russia collusion hoax and instructed the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, or US, Canada, Australia, UK, and New Zealand, to spy on more than 24 of Trump's associates in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election. So the truth that Trump was saying all along is coming out. Acting FBI Director Driscoll has acknowledged in a leaked internal memo that a significant portion of the FBI was involved in investigating Trump and his supporters, stating, quote, "We understand that this encompasses thousands of employees who took part in these investigations, including myself and Deputy Director Kassane." So yeah, there's a lot of rotten teeth being pulled here. More than 12 inspectors general were fired. Senior diplomats at State Department were removed. Quote, "The Trump administration has commenced cleaning house at the FBI and the DOJ. Politicized officials and judges, supervisors, heads of field, officers who ran J6 cases and Mar-a-Lago raid are all being ousted. MSNBC in hysterics, meltdowns across the network, Jack Posobiec." At least 6 senior FBI leaders have been ordered to retire, resign, or be fired. 20 leaders of the FBI field offices have been escorted out of the FBI buildings around the country. Now, the 88 FBI agents who worked on the Trump case, by the way, I have not confirmed this, so part of this I might have got wrong. This, again, arrived in an email. I have no way to double check all of this. Just physically escorted out of the Washington field office. This is what happens, or should happen, when you destroy the Constitution and try to turn America into a banana republic. Maybe the FBI should have thought twice before illegally raiding the private residence of a former president and his wife. They left her panty drawer in a wad, and she ain't happy. Big mistake. Quote, "Expecting a bloodbath at FBI today and tomorrow. My guess is acting FBI director will be gone by this evening for defying a direct order seeking names of FBI employees, perhaps more than 6,000 involved in January 6 cases," says Julie Kelly. The FBI was established by a directive from an Attorney General Charles Bonaparte in 1908 under the Roosevelt. There was no formal executive order or legislation that created it. It was shaped by executive orders, which could all be rescinded. Did you hear that? So the FBI and also FEMA, a lot of those alphabet agencies that were not started by law. They were started with an executive order. That means if they start with an executive order, they can end with an executive order. And there are several of them, my opinion, need to end or definitely be cleaned out. But we'll see. Now let's talk about Doge. While saving America $1 billion per day and moving toward $4 billion today, Doge is also kicking people out. Elon has the best tech heads. They are likely having tons of fun hacking our corrupt government systems. Doge is locking bureaucrats out of their computers. This same bureaucrats likely participated in the January 2021 coup. How ironic that they are being prevented from doing another coup. Doge has taken command of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management and changed all the passwords of every employee who has been working from home. These employees have lost all access to personal databases and are no longer in control. Now they can't even get into the building. Since they were all working from home, all Doge had to do was walk into the headquarters and change their passwords. A team including current and former employees of Musk assumed command of the OPM on January 20th, the day Trump took office, and they have moved sofa beds onto the 5th floor of the agency's headquarters so the team can work around the clock. There's more. Treasury. Career Treasury officials are breaking the law every hour of every day by approving payments that are fraudulent that do not match the funding laws passed by Congress, says Elon Musk. The highest-ranking Treasury official, David Lebricht, is resigning rather than complying with the request of Doge for access to audit where they've spent trillions of dollars a year. In other words, they're doing their best to They're doing their best to try to cover up all of the dirty deeds. The Doge team discovered, among other things, that payment approval officers at Treasury were instructed always to approve payments, even to known fraudulent or terrorist groups. The previous Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, was bribed by Wall Street, making over $7 million in speaking fees. She also openly worked to use U.S. taxpayer funds to build China's economy. Again, I can't prove any of this. Fired. The Trump administration has just fired David Sundberg, the FBI Assistant Director for Washington, D.C. Sundberg led the witch hunt against the J6ers and failed to find any leads on person who supposedly placed pipe bombs around the January 6th location. President Trump has fired all federal prosecutors who participated in the January 6th persecutions of innocent people. Their computers locked and marched out of their offices by security. It appears that the 30 to 40 J6 line prosecutors were also fired. Not one person from J6 was charged with a crime of insurrection, yet Democrats continue to go on national TV and make that claim. John Harold Rogers, a former senior Federal Reserve advisor, has been arrested for funneling U.S. trade secrets to China per the DOJ. Now, just wait till Pam Bondi gets in there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch the arrest, the massive arrest. It's going to be fun to see Trump clean house. But at the end of the day, when the Democrats rise up and cause an internal revolution, and all of the other nations, Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America, Mexico, and 2 of the countries attack in a surprise nuclear attack because they see that we are not united. I think all of this is God giving us our last chance to repent and to be cleaned up. And then when the evil rises up and overcomes the good, God says, destroy it. Jeff Lash, the $10.5 million a year CEO of the Tennessee Valley Authority, just announced his retirement 11 days after Trump's return to office. Trump slammed Lash's ridiculous salary during his first time, vowing in 2020 to fire him. The census director abruptly resigned. This has the potential to be huge in redefining our electoral landscape once fixed. Rohit Chopra, the director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, has been fired. The CFPB has the brainchild of Elizabeth Warren and is not funded by Congress, but by the Federal Reserve. And by the way, I got an email today that says, well, do you think they're going to do away with the Federal Reserve? I said, yes, when they bring in the new system. I'll call it the White Hat system. That's the whole point, is to kick out the Federal Reserve, the 12 banking families that have owned and controlled the U.S. dollar since 1913. So yes, that's the whole point of the new system, is to remove the Federal Reserve from controlling our money. And they ain't going to be happy when that happens. The U.S. government is experiencing a hostile takeover by the American people. All 2 million feds have been sent a resignation offer. Trump has basically declared Washington on D.C. Let me back up. Declared war on Washington, D.C., which makes sense since Washington, D.C. declared war on him. That was the message of the tainted jury pools for January 6th cases. D.C. was ready to burn MAGA down. Now, MAGA is ready to burn them down. Dinesh D'Souza. Federal employees are now required to return to the office with non-compliance leading to termination. This purge marks the beginning of the end of the corrupt tyrants in Washington. 11 days in, and the swamp has been drained. Benny Johnson. More to go. Democrats are realizing their outrage machine can't keep pace with President Trump. As soon as the resistance talking points are distributed, he hits them with 2 or 3 more moves, more executive orders. This is full spectrum dominance for President Trump, Charlie Kirk. General Flynn raises the alarm that there are over 2,000 Obama loyalists still serving in the shadow government. Benjamin Fulford says there's about 1 million people worldwide in the Moloch Ball or the Khazarian Mafia, or the shadow government, whatever you want to call it. Trump has a long way to go. I agree. Insiders have revealed that President Trump is prepared to go scorched earth against the Republican senators who vote against the confirmations of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. And I think that they have got the message. And when he says scorched earth, I think he's saying, if you don't support me, such and such. kind of like he's saying to the October 7th saboteur holders or Hamas in Israel right now. Border. Only a man named Donald Trump can send a flight into a hostile dictator's country like Maduro's Venezuela and have it come back the same day with a bunch of hostages without giving them any money. The art of the deal, George. American taxpayers paid for the trips north of the 12 million illegals Biden led in with the $6 billion in taxpayer cash funneled through 200 charities in the UN. This money was secretly spent in 21 to 24. For instance, organizations like the Catholic Charities, Red Cross, received over $340 million in 2024 from the DHS to assist illegal alien travel, including paying for the medical care, food, clothes, shelter as they move from South and Central America. Border crossings are down 93% under Tom Homan's leadership. Venezuela has agreed to receive back into the country all Venezuelan illegal aliens who have encamped in the U.S., including gang members of the Tren de Aragua, and Venezuela has further agreed to supply the transportation back. Trump has brought 6 hostages home from Venezuela. 97% of the deportations ICE has made so far already had a final order of removal, meaning a judge ordered the illegal aliens removal, but the Biden administration didn't follow it. Mexican cartel bosses have authorized the use of weaponized drones and explosives against American troops and Border Patrol agents at the border. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announces that the U.S. military can now perform special ops against Mexican cartels. Following President Trump's designation of them as terrorist organizations, quote, all options are on the table. A Chinese grad student at the UCLA who has been leading pro-Hamas rallies on campus has been arrested and his visiting visa has been canceled. So now he's heading back to Hamas. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has officially axed temporary protected status for more than 300,000 Venezuelans. 90% of the illegals on terror watch lists are now coming through Canada. Trump was right to hold Trudeau accountable. Mexican President Sheinbaum says Mexico will deploy 10,000 National Guard immediately to the border to avoid trafficking of drugs to U.S. tariffs, so U.S. tariffs work. Almost half the Canadian businesses are now planning to shift investments or production to the United States in response to President Trump's tariffs. Additionally, 60% said they will now look to make business acquisitions in the U.S. and are bracing for a recession in Canada. Tariffs work. The Canadian dollar has collapsed overnight. Now, I don't know about all that. Matter of fact, I didn't prove a lot of this, so I don't know if it's all true. Climate nonsense. We're about done. Under President Trump, if you like your gas stove, you can keep it, Senator John Kennedy, and your incandescent light bulb. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has been ordered to scrub climate change from its website, Politico. Climate change is a hoax. It is an umbrella for massive money laundering and wealth redistribution. The same billionaires buying farmland are the ones funding the climate panic. It's not about saving the earth. It's about owning it. So I'm going to end there. And I'm going to say thank you for your support of the Prophecy Club. I'd recommend you get potassium iodide at prophecyclub.com. When a nuclear device is detonated, the wind blows the dust, and it's like fine dust. It's like powder. And it settles on everything. You breathe, eat, or absorb radioactive iodine. You pretty much can't avoid it, which kills your thyroid, killing you. But a simple fix is to simply take potassium iodide pills, which then floods your thyroid with good iodine, keeping the radioactive iodine out. You need 1 bottle per person per exposure for everyone from infant to adult, available 10 bottles for a gift of $150, which is what I recommend, or $20 a bottle at prophecyclub.com. Shelf life 5 to 8 years, potentially more if you refrigerate it, or even more if you freeze it. Potassium iodide pills, prophecyclub.com. Right now we have them in stock, but so many people are ordering them, you may have to wait a while to get them. When the suitcase nukes, I didn't say if, I said when the suitcase nukes go off, if you want your car to start, if you want your computers and your refrigerators and things like that, anything with a computer chip to work, you want to have one of these from empshield.com. empshield.com. And they have videos up there. It takes about 10 minutes to put on. There's not complicated at all. And if you use the word prophecy, promo code prophecy, you get a $50 discount, and it helps your Prophecy Club. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is Gitmo, Cuba, the January 6th pardons and executions. Okay, first of all, this is a U.S. Department of Defense website. This is where they put out contracts in case someone would like to build something for them. And as you can see, this is dated January 14th, 2025, and it says that they have awarded a combined $249 million. That's a lot. $249 million for what? For an upgrade and an expansion of the Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And it's going to be completed by January 2030. No, okay. They're probably in a big rush. Now, let's talk about that. What are they doing? What are they doing? I do not know how many people can be held there, but I do recall back before Trump left his first 4-year presidency, he had authorized a lot of money, several $1 million, for upgrades to Guantanamo Bay. At the time, we were expecting massive arrests. The massive arrests didn't come, but normally there is anywhere from 25 to 125 sealed indictments all across America at any one time. But on November 17th of 2017, I remember it specifically, that was when Trump signed an executive order, and I've talked about this several times. So on other programs, it's got the executive order. I've showed it several times. He signed an executive order that said that the property of people could be confiscated if two things, if they were guilty of corruption in government or a terrible human abuse, as in sex trafficking, human trafficking, and things like that. And it gave them authority to arrest them and prosecute them, but not in civil court. It would be done in military court, military tribunals. Now, do you remember the guy Oh, his name slipped my mind here. He's the guy that back like in 2005 prophesied that Trump would be president, and everybody, yeah, Trump's never going to be president. Well, he was. Mark Taylor. Yeah, there you go. Well, he said that also there's going to be massive arrests. Okay, now, where am I going? I think that $249 million, I mean, the whole island of Cuba is probably not worth $249 million. So they doing a lot of expansion. Now, why? Because if you've got someone of high value that you don't want to be tried in a civil court, if you don't want them to have the right to remain silent, right to an attorney, if you don't have the money, want to be appointed for you, a quick and speedy trial, all of the wonderful things that are given to the what are supposed to be Christians, to the citizens of the United States. Then you send them down to Guantanamo Bay down there. They aren't being held by the U.S. government. And down there, they can be waterboarded, they can be tortured, they can be locked up with no right to an attorney. And down there, they can be executed. And I'm sure that there have been executions down there, so I've heard, though I have not actually been there and approved it. But so when he authorized $249 million, that's a lot. What's he doing? He's saying that those 749,000 sealed indictments are about to be served. And he's saying that the massive arrests are still on. Now, let me give you a couple of things I was looking for, just to be honest about it, to tell you some things that were in my heart. I was suspecting that as soon as he took the oath of office, we might start seeing the massive arrests, but we haven't yet. And I was also suspecting it could be the day that the new financial picture comes in. But apparently he's not ready for it yet. I mean, if you look at yesterday's program, you see that I was talking about how Trump just signed an executive order that says the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, cannot be used any place the United States has authority. That means not just the 50 states, but that also means any place the dollar is used. So what Trump did was just shut down the Federal Reserve expansion. It doesn't close the Federal Reserve yet, but it means they can't expand to do their CBDC that they're so mouth-watering and trying to get done. And I think this is saying that the massive arrests are still on. And in these $249 million is not just the massive arrests are still on, that there's a bunch of people. Why? Because if they try to put them in jail here in America, they just get an attorney and they get out. But if they're taken down to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, they get all the attorneys they want. And they can be tortured, they can be executed, and it's military property, and they can be tried and will be tried in a military tribunal. Okay, now let's go on to the next thing I need to point. Biden commutes the sentences of 37 federal death row inmates. I told you that the battle between darkness and light has begun. It's not just begun, it's gone to a heightened level. Now look at who he released. If you don't think Biden was the devil, this is going to erase all questions. The three inmates not included are Robert Bowers, who's responsible for the mass shooting in the Tree Life Synagogue of 2018, which left 11 people dead, who killed 9 black parishioners. Okay, so these are the only 3 that were left in out of the 37. So what he's done is, the article goes on to say, he's released some really, really bad murderers, really bad ones. Well, how's that fit in? Because then Trump comes along, and this just a few days after, he grants sweeping pardon of all of the January 6th defendants, which is around 1,500 people. Some of them had hit a police officer in the face and were not very nice. And I watched him when he was being interviewed before Hannity a couple of days ago. Watched the second part of it last night. And Hannity said, how come you released all of them, even the ones that hit the police officer in the face? He said, because of the way they were treated. Some of them shouldn't have been in the jail, and they were put in jail for, 3.5, 4 years, some of them. And a lot of them were not even guilty of anything but just being on the property. Some are not even on the property. He didn't say that, but other articles have. And, there were articles where years later, years after January 6th, people up in North Dakota, for example, would get a knock on the door. There's FBI standing at the front door asking questions. Were you at January 6th? No. Is this you? No, that's not me in the picture. And they were looking to round up everybody. So anyway, he says that in that they have served 3.5, 4 years. He said they've already served more. He said there's murderers that get off with a year or two in prison. He said, so they've served their time. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying that here, Biden lets the bad of the bad of the bad guys go. Here, he lets the very bad, maybe the worst of the good people go. What are we looking at? We're looking at a tit for tat. We're looking for people that there's a war going on right now. And it's going to get worse. And you better understand the devil's not going to lose. He does not lose until Jesus returns for Armageddon. Okay, let's go on. Next point. Now Trump issued another executive order, and he is now resuming executions that Biden had backed off of. So again, Biden did something wrong, Trump is trying to correct it. Biden did something wrong, Trump is trying to correct it. So there's a battle going on. The article goes on to say, President Trump indicated he intends to resume executions of federal death row prisoners and forcefully pursue new death sentences for future cases. I want to say something else. I said this to Leslie. I talked to the TV when I'm watching the news. I talk to the TV a lot. And matter of fact, every night, okay, all right, I'll just tell you here. Every night about 8:30, Leslie wants me to be done watching Fox News and come in and scratch her back and get her to sleep. And it's been that way our 41 years of marriage. Because she gets tired of the news, I understand that. What I do is very negative. And she also gets tired of me talking to the TV. So she has to leave the room. She goes on to bed. I talk to the TV. And what was I going to say now? Let me read the article and we'll come back. Okay. Forcibly pursue the new death sentences in future cases, particularly against migrants in the U.S. without legal status who commit capital crimes. Comes shortly after the former President Joe Biden, his Department of Justice, moved to restrict the federal death penalty. In the final weeks of his presidency, Biden commuted the death sentences of 37 or 40 prisoners on death row. In other words, he basically just let them all go. Death row people, let them all go. Trump's order calls on the U.S. Attorney General. Oh, all right, I remember what I was going to say. Trump has made a big deal that Biden did not pardon himself, and that all of these people that Biden has pardoned, and I'm going to walk on some pretty thin, icy ground here by what I'm about to say, but there's a difference between civil court and military court. Trump has put out an executive order saying we're not going to militarize, that's not the right word, weaponize. There you go, that's right. We're not going to weaponize the government. In other words, we're not going to use the government to go back after the people that stole the election from him and did all these bad things. He's not going to do that. But notice what he didn't say. He didn't say the Marines might do it. He didn't say they might go to military tribunals. But here we're looking at this, and my suspicion, I do not know it, but what I'm watching for is to see if people like perhaps even Biden and his family and all of these people that he had pardoned gets rounded up and they get arrested and they get taken down to Guantanamo Bay. And they disappear into the night, and they're not ever heard from again. And I can just see the news coming up. What? I thought you said you were. He says, well, I didn't. I thought you weren't going to go after these people. I didn't. It's not me. It's military. They did it, okay? Wasn't civil. Had nothing to do with me. Had nothing to do with the presidency. Had nothing to do with the United States of America. This is the military. So I'm watching to see if that happens. Stan, do you know if that's going to happen? No, but everything seems to be pointing in that direction. Okay, so I think I've made my point here. Okay, so there's a battle in high places within our nation. Let me go on to the next thing. Okay, so Trump to demand lower interest rates immediately. Now, I've got I'll probably be making another program today. Whole other program talking about the 12 banking families on the Federal Reserve. There's a battle right now between Trump and the Federal Reserve because, as I said in yesterday's program, Trump has now issued an executive order that the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, may not be used basically any place the dollar is used, which is right now around the world. So he shut down the future growth plans of the Federal Reserve. And I think we're going to see him shut down the Federal Reserve, shut down the IRS, totally shut down the all-capital United States of America. The plan is, the report is, they're going to come up with a whole new republic, and it's called the Republic of the United States. That's the name of it, Republic of the United States. So I've covered that many times here. Okay, so first article, Trump demand to lower interest rates immediately. And, of course, the Federal Reserve has come out and said, you don't tell us what to do. We're 12 banking families that have ruled this nation since 1913. You don't tell us what to do. You can't fire, not Bernanke, what's his name? The head of the Federal Reserve, you can't fire him. Yeah, well, that has to do with civil. But now if the military comes in, and of course, if he were to call me and ask me, I would say, look, you want to start with the Federal Reserve? You want to start with the banksters? Because those are the real problems. Not the guys that are robbing people on the street. They're problems too. But the real problems are the internet. I have to be careful with my words here. The people that own and control the money. I'm probably going to make another program right back to back after this. Okay, so we'll go on to the next one. Okay, CNN's Acosta considers leaving CNN amid time slot talks. What are they doing? Next article says CNN to lay off 200 people in digital restructuring. Why? Next article, CNN valuation plummets by half, down to now only valued at $2.3 billion. What's happening? Trump, the Trump effect. He's not just messing with CNN. My guess is MSNBC, ABC, CBS, a lot of the other, how do I say, left-leaning people, they're getting shut down because they've now been caught lying. Trump jumped through all of their hoops, went through all of their scathing attacks on him, and he's made it all the way to the presidency, and in a landslide election, which is a mandate, and the world, the evil world, is scared to death of him. The Davos people, Switzerland, and let me say it again. I don't know, maybe I should do a program. I've got a whole link to someplace out there that did a wonderful job of explaining the whole background of the Ashkenazis. Let me give you a brief rundown. Okay, so in Kazakhstan, which in ancient times has to do with Ukraine and that whole general area, there was a group of people that were so evil that the Russians, and there was another country, I forget now, there was 3 countries that went to them and said, look, you guys are so evil. We demand that you find a religion to follow. And so they said, you've got a choice. You can either do Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. And they chose Judaism. And remember Revelation 2 places says, and these are the Jews that say they're Jews, these are they that say they're Jews or not, but do lie. And 2 places it says that there's people out there that will say that they're Jews, but they're not Jews. That's these people. Okay, so they chose to follow the Judaism religion. So much so that they went to the Jews and they said, look, can we intermarry? And Jews says, absolutely not. Bible forbids us from doing that. We're not supposed to give our daughters, and we're not supposed to take your men. We're not supposed to do that. So they just started calling themselves Jews. Then they even changed their names to Jewish names. But their bloodline is not Jewish. Their bloodline is Ashkenazi, which is where we come up with the word Nazi. So then it graduated and it grew from just Kazakhstan into Ukraine and several of the other surrounding nations. And then it grew over into Switzerland and then over into Germany. In World War II, that's who we were fighting. When it says the Nazis, it's short for the Ashkenazis. It's not necessarily a total bloodline, but it is a thought pattern or a belief pattern that these are the most evil people in the world. The highest people still worship Moloch and Baal. They still believe in child sacrifice. And that's the reason the primary people behind the pedophilia in the world come out of that area. Not only now, it's spread around the world, but I'm just telling you, that's the spirit behind what we're fighting here. That's what all of this is really, 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 really about. So when Donald Trump talked to the World Economic Forum, he was talking to the devil. He was talking to people knowing or unknowingly. These people serve the devil. A lot of people serve the devil, and they don't know they're serving the devil. Okay, it's real easy to serve the devil. As a matter of fact, it's easier to serve the devil than it is to follow Christ. So he was upsetting at least 80 years of work. He tore up their DEI. He tore up their, it used to be called global warming. Of course, then it became climate change. Now, that doesn't mean that turns off their scalar wave, the ability to make hurricanes and floods and snowstorms and earthquakes. I mean, they're going to do all kinds of things with this scale. Burn, man. So Trump, if they could kill him, they would. They already tried twice. And I think it's the same spirit that killed Abraham Lincoln. It's the same spirit that killed McKinley and also JFK, RFK, probably MLK, I don't know. But these people, it does not bother them. They have no conscience. It does not bother them to kill someone. Matter of fact, if you get into Freemasonry and you understand a little bit about, well, not a little bit, but some of the deeper things in Freemasonry, you find out that they take a blood oath. And I think that's the reason the Democrats stick together, because they have taken a blood oath. And that blood oath says, you will do as we tell you to do, or we will kill you. I think it's something, you be cut from ear to ear and have your tongue come out onto your throat, all kinds of gross things if you reveal into their secrets. And it goes on to other things if you don't do as they tell you to do. And yeah, I think there's times where they go to some of the Dems in the House and the Senate and say, you're going to vote this way, or you're going to be dead. I can't prove that. I suspect it. But there are a lot of things we Christians, Holy Spirit speaks to us, leads us into all truth, right? So we know it here, but we can't prove it in a court of law. And of course, in man's court, it doesn't make any difference what you think. Only makes a difference about what you can prove. So I think I'm going to end it there. Yeah, I want to remind you that Joseph's Kitchen still has site-wide free shipping. I don't think they've ever done this, but this is a really big discount on everything Right now, everything there, you can get free shipping on it. And since a lot of the things that they ship, the wheat and all that sort of stuff, are really heavy. I mean, a lot of times they come on pallets. So to get free shipping, that's a big deal. Joseph's, with an S, kitchen.com. Also, if you watched the program yesterday, I interviewed Jonathan Rose, and he's with Genesis Gold Group or prophecyclubgold.com. Get a hold of him, 800-200-GOLD. Also, if you want some prepper bars, there's the phone number. And if you want to, now for the first time, if you have crypto and you want to put that into an IRA for the first time, they've just set it up, you can call these guys, or actually you go to the website, blocktrustira.com, blocktrustira.com, and it'll tell you all about it. If you don't even understand crypto, he says that place will help you to understand it. When the suitcase nukes, I didn't say if, I said when the suitcase nukes go off, if you want your car to start, if you want your computers and your refrigerators and things like that, anything with a computer chip to work, you want to have one of these from empshield.com, empshield.com. And they have videos up there. It takes about 10 minutes to put on. There's not complicated at all. And if you use the word prophecy, promo code prophecy, you get a $50 discount, and it helps your Prophecy Club. I'd recommend you get potassium iodide at prophecyclub.com. When a nuclear device is detonated, the wind blows the dust, and it's like fine dust. It's like powder. And it settles on everything. You breathe, eat, absorb radioactive iodine. You pretty much can't avoid it, which kills your thyroid, killing you. But a simple fix is to simply take potassium iodide pills, which then floods your thyroid with good iodine, keeping the radioactive iodine out. You need 1 bottle per person per exposure for everyone from infant to adult, available 10 bottles for a gift of $150, which is what I recommend, or $20 a bottle at prophecyclub.com. Shelf life 5 to 8 years, potentially more if you refrigerate it, or even more if you freeze it. Potassium iodide pills, prophecyclub.com. Right now we have them in stock, but so many people are ordering them, you may have to wait a while to get them. As you recall, this past Saturday, November the 9th, the Lord spoke to me 2 words screaming at me loud like a trumpet. Medical, medical. I take that to mean that not only myself, but also those that follow Prophecy Club, in addition to all of the other preparations we've made, we need to start making medical preparations. And I put that out, and I was deluged with emails sending me to this place. This is the place that all of you seem to like when it comes to medical supplies. So I called them, hooked up, and I've arranged to get you a 5% discount when you use the promo code PROPHECY. Promo code PROPHECY, 5% discount, and it's refugemedical.com. refugemedical.com. And as you can see, they have all kinds of, here's one of the main things you need to get. It's called a burn bucket. This tells you all about it. They also have a business bundle, a home bundle. I think everybody ought to have at least a home bundle. They also have vehicle bundles, church bundles. So they already put this stuff together, and this is not foreign-made stuff. This is all American-made, and it's by a Christian company. And you go to refugemedical.com, refugemedical.com. We've got a new sponsor. It's sat123.com, sat123.com. I'm amazed at what this company offers. They got satellite phones. They've got Wi-Fi hotspots where you can have internet any place. So suitcase nukes go off in your city. If you don't have to worry about that, you still have electricity. It can go right up and connect to a satellite. They also have marine satellite internet. They also have satellite radios so that you can talk back and forth, even though, in other words, it's not a phone, it's a radio, but it's satellite. So go check it out, satellite123.com. And if you use the promo code PROPHECY, there are several different kinds of discounts in there. If you're out and about and all of a sudden you need gasoline, you need food, and the credit cards aren't working, they aren't taking dollars, then one of the best things to have is right here. It's a prepper bar. Each one of these is a little bit bigger than a credit card. It'll fit in your purse or your billfold, and it breaks into various pieces. So you could give them part instead of maybe more silver, more gold than you need to. Carry it right in your billfold, hold your purse. This particular one is 5 bars. You don't necessarily need to carry 5 bars with you, but you call 844-771-1776 or prophecyclubbar.com. prophecyclubbar.com. 844-771-1776. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is financial crash coming soon. I started to say financial crash imminent. And I'm not even going to go into a lot of reasons why I say imminent today, but I do plan to continue to finish what I was talking about yesterday about the Trump effect, because some things he's doing, while we think they're good, they could be very, very bad when the devil starts fighting against them. Yeah, I want to remind you that Joseph's Kitchen still has site-wide free shipping. I don't think they've ever done this, but this is a really big discount on everything. Right now, everything there, you can get free shipping on it. And since a lot of the things that they ship, the wheat and all that sort of stuff, are really heavy. I mean, a lot of times they come on pallets. So to get free shipping, that's a big deal. Joseph's, with an S, kitchen.com. Also, if you watched the program yesterday, I interviewed Jonathan Rose, and he's with Genesis Gold Group or prophecyclubgold.com. Get a hold of him, 800-200-GOLD. Also, if you want some prepper bars, there's the phone number. And if you want to, now for the first time, if you have crypto, and you want to put that into an IRA for the first time, they've just set it up, you can call these guys, or actually you go to the website, blocktrustira.com, blocktrustira.com, and it'll tell you all about it. If you don't even understand crypto, he says that place will help you to understand it. So yesterday, as in Thursday, President Trump talked to Davos, Switzerland, however you say it. Now, I want to talk about this a second because this is really important. First of all, who are these people at the World Economic Forum? Now, I'm about to say something I believe to be true, but I can't prove it. And, of course, that's the way it is with a lot of things of the devil. We know and hear it's true, but because they do things behind the curtains, under the table, and behind the back, sometimes it's very, very difficult to catch their hand in the cookie jar. Very difficult to catch them doing anything wrong. Well, in the case of World Economic Forum, and there have been people out there that have researched these people extensively, but I personally believe that this is part of the group, not all of the group, part of the group of the people that killed presidents. Now, I can't prove that these people or the organization behind them are the one that's trying to kill Trump, but it's the same spirit. Let me put it this way. Okay, so what did he do? I would encourage you to go to YouTube and type in Trump Davos speech, and it'll pop up. It's about 50 minutes long. I watched the whole thing, and I was shocked. I think I caught my mouth dropping open. I know there were several times that I said, wow, because he said some of the kind of the things that I would say if I was there. And I was shocked to see him saying that, because these are the people that want to bring in world government. Maybe I shouldn't say people. They represent the organization or the spirit behind the people want to bring in world government, want to bring in the Antichrist, the mark of the beast, These are the people behind DEI, transgender. I mean, most of the evil going on in the world, here it is, right here. This is them. And he got, I'm sorry it's hard because, I mean, I was rejoicing, but I thought, you know what, Trump, you're going to get yourself killed. And I said this to Leslie, I think I said it to her twice. As he was talking, I said, you know what? These people, maybe not these people, but this organization or the spirit behind them has been working since at least the end of World War II. And this guy, in the next few years, is about to destroy 80 years of work. They have slowly, methodically, well-planned, and entrenched themselves in just about every aspect of our lives to control our lives. And he is coming in like a bull in a china closet, literally. He's coming in like a wrecking ball into a glass shop. And he is tearing up everything that they have worked 80 years for. When I said 80 years, Leslie said, are you sure it's just the last 80 years? I said, well, if with truth be known, it's probably going back to the days of Moses and the pyramids. And this is the spirit. And I keep wanting to say to people, because it's the same organization, and they hand it down from generation, and their fathers, their grandfathers, and their grandfathers before them have desired to have world government. These are the people that kill presidents. These are the kind of people that own and control people like the Federal Reserve, and I'm about to talk about that. If I get to it, maybe I have to do it in this program. He is upsetting the people that rule the world. He is upsetting the international bankers. He is wrecking their party. And these are the people that sit there smug, thinking that they rule the world, and all of a sudden now, one that they tried to assassinate at least twice, truth to be known, it's probably more like 14 times. They tried to take him out with lawfare. They tried everything they could to stop him and could not stop him. And now he's basically ruling the world. He's in the top position in the world, and he's coming in and he is telling them in this speech, he tells them outright, maybe I should even go through the speech and list all of the things that he said, just boom, 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 killing, destroying everything that they have done. Now, what does that mean? Let's talk about it a little bit. This is, I mean, I'm rejoicing, but I'm a little scared for him. This is his latest executive order. And essentially what this is saying is it's stopping the use of CBDCs in America. What's a CBDC? Well, right now there is a group, we'll call them the white hats, the good guys, that are working to bring in a digital system. Initially it'll be, so I'm told, it'll be paper coins, but eventually it's going to have to go to digital. Everything's going to have to go to digital, okay? And these are the people that want to remove. I know how this is going to sound, okay? I know it's going to make me sound like a kook. And it's going to make me sound like I lose credibility, like I don't know what I'm talking about, and you're crazy. And it comes from the same idea of massive arrests, which was an audible voice I heard. These are the guys, the white hats, are about to do away with the Federal Reserve. I know how that sounds. Do away with the IRS. I know how that sounds. Do away with the all-capital United States of America, to remove that and bring us back under the Constitution. There are people that say, and probably are correct, that we're not even under the Constitution right now and haven't been so since, 1871 or something like that. This is the executive order. I'll read part of it. It is therefore the policy of my administration to support the reasonable growth and use of digital assets, blockchain technology, that's things like Bitcoin, Then you skip on down several paragraphs and it says, I'm taking measures to protect Americans from the risks of the central bank digital currencies. What did he just do? He just shot the Federal Reserve between the eyes. This is exactly what JFK was trying to do, trying to bring in a silver certificate and go around the Federal Reserve. Donald Trump just did it. He just did it. This one thing kills the Federal Reserve moving forward into the new digital world. Boom, they're gone. They're not gone yet, but you watch. This this is really important. And I'm sorry. There's very few people that are going to understand what I'm about to say. Only the prophecy students. Only the people that understand where we're really going here. This is probably the beginning of the fall of the dollar. Donald Trump does not control that. He can control going around the Federal Reserve and the whole world banking dollar system that we have right now. That's exactly what he's doing. So what this really is saying is, count on it. The dollar is going bye-bye. Reminds me of like in the movie I just recently watched, The Matrix. He says, you know, you take that pill, that red pill, and you're good. This world is going bye-bye, okay? If you understand what this is doing, the dollar, the Federal Reserve, the world global financial system based upon the dollar is going bye-bye. That's what this is doing. It's gone. Let me continue reading. To protect Americans from the risks of the CBDC, which threaten the stability of the financial system, individual privacy, skipping down, prohibiting the establishment, issuance, circulation, and use of the CBDC within the jurisdiction of the United States. Okay, what's the jurisdiction mean? It's not just the lower 48, it's not just the 50, it's any place the dollar is used. Boom. He just killed it. It gets worse. Good for us. But again, you have to understand, Donald Trump is not in charge of everything. That's the reason I said this is the battle between light and darkness. This is the battle between those trying to do right and those trying to destroy the world. Okay, let's go on. Stunning developments in Ukraine. This is also confirming it. About 4:50 p.m. Eastern today, which is January 23rd in this article, I received flash information reporting that the Pentagon had fired, suspended, and or transferred all of the people handling Ukraine. Good. Good. Let's go on. In the past, when the United States has shipped massive weapons shipments into Ukraine, those shipments were sent to NATO bases in various places. I'll let you read it. In order to lawfully transfer it, you got to do it right through visas or transit permits. He says, today, I can confirm the United States has withdrawn all applications for the transit of goods heading to Ukraine. Now, what does that mean? He's shutting down the support of Ukraine. He's turning off the Federal Reserve. There's more. Let me go on to the next one. So he fired all of the people in Pentagon had to do with Ukraine. There's more. He has also hired 1,300 new staff Wednesday, a couple of days ago. I'm recording this on a Friday. He's also terminating many, if not most, of the Biden staff. He is probably replacing them. I mean, this is good news, but you have to understand, the devil is not without power. There is a devil, and he is in charge of most of the world. I mean, when Adam and Eve ate of the fruit, they lost ownership of the world, and it was given to Lucifer. Okay, so he is the prince of the power of the air. He is ruler of this world, until such time as an angel came down and the devil is released. The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdoms of our Lord, his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever, which happens in the seventh trumpet. Now, let me go on. Let's talk about Panama Canal and Greenland. I'm about to show you that what Trump is doing is not just making the world bankers angry. Remember, I was told in the dream, regardless of who makes the bomb or who plants the bomb, people behind the suitcase nukes would be international bankers. Boom. That's who he's making angry here. Now, I'm happy to see him making them angry, but you better understand that the battle is about to come to our front door. I'm talking about my door, your door. We're all about to see this. So let's talk about Panama and Greenland for a minute. And I'm going to say it this way. So I spent 6 years selling heat and smoke detectors door to door. I mean, literally, I was knocking on residential doors. Then after that, I taught sales courses, management courses, and public speaking courses for 13 years. And in the process, I remember one day I was in, I believe it was Manhattan, Kansas, and I was filling a sales course. And I called on a used car lot because I would go in. These used car salesmen think they're really good salespeople, and they think they really know sales. That is, until someone that teaches sales training comes along, and my job was to quickly help them to discover that they don't know what they're doing. So I became friends with one that owned a little small car lot. And he explained to me, he says, now people, when they bring a used car onto my lot, this is going to relate to Trump just a second, help you to understand it real big. They want $20,000, let's say, for their used car. I can't give them $20,000. We're not going to be able to make the deal. I mean, I would be closed pretty quickly because we're not making any money around here. He said, I want to do the deal, but I can't give them $20,000 for the car. So here's what I do. First of all, I walk around the car, and every little scratch, I just reach out with my finger and I just touch the scratch. I touch a dent. I touch anything. I don't say anything because they're loaded for bear, and they're waiting for me to say something that'll offend them, and I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to do it yet. In other words, I'm helping you to understand a negotiating tactic. He says, then after I've touched all the places, then I pull out the little blue book, and I do some calculating, and I say, okay, well, I can now understand. I know I'm going to give you more than $15,000 for his car, but I've got to have him hit the ceiling. I've got to have him get angry. He's probably going to start cussing. He might even threaten to hit me, and he might start stopping off. He says, I've got to make him angry because I've got to get him off his $20,000 that I'm not going to be able to give him for his car. He said, so I know I'm about to make him angry, and then I'm going to calm him down because I've got to get him off that $20,000 price list that's in his head. He said, so, well, best I can do is I can give you $15,000 for the car. And sure enough, he hits the ceiling. He explodes. And he cusses, and he threatens to stomp off. And he says, and then here's where the kindness has to come in. No, come on, sir, now let's talk about this. So I've got to calm him down. That takes 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Maybe got to get him a cup of coffee, maybe don't. I got to get him calmed down. And then after he calms down and he comes off of the realization and the demand that he's got to have $20,000 for that car, he said, then we can start talking. And he says, we wind up with some figure that he can live with and some figure that I can live with. And he says, and that's my job, is I've been doing it for a lot of years and I'll be doing it for the rest of my life. Now, let me explain what he's doing, Donald Trump, what he's doing with Panama Canal and Greenland. Okay, so he's barely in office. Matter of fact, I think he wasn't even in office yet. And he says, well, we got to have the Panama Canal back. You know, we gave it away for $1, shouldn't have done that, and now China's running it. And, of course, the whole world hits the ceiling. What? Russia, I'll show you. Russia, what? They hit the ceiling. Same thing he does with Greenland. We need to get Greenland. We need to buy it. Okay, you know, it's not, we need it for strategic security reasons. Okay. And the whole world, they hit the ceiling. What? You can't have Panama Canal. You can't have Greenland. That's exactly what Donald Trump wants them to do. And then he's going to give them a few days to a few weeks, maybe even a few months, just like in trying to calm the guy down about his car. So they get the guy to calm down. And so Trump's got to let the world kind of calm down. And then probably what he'll do, he's probably not going to take over the Panama Canal. He's probably not going to make Canada the 51st state. He's probably not going to demand that we be given and militarily take over Greenland. All of that is you got to let the guy hit the ceiling. He's got to come off his 20,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. He's not serious about it. But the world doesn't know that. But he can't let the world know that he's not serious. That's the reason in the interview when one of the reporters said, well, are you willing to commit to not using any military? He said no. In other words, same thing is if you don't pay your 2% to NATO, then we're not going to protect you. Of course, then here comes the 2% in from many of the countries paying NATO. He can't remove the bluff. So he's not going to remove the bluff. So where are we going? I don't know, but once the whole world, right now China's furious because they're thinking they're going to lose control of the Panama Canal, and I don't know. Right now, Greenland, part is happy, part of the world is not happy. Same thing with Canada. But at the end of the day, and that's the reason he comes out and he says, well, I'm going to put 25% tariff on Mexico and on Canada, and we got to do something about Europe, okay, because he's saying, I'm not going to give you $20,000 for your car. I can't give you the $20,000. So he's saying, I got to give you $15,000. Once they hit the ceiling and they calm down, then something reasonable will happen with the Panama Canal, Greenland, and Canada, and Mexico, and he's going to level the playing field. And that's what's really going on with him. All right, let's go on. Now there's more. I'm about to show you proof that they are, he's already authorized the money to start building up Gitmo. Well, why? See, okay, what is Gitmo? It's a holding facility where they can take people someplace where they don't want to give them the right to remain silent, where they can be waterboarded, they can be beaten, they can be kept without, right to go have an attorney. In other words, it's a place where really, really bad people can be taken that should not have the rights of an American citizen that's supposed to be a Christian. Okay, so it's sometimes you got to treat bad people really, really bad, and that's what Gitmo is all about. So here this article now, this is talking about Russia, and it's going to basically say, you can't have Panama Canal. Yeah. This is Russia getting mad about the Panama Canal, and Trump knows it. He's just got to let them calm down so that they can come up with something that's reasonable. Okay, that's what he's doing. This is good negotiating tactics. And Russia should know that. Canada and Mexico should know that. Panama and Greenland, they should know that, but they don't understand that. So I'm, filling in the blanks. The article says, Russia sounds off on Trump's threat to retake Panama Canal. Trump said at his inaugural address, okay, that's big, inaugural address, that the U.S. would take the Panama Canal back. I don't think he wants to take it back. It probably would require a war with China and military and some blood on both sides to be shed. He just wants a fair shake on Panama Canal. Panama Canal, the nation of Panama is on their knees begging for America to come in with some billions of dollars to do some repairs and upgrades on Panama Canal. He don't have to own it. He just wants back control and wants them to, again, it's doing, so I'll let you read it. He expects Trump will respect the current international legal regime of the canal has laid out. And so this is Russia saying, wait a minute. We've made all of these agreements. Panama's made all these agreements. And here they are with the UN. And you just can't do this. You can't do this. So this is Russia. You can read it if you want to. This is Russia hitting the ceiling. But after they calm down, which probably will take, I don't think it'll happen a couple of weeks, probably a couple of months, then without the bright lights of the media in the room and him sending his negotiators, they'll come up with something that's good for America. America first. So that's where we're really going with this. Now, there's one thing that concerns me about Panama. Do you remember that Dimitri was told, I want you to look at the word Central America here. The fall of America will start with an internal revolution. My opinion, that's not in the next year or two. Could be, but it's not. Start with an internal revolution in America started by the communists. Now, this is probably the start of the internal revolution where it says here. Some of the people start fighting against the government. That's the people that have been let in our borders, that the Dems let in on purpose, that are going to blow up things and shoot people and stab people. And it's like we've now been put in the same situation Israel is in, because their enemies live among them. Now our enemies live among us thanks to Biden and the people behind Biden. But here's my point. The government would be busy with internal problems. Then from the oceans, Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America. The part of the whole Panama Canal thing that concerns me is this whole thing over the Panama Canal could be making the Central American countries angry enough to where they will join Russia, as the prophecy says, to come down and to attack America. As you recall, I've been to Honduras twice. And so I've talked to a lot of the Honduran pastors. And I didn't even get off the plane until I had people warning me, don't say Donald Trump down here. Don't let anybody down here know you like Donald Trump. Why? Because they don't like Donald Trump because he doesn't want immigrants to come in. So there's a big push down here not to like Donald Trump, not to like the United States. Well, what do they want? It says, well, they prefer communism. What? I'm just letting you know, this whole incident over the Panama Canal could blow up in our face. It could come back to be something really, really bad. And I didn't even get to my next topic, perhaps the next program. As you recall, this past Saturday, November the 9th, the Lord spoke to me 2 words screaming at me loud like a trumpet. Medical, medical. I take that to mean that not only myself, but also those that follow Prophecy Club, in addition to all of the other preparations we've made, we need to start making medical preparations. And I put that out, and I was deluged with emails sending me to this place. This is the place that all of you seem to like when it comes to medical supplies. So I called them, hooked up, and I've arranged to get you a 5% discount when you use the promo code PROPHECY. Promo code PROPHECY, 5% discount, and it's refugemedical.com. refugemedical.com. And as you can see, they have all kinds of, here's one of the main things you need to get. It's called a burn bucket. This tells you all about it. They also have a business bundle, a home bundle. I think everybody ought to have at least a home bundle. They also have vehicle bundles, church bundles. So they already put this stuff together, and this is not foreign-made stuff. This is all American-made, and it's by a Christian company. And you go to refugemedical.com, refugemedical.com. We've got a new sponsor. It's sat123.com, sat123.com. I'm amazed at what this company offers. They got satellite phones. They've got Wi-Fi hotspots where you can have internet any place. So suitcase nukes go off in your city. If you don't have to worry about that, you still have electricity. It can go right up and connect to a satellite. They also have marine satellite internet. They also have satellite radios so that you can talk back and forth, even though, in other words, it's not a phone, it's a radio, but it's satellite. So go check it out, satellite123.com. And if you use the promo code PROPHECY, there are several different kinds of discounts in there. Welcome to the Prophecy Club. Our topic today is the Trump effect good or bad? The Trump effect. The battle between light and darkness has now begun, and it is raging more than ever. And as I've said many times, if you don't know you're in a battle, you're already losing, because all Christians are in a battle. Okay, so first of all, yes, I voted for and I love Donald Trump. I say that because I'm about to say some things that don't sound like it, okay? But he is not Jesus. He's not perfect. I believe he's the best president we've had in my lifetime, probably the best president since Thomas Jefferson, possibly in the ballpark with Reagan too. Also, I want to warn everybody out there, all the prophecy students, be cautious not to fall asleep, because Trump is not going to fix everything. I think right now there's a strange silence in the spirit. A lot of the warnings that we have been getting, in other words, it was just like a torrential rain of warnings. Now, since Trump was inaugurated, I sense kind of a slowdown, but I want to be cautious. It's not over, okay? Some things that I was expecting to see by now, they haven't seen. Doesn't mean they've gone away. Like, for example, massive salvations in sports stadiums, massive arrests, fall of the dollar, suitcase nukes, Omar ushers in Palestinian state. We could very easily see this all by June 1st. So hang on. I'd like to think we're past it. I'd like to think we prayed it away. But it's darkest before the dawn, and also it's probably the calm before the storm. I think that the devil's crowd, let me say it this way. Before the football game starts, we have the offense lined up against the defense, and there's a football sitting out there, and the kicker's about to run up and kick that football. In my opinion, when Trump raised his hand, and by the way, yes, I know he didn't put his hand on the Bible, but that was just an oversight, because if you really look at it, the Supreme Court justice was kind of rushing him, and there was a little bit of helter-skelter there for a second. And, of course, the Bibles were right there. He just forgot to lift his hand. And his wife that was holding the Bibles should have said, honey, but I mean, all of a sudden they were into giving the oath, and it would have interrupted the oath. So, no, I don't think it was an intentional thing where Trump was saying, I'm not going to put my hand on the Bible. He still took the same oath. The Bibles were right there, just an inadvertent thing. If you look at it, just inadvertent. Okay. Now, my point is, I think that the offensive kicker, when he ran up and kicked the ball, that started the game, and that started when Trump said, I do. Okay. In other words, yes, I take this oath. And now we're in a battle. Right now it looks like the light is winning. I know that on a lot of fronts, and I'm glad to see it. But if you think the light has won, you're deceived. If you think the devil, the god of this world, is going to lay down and roll over or go off quietly into the night, it's not going to happen, okay? All hell is about to break loose. And when I say that, every time I say that word, I got to get that word out of my lingo, because every time I say that word, I get an email. So when we say all hell is going to break loose, that means literally Hades, or that means the evil ones are about to attack. That's what I'm saying. It's not a cuss word, okay? It's an actual place. Now let's move on. Yeah, I want to remind you that Joseph's Kitchen still has site-wide free shipping. I don't think they've ever done this, but this is a really big discount on everything. Right now, everything there, you can get free shipping on it. And since a lot of the things that they ship, the wheat and all that sort of stuff, are really heavy. I mean, a lot of times they come on pallets. So to get free shipping, that's a big deal. Joseph's, with an S, kitchen.com. Also, if you watched the program yesterday, I interviewed Jonathan Rose, and he's with Genesis Gold Group or prophecyclubgold.com. Get a hold of him, 800-200-GOLD. Also, if you want some prepper bars, there's the phone number. And if you want to, now for the first time, if you have crypto and you want to put that into an IRA, For the first time, they've just set it up. You can call these guys, or actually you go to the website, blocktruστira.com. 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 And it'll tell you all about it. If you don't even understand crypto, he says that place will help you to understand it. Anyway, so here is the full list of presidential actions Trump signed on day one. Now, I'm not an expert on this, okay? I'm a Bible prophecy teacher. But I want to point out a couple of things. One is withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization, and to that I will say the World Health Organization, based upon the things I've observed in my lifetime, has nothing to do with making the world healthy. It has to do with killing people. It's not a good organization. It's an organization that wants to bring in a world government, and if they can do it by a pandemic, that's exactly what they want to do. So I was shocked to see he withdrew from the World Health Organization. And if he calls me on my phone right there real soon, I'll say, and you need to do the same thing with the United Nations too. Application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, TikTok. What do you think of TikTok? Okay, well, my agent recommended that I get TikTok and recommended that we get on TikTok. I never heard of TikTok, so I downloaded my cell phone. That night, I could not go to sleep. I had to get up out of bed and go and delete TikTok, and was sad that I ever got it on my phone. Because when I got on TikTok, I know what I was doing. Okay, so it asked me all these questions. Do you like this? Do you like this? I just skipped all of them. I'm just going to look around the app. And what popped up was a little girl pulling her clothes off after the little girl pulling her clothes off, and I kept flipping. This is terrible. That's the reason I had to get off my phone because it was so much filth. It was like a cesspool coming into my mind and my heart. So what do I think of TikTok? I don't like it. I think it's a cesspool. Now, I understand that if I had probably signed up correctly and told what I was interested in, then that's what would have brought me. But the point is, here's another thing. So when I was at this prophecy conference here a few months back, one of the guys asked me to step in the hall for a 2-minute interview. Well, he asked me what I think about Israel, and I told him. And it got like 28,000 views in the next 3 days. Then they deleted it. And I asked him to go on, pull our programs down, and start making little TikTok things to put on TikTok, 2 or 3 minutes, or however that works. And this guy's an expert on it. And he said, as soon as I'd load it, they started deleting it. He said, Stan, I have 11 channels on TikTok. Every time I loaded yours, as soon as I was done loading it, it immediately deleted it, and it deleted all 11 of my channels. Why? Because they don't like Israel. They don't want to let anybody talk anything good about Israel. So, what do I think of TikTok? Take it off. Take it down. So I thought I'd give you my opinion on it. I think it's a cesspool. Granting pardons and commutation of sentences for certain offenses relating to the events at or near the United Nations Capitol on January 6, 2021. I listened to President Trump, boy, that feels good to say, President Trump, talk to Hannity, the whole interview, and he explained why he went ahead and pardoned all of them, and I thought he had a really good explanation, and I'm happy to see it, some 1,500 people. Now, I'm going to show you something here in just a second, if I get to it today. It doesn't look like I'm going to, but we will see. Putting America first in international environmental agreements. Well, first of all, there is no climate change. There is a scalar wave that is causing all of these floods and fires and droughts and tornadoes and all of this. It's all high technology trying to control the people, to bring us into a world government, to put their man, the Antichrist, on the throne. I know that. I understand that. And probably by now most of you do too. So what do I think of the environmental movement? Get rid of it. Delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. Good for you. Go for it. Hiring freeze. Well, again, if I were president, I would say, okay, if you voted for Harris, then I want your resignation. We may accept it. We may accept it in 30 days or so. But if you're in the federal government and you voted for Harris, I want your resignation. Turn it in. That doesn't mean that all of them would be gone, but probably most of them would be gone. Well, you wouldn't do that. Well, look, what did Obama do? That's exactly what Obama did to the conservatives. Regulatory freeze pending review. Okay, yeah, I think that they need to freeze the regulations, and they probably need to cut not just for every new one to cut 10. In my opinion, they probably need to cut about half of them. They need to do away with things like most of the FDA and replace it with good people, in my opinion. And I also think that what was it? Most of the regulations, I'll just say it that way. I could spend a whole program just talking about regulations. But regulations have hopefully you already know just how bad the regulations can be, worse than the laws. And then return to in-person work. Well, I think that there is a time and a place. As a matter of fact, our office is in Topeka, and I live in the DFW area. So I don't go into work every day. Of course, I live 8 steps from my bed, and the advantage of that is I live 8 steps from my bed. I mean, I'm right now, I'm 8 steps from my bed. The problem is I'm 8 steps from my bed. What does that mean? That means sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm working. It means that there's sometimes my wife will come in and say, don't you think it's about time you get done? You spend all day long in your office. I tend to be a workaholic. So there's a time and a place for not going into work. I can see that's efficient, but I think the reason that they're doing that is because they want to get to know these people that they're giving a paycheck to every week. And probably a lot of them, they need to be handed their walk-in papers, my opinion. Disloyal people, gone. And of course, I'd love to be able to say if they're not Christians, gone. But, can't exactly do that. Ending the weaponization of the federal government, agreed. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, hallelujah. What we need to do now is to get YouTube to restore our channel because we were right. Matter of fact, I think what happened, and I don't have time to go into a lot of it, but I think we were about to hit 100,000 subscribers. And so they reviewed our channel. I think they had probably with their AI run through our channel, everything I've said since it started. And they said, no, we don't like this. We don't want this sort of stuff out. And so they cooked up a not good reason and simply deleted the channel. Deleted it. We had spent about $50,000 advertising the channel. Did YouTube offer to refund that money? No, they didn't. Did they give us any kind of explanation? No, they didn't. Did they give us the, how it's supposed to work? You get one strike, and then I think you can't upload for 3 days, something like that. You get a second strike within 90 days, and they take you off for 2 weeks. You get a third strike within 90 days, and then they delete your channel. We got one strike, and so I said, okay, wait, we can't afford to lose the channel. Let's don't upload. We did not upload for 62 days. On the 62nd day, they just deleted the channel. We did not. I mean, you can't get a strike if you don't upload, right? Well, they went back 2 years to give us the strike. So, I mean, it seems to me like if they don't find it within, say, a week or so, then they don't give you a strike within a week or so, they need to let it go. But to go back 2 weeks, and by the way, I found out what I said. Of course, if I say it, they'll give me. But it had to do with inoculations. There you go. All right, so anyway, the point is, I think that we were not treated fairly. Securing our borders, of course, we need to do that. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. This is talking about the people that just take a flight and maybe they don't even get on to maybe they don't even get past customs. And the woman's pregnant, has a baby, and now it's an American citizen, so that means that they get to stay. And he's saying that he thinks he can change that. And I'm for people coming into America. I think that they should do it legally. Okay, let's go on to that. Realigning the United States Refugee Admissions Program. Just trying to straighten out some of this mess with all of the people wanting to come into America. Unleashing American energy. Well, I totally agree with drill, baby, drill, because that is a lot. Okay, since I've done some research, since I'm president and CEO of an oil company, I've done research on this. January the 11th, I think it was, maybe January 10th of 1901, Spindletop came in. And in those days, we were agrarian farmers. We were just a bunch of farmers and ranchers all across America. But when that oil well came in and it squirted for 9 days, 200 feet in the air, that one well sparked the surge and discovery of massive amounts of oil all over America. That one well, Spindletop, changed America and brought us into the industrial age and made us the nation of wealth that we are today. And it needs to come back. When Lindsey Williams wrote his book, The American Non-Crisis, saying that there is no shortage of oil in America, he said that the oil company discovered an oil, what do you call it? Well, an oil well up in the North Slope of Alaska. And they calculated, and they said this one oil well could supply all of the oil America needs for 100 years. We do not have an oil shortage. And I can remember the time when it was $3 a barrel. I just checked. It's now like $73 or $74 a barrel. Well, Trump's going to get that down. When that comes down, the prices on everything else can come down too. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. In other words, he's going to send the military to see that our borders are secure and good for him. America's first trade policy, putting us first. I totally agree. Now, here's the way it is. So after World War II, all of the other nations of the world were like boats with holes in the bottom, and they were taking on water, and they were sinking. America was the only boat that wasn't sinking. And so we ran over and helped them to patch their boats. We helped them to pump the water out of their boats. And then we started sending them food and water and help. But again, that was 80 years ago. Okay, now their boats are fixed. They've got boats as good as us, and we need to have a fair, level playing ground when it comes to trade. And I don't think anybody wants a trade war or a tariff war, but there's probably going to be some of that. And I think some of that's got to happen because there needs to be a fair trade policy, just like Trump is saying. And it should have been going on 50 years ago, not now. Memorandum to resolve the backlog of security clearances for Executive Office of the President personnel. So these guys that used to be good guys, some of them used to be bad guys, but they have security clearances. Those security clearances mean a lot of wealth to that person, but also means they get their foot through the cracks in the doors, and they can cause a lot of problems for our government, cause a lot of problems for our nation. And when they're not serving, I think that they should pull them, especially when the bad guys like this. I started to say his name. I'm not real good with their names because they're not in my world. I'm in the Bible prophecy world. Anyway, let's go on. Declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States, of course, that has to happen. Holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive governmental information. What's that? That means that there are going to be a massive arrest. I promise you, I heard words, massive arrests, massive arrests. So I feel like I have it, thus saith the Lord, massive arrests are coming, just like medical. And that's the reason I encourage you to get yourself some medical supplies. You do that at medicalrefuge.com. Put in the promo code prophecy, get you a $5 or 5% discount. Restoring accountability to the policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. In other words, making people do the right thing instead of always trying to stab America in the back. Protecting the American people against invasion. I think that still has to do a lot with immigration. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Global Tax Deal. This is part of the tariffs. This is part of him leveling the playing field so that we aren't pumping money into all of the other boats that have been floating for 50 years. We don't need to help the whole world anymore. Right now, America needs some help itself. Organization of the National Security Council and subcommittees. I don't know. Reevaluating and realigning the United States foreign aid. There's a lot of nations we send billions of, if Trump were to call me, should we have sent any money to Ukraine? I'd have said no. Not a drop of blood, not a dollar. Why? Oh, well, because Ukraine are Nazis. We were fighting the Nazis in World War II, but now we're helping the Nazis. The origin of Nazis came from the Ashkenazi, that's where the word comes from, Ashkenazi Jews. Those are the Jews that say they're Jews, but are not, but do lie, Revelation. And they originated out of Kazakhstan. It's a long story about it. Anyway, these are some of the most, they're Moloch Baal worshippers directly. They're some of the most evil people in the world. Went from Kazakhstan to Ukraine, it spread through that whole area, then went to Switzerland and to Germany, and that's our boys back in World War II were fighting and getting killed by Nazis, or the Ashkenazis, or the Ukrainians. Temporary withdrawal of all areas on the outer continental shelf from offshore wind leasing and, so getting rid of the windmills. You know, if they would see that they're working, keep them in repair, and if they're not working, tear them down. If they have a way to, there's, at the end of the day, I just haven't seen that they're really all that good. Let's go on. So, yeah, I agree with that. Declaring a national energy emergency, totally. We need it. We need to get the oil out of the ground underneath our feet. Restoring accountability for career senior executives. What's he saying? He said there's a bunch of people need to hit the road. I need to tie the can to a bunch of people. Promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. I think that he might be talking about actually building some new statues that need to be built, but he's certainly talking about preventing the destruction of the old ones. Restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. Now, I've got an article on that, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get to it today, but as Biden released some 37 people that were on death row, I've got an article, but we'll get to it. He's doing the opposite. He's trying to say, look, we need the death penalty, in my opinion. I just read it the other day. The Bible says, he who sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Boom. Now, yes, it's Old Testament, but that's a pretty good way to keep the evil down, because evil raises its head up unless you keep cutting it off. And this is simply him trying to restore the death penalty. I agree. Putting people over fish, stopping radical environmentalism, I agree. To provide water to Southern California. What I'd like to see happen is they get up their backhoes and their bulldozers and they go down and they correct that water that has been redirected out of going to California and redirected out into the Pacific Ocean, to have it redirected to go back to California and have that done by the end of the week. Or if it can be done, as soon as it can be done, get it done. And if California doesn't like it, cut off their funds. If Newsom doesn't like it, cut off the funds to California. They'll start towing the line real quick. Guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion. Again, illegal immigrants. Restoring names that honor American greatness. He's talking about calling Mount McKinley again. And there was another one I can't remember off the top of my head. Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specifically designated global terrorists. He has sent 1,500 Marines to our southern border, and they are going fully loaded. They're not going down there empty-handed. And they've said if we're fired at, we will return fire. So, I mean, I can see one of the nations that's going to attack America going to be on the side with the Russians attacking us as Mexico. These sort of things that we allowed to get out of line a long time ago, Trump is trying to bring them back in line, are about to make a lot of people mad. They like living in their sin. Most people like their sin. Well, I've run out of time. But again, if you can help us, Prophecy Club is tied again. If you can help us, God bless you, we'd really appreciate it. When the suitcase nukes, I didn't say if, I said when the suitcase nukes go off, if you want your car to start, if you want your computers and your refrigerators and things like that, anything with a computer chip to work, you want to have one of these from empshield.com. empshield.com. And they have videos up there. It takes about 10 minutes to put on. It's not complicated at all. And if you use the word prophecy, promo code prophecy, you get a $50 discount, and it helps your Prophecy Club. If you don't want to lose your life's savings, if you have an IRA or a 401k, the thing to do is call 800-200-GOLD. 800-200-GOLD. These folks are Christians, and they specialize in helping people not lose their life savings in the event of a stock market crash and things like that. Look, most of the 401ks, most of the IRAs are in paper, backed by paper, and as Lindsey Williams says, if it's in paper, it's worth the paper it's written on. You can lose it all. 1-800-200-GOLD. 800-200-GOLD. Hey, give them a call. Doesn't hurt, doesn't cost you anything. See if they can give you some good advice. We've got a new sponsor. It's sat123.com. Sat123.com. I'm amazed at what this company offers. They got satellite phones. They've got Wi-Fi hotspots where you can have internet any place. So suitcase nukes go off in your city. If you don't have to worry about that, you still have electricity. It can go right up and connect to a satellite. They also have marine satellite internet. They also have satellite radios so that you can talk back and forth, even though, in other words, it's not a phone, it's a radio, but it's satellite. So go check it out, satellite123.com. And if you use the promo code PROPHECY, there are several different kinds of discounts in there.
Well, Donald Trump backed down today. It doesn't happen every day. But because Donald Trump is actually, by far, the most cowardly president we have ever had, who's pretending to be a tough guy, he has backed down in his first presidency and now in this one more than any other president has done it. He backs down within a day of making decisions, pulls them back. Donald Trump backed down today, and no one was surprised. There are people who have to make their living based on knowing when Donald Trump is going to back down. They include the richest people in America and their day-to-day investment practitioners on Wall Street. Wall Street knows that Donald Trump is a pathological liar, which everyone knows. And Wall Street knows that Donald Trump doesn't understand anything about economics. Nothing. Wall Street has been listening to Donald Trump very carefully for years, and they've never once heard Donald Trump accurately describe what a tariff is. The truth of tariffs forced Donald Trump to back down today. Wall Street knows that Donald Trump lies every time he talks about tariffs. Everyone on Wall Street knows that no foreign country has ever paid an American tariff and never will. Wall Street knows the only people who pay Trump tariffs are people in the United States who pay for imported goods. like, say, coffee. Unless you're one of the lucky ones who has tasted the very small batch and very expensive coffee grown in Hawaii, not one drop of coffee you have swallowed in your life came from an American coffee bean. Every ounce of coffee you have swallowed came from another country. According to Donald Trump, the United States. Well, Donald Trump backed down today. It doesn't happen every day. But because Donald Trump is actually, by far, the most cowardly president we have ever had, who's pretending to be a tough guy, he has backed down in his first presidency and now in this one. Well, Donald Trump backed down today. It doesn't happen every day. But because Donald Trump is actually, by far, the most cowardly president we have ever had.
False. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada.
£43. Nothing. Wall Street, based on knowing when Donald Trump is going to back down, they include the richest people in America and their day-to-day investment practitioners on Wall Street. Wall Street knows that Donald Trump is a pathological liar, which everyone knows. And Wall Street knows that Donald Trump doesn't understand anything about economics. Nothing. Wall Street has been listening to Donald Trump very carefully for years, and they've never once heard Donald Trump accurately describe what a tariff is. The truth of tariffs forced Donald Trump to back down today. Wall Street knows that Donald Trump lies every time he talks about tariffs. Everyone on Wall Street knows that no foreign country has ever paid an American tariff and never will. Wall Street knows the only people who pay Trump tariffs are people in the United States who pay for imported goods, like, say, coffee. Unless you're one of the lucky ones who has tasted the very small batch and very expensive coffee grown in Hawaii, not one drop of coffee